of the stream the other day. I'll see if I can convince any of them to do it this time.
Is it good etiquette to drop a message in GLC about it?
I think our stream automatically goes on the stream list in GLC, but considering that this is like a specific event that we're commentating, I think it would be entirely reasonable to go in the general channel and be like, hey, we're commentating an event right now that's live. If you'd like to come and watch it.
Are you up for doing that?
Yes.
Hello, guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Not too bad. Has the YouTube started?
Doesn't seem to have yet, but it's a bit laggy, so I wouldn't. Yep.
You got it?
Looks like it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it looks like it's live, and
in fact, you can hear the words that we're saying right now.
Oh dear.
I will tell people it's happening in Chelsea.
Okay. I'll leave the OBS up for you guys. I'm going to move through to the other room, and then we can just start chatting.
yeah, sounds good.
Wicked. Okay, let me know when you guys are good to go. Are both of you here?
Me and Debs.
Oh. Can you guys hear me? Maybe not. Oh, interesting. Okay. Weird. The room sound I can hear you typing. Oh, you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, wicked. Cool.
Sorry, there was lots of room, and I didn't hear your voice, so I assumed we couldn't hear you. But,
No worries. I'm
it's
going
all
to
good.
move through into the other room,
Okay.
so that there's less noise. But I'll keep talking to ensure that you guys can still hear me. Yeah, that room, the hall where the tournament's taking place, pretty echoey, pretty loud. Can you guys still hear me all right? I don't know if they can.
It might be the door might have blind or something.
Nah, I reckon it'll be that I'm accidentally using the laptop microphone. Hello, can you guys hear that?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, wicked. Sorry, I was using the wrong microphone. Can you
That
guys
explains
continue
it.
to hear me? Can you still hear me now?
Yeah, it's not great audio quality, but we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same here.
How bad is bad?
That's a lot better.
Yeah, it got a lot better just now.
Yeah,
I've just got and sat down in the quiet room away from all of the players. So,
that's cool.
wicked. So,
Your
go on.
username says you're Cobrabubbles.
Yes, I managed to, on the morning of the tournament, drop my phone and break it.
Okay.
Which has made lots of communication very difficult. But yeah, as I said, Cobra is helping me out. So, do you know if we're
Awesome.
live?
I believe that we are, unless something's changed.
Wicked.
We should
Yes,
start.
we definitely are.
We should be in broadcast mode then, shouldn't we?
You guys go for it.
Welcome. Yeah, welcome everybody to the East Anglian Champs. It's really exciting to be here. Me, the voice who's talking, is Dave C. I'm joined today by
Me, the voice who's talking now, who is Marbles. Hello, everyone. I'm doing that silly wave I usually do on the stream, but you can't see it because we don't have visual this time.
And excitingly, we are talking live and direct to Not Yeti, who is actually at the East Anglian Champs.
Yes. Hello.
How are you doing?
Pretty good. The most of the stress is done. The stream actually worked, which is a big a big benefit.
Fantastic. You've done excellent work. Obviously, we're commentating remotely, but you're actually there in the room. Tell us how many people are going to be playing today. What's it looking like?
It's looking like we're going to get about 20 players, which would be very nice. Unfortunately, train strikes today mean that I think a lot of the players who were hoping to come had to cancel because crossing a picket line to get to a Netrunner tournament would be a little ironic. So, and not something we encourage. So, but it's looking sick. People are very excited. There's lots of excited chatter through in the other room, so it's looking good.
What is the format of the tournament? How many rounds are we looking at?
So I think
it's double-sided, right?
Yeah. So I think we're looking at 4 rounds of double-sided Swiss and a cut to top 4 is the main body of the tournament today. Unless Cobrabubbles, who is the judge today, he'll be making the call on that closer to the time. But yeah, that's what it's looking like at the moment.
Cool. And is this a tournament that's happened before?
No.
Is it a regular thing?
So, well, hopefully it will become a regular thing. But right now, this is the first time running it, and basically, East Coast Champs is a big Netrunner tournament in America, community run one by Dan B. And I guess about 2 months ago, an episode of the ShadowNet came out where they were interviewing him about it and the process for going and making the setting up to the event and doing all of the stuff and getting all the prizes. And Whiteblade had done the same thing with Cascadia, big tournament, gone and put in a lot of extra work to get stuff going. And then like halfway through that episode, the two of them just start ragging on the UK's organised play scene. Just like they just started laying into the UK, being like, everyone there, they're just complaining about Netrunner. no one's actually playing Netrunner. There are no big tournaments, and I took that personally. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
understandably so.
and I don't think necessarily what they were saying was wrong, but I was definitely like, we're gonna play some Netrunner. So I am from Norwich, which is the meta that I'm in, and over the about 2 years ago, Cobrabubbles leaned over to me. It was like, fancy learning this cool card game that I've been playing. And so that was really when our meta started. And then since then, over the past kind of 18 months, we've got 8 people coming out on a Thursday night to play, putting on good tournaments, doing really fun stuff. But as you may be aware, Norwich is in the middle of nowhere, and trying to travel to Norwich is borderline impossible for a lot of people in the UK. So as a compromise, we rather than host it over there, we decided Cambridge is just down the road. We good metamates and talk a lot with them, so we would host it here, and that's made it a lot more accessible for people to come to. So that's been really nice.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, was because most of your organising are all from Norwich, right?
Me and Cobrabubbles, we're from Norwich. Toby, who's done all of our lovely prizing, he's from Ipswich. I work in Cambridge, and I used to grow up in Ipswich, and realistically, all of these places are 40 minutes from each other on the train, so it's not hard to get us all together.
Awesome. And can you tell us a bit more about the venue, the Signal Box? Is it a train-related venue in any way?
It's right next to the railway. I was recommended that by some of the Cambridge players when I was asking around about where to play in the city, and it's pretty small community centre in the centre of flats all around, but everyone seemed to be able to get here, drive here just fine, and so it's nice. It's one echoey room that I reckon is going to get really, really warm, but we've got tables, we've got the stream set up, and it's all looking good.
So important to have tables.
I literally turned up this morning and we couldn't find the tables, and I was like, oh my god, did I forget to tell the venue that we needed tables? And it was in the cupboard, it was fine, but I had a mini heart attack. That
would have been pretty special. Not quite the rejoinder to the naysayers in the US that you were hoping for. This is how dedicated we are. We play even when we don't have tables. Up yours, America.
I feel like if you play sitting on the floor legged and you are playing as Jinteki, like it gives a kind of thematic element to it.
But we played in the pub last night and taught some new people. It was one of those accidental things where we were putting this on and we thought, well, we should do a Norwich Cambridge kind of pub trip the night before. And then I had a couple of friends who were interested, so we ended up teaching some people, and we did a good event. That was pretty fun. And
go outreach.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
Well, in terms of outreach, we've put in our best effort to try and publicize the event. We're on Bar Round Woo stream. Somebody unnamed as of yet has been antagonizing Andre on stream. On the Metropole grid, and we're on the Null Signal station. We've been keeping it going in Discord and Slack, so that's been really fun, and also I think has helped get people excited and turn people out. So that's been really good.
Yeah, I posted about it on a couple of the Arkham
Discords.
Nice. I wanted to ask. There's a couple of things I wanted to ask you about the prizes. I think we should discuss.
Yeah.
Tell us what you've got.
So we've got first off, it's the H2 circuit opener kit. So we've got one of those. So we're giving out banner playmats, magnet alt arts, that sort of thing. And then we've got a bunch of custom prizes. So Brindle Mold, who people will know from GLC, Toby has done these 2 wonderful alt arts. The Spin Doctor and the Regolith Mining License are fantastic. Really, really sweet alt arts. And so top 8 is going to get the Spin Doctor. Regolith is participation. and and then we've got an Orca playmat for first place, which we picked up at UK Nationals, and yeah, so first place today is going to walk away with a sweet Yakuza playmat.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I think we can see most of those on stream actually at the moment.
Yeah, I've got a second tiny
pointing out.
webcam that I've pointed at those. The actual stream quality will be a lot higher, don't worry. Oh yeah, and this is when I should say, in terms of the stream setup, there are two people to thank massively. One of them is friend Norwich player Marcin, who's helped with providing cameras, tripods. He's done some of the graphics that you'll see throughout. Absolutely, yeah, really put that one out. But the biggest thank you definitely goes to Alex, one of the players from our meta, lives in Great Yarmouth, who has made custom all of the stream overlays for this. And all of it works seamlessly. I've been trying to get other overlay projects to work for a while, and in about 2 days, he's just churned out like the simplest, best card overlays. So during the day, I'll be doing that, running all of the stats on screen, and yeah, it works fantastically, and he's just done such a fantastic job. So
huge shout out to all of those people, also to you and to Cobrabubbles for judging. Is there anyone else who needs to have their contribution recognised before we crack on with things?
Brindle Mold for his art, and yeah, all of the Norwich players for helping us get us excited. So yeah,
nice.
I am going to leave you now and go and deliver the starting speech to the players, get them excited and ready to go, and then we'll be starting playing in probably about 10 minutes.
Cool. I think you need to pop your screen share back onto what the stream is seeing.
Shall do.
Yeah.
Awesome. I will speak to you.
Thanks very much. Good to talk to you. Cheers.
Thank you to the two of you for doing this. I appreciate you guys spending the day.
Oh, thanks. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun.
Speak to you soon.
Cheers. I forgot to ask Jessica. This is what I wanted to ask. Not Yeti, which is, there's been alt art going around connected to this event for DreamNet. Have you seen that?
I've not seen that.
I'm not sure what the status of this is, but I think that that may have been planned as a surprise, and then for DreamNet got squished on the ban list. But there's a really cool. Let's remember when we speak to Not Yeti again to ask about it. It's a really cool alt art that I think is for DreamNet. It's like a sort of hip hop art style, like a lady with an afro and sunglasses with binary digits reflected in sunglasses, and
that sounds amazing.
Rainbows and stars, and like basically all of the things. It's pretty cool.
That sounds really cool. I feel like that happens a lot. I feel like they make price support stuff for cards that get banned either right before or quite soon after. Perhaps because like it's the most pushed cards that people are playing the most and get most excited about. And so like the most pushed cards are the ones that are going to get banned, and also the ones that you want to make art out of.
Yeah, that does make sense. So let's talk a bit about the meta.
Yeah.
This event, I was quite interested to learn it was the first time they've done this. They have billed this as a chance to test out the meta weeks before Worlds. I don't know. I have not seen any competitive netrunner since the ban list dropped. I'm not sure there's been anything that's been easily accessible on the stream. So it'll be quite exciting to see what are your top tips. What do you think we're going to see today?
I think we're going to see quite a lot of Arissana and quite a lot of Sable. And I'm very happy about Sable being big at the moment, even if she's running off the back of my most hated card, Hermes. So I love Sable as an ID. I think it's a really fun ID. I'll be interested to see in the Sable games if they tend to go to time or not. I think there is a tendency when you're taking five or sometimes 6 click turns every turn for things to get a bit messy. And that's certainly been my experience of playing live. On the corpse side, I'm expecting to see a lot of Acer group and a lot of HB in general, and some R plus. I think there are some good R plus builds out there. I'm strongly considering taking R plus to Worlds. I don't expect R plus to win Worlds, but I don't expect to win Worlds either. So I think I'd be fine taking.
Yeah, I've been liking the QTM derived R plus builds. The deck list of the week at the moment, Cockatoo Baller, looks really fun. I've looked at that and thought, oh yeah, I fancy a bit of that. That would be cool. And I've played. So I've been playing, as you know, and anyone who's watched our stream before probably knows, I've been playing quite a lot of Lou, trying to get Audrey to work with mixed results, which is generally how I play. But I have played up against a lot of R plus, and my goodness, they're fierce. They're just disgusting.
Yeah.
They're not very good, but like Your Digital Life, they tag you and then draw 2 cards, and then res a Rashida and draw 3 more cards, and they've got about 10 million cards, and then they play Your Digital Life, and they've got about 10 million credits, and like that's obviously sportsmanship requires you to continue playing, but you know it's game over. It's
I mean
grim.
that play, you've got what 11 cards in hand, assuming that you had a full hand before you popped the Rashida. And between the Rashida and Your Digital Life, you've gained 12 credits.
Yeah, just horrendous. Like, what do you do against that? I don't know.
Like, because that
get tagged, I guess, but
not let them fire Rashida. But like that's always been the case. You should ideally not let the corp fire Rashida, but we can't all live in a world where we pinhole threading every Rashida. Yeah. We just can't. But I think we're in a very funny place in the meta right now where the biggest reason for pinhole existing, which was keeling, has been banned.
Yes.
And yet I think it might be more vital than ever to be playing 2 or 3 pinhole threadings in your deck. The Arissana list that I've been playing around with this week, which is like I'm not doing anything particularly secretive. I'm playing the deck list of the week from last week, but that runs 2 pinhole threadings, and by God, when you've got them, you're happy to have them. Like it's very rare that it doesn't have something of a good target.
Yeah, we should have a moment of silence for the demise of everyone's favourite crab botherer. I'm the only person in the community who's sad to see her go, but I'm a bit sad to see her go. Mostly because I wanted to play with her and laugh at the runner's pain, which probably tells you a lot about why it was banned. But I never quite got around to it with the deck that worked for me.
I have my view on this is at some point, if other cards keep getting banned because of Ag Infusion, maybe you should ban Ag Infusion.
Yeah.
The Nanocivic Grid was a really fun card that a lot of people really liked. Keeling was a card.
Yeah.
To be fair, no, I played decks with Keeling in, and I think in fair meta, it's like a nice way of being like, you've got to go and deal with this now, and while you're distracted, I'll score an agenda. Whereas in Ag Infusion, it's just like, I'm going to keep recurring this, and it's a nightmare for you to kill it because I can bounce you away from every server.
I totally, again, without having direct experience of playing myself, I totally agree that Ag Infusion and Keeling was not a fun combo for anyone.
I don't even think it's necessarily fun for the person playing it, because I think it's so kind of like, I'm just going to kill you, I'm never going to score out. I don't think those decks tend to be particularly fun to play. I play decks where like that's part of a fork, like my plan is to kill you, but I will also score out sometimes, and sometimes I'll win in this, sometimes I'll deck you out and win that way, all of that sort of stuff. And I love those kind of forks. I don't enjoy where it's like, it's that or nothing, and you kind of win or lose based on whether they find their pinhole threadings in time and you find your keelings and your restores in time.
Yeah, I feel like those decks aren't fun to play either. part of me wonders, am I just salty and like comforting myself with the fact that my opponent is basically dead inside and I've won some sort of moral victory? But they don't look like loads of fun. Like, I think you want good choices, right? You don't really want I feel a game plan where you're just hiding behind some ice and, you know, drawing until you get your combo and then doing something nasty.
And I find that Ag Infusion again and again and again is at the heart of these sorts of decks. Ag Infusion feels to be like sort of like a mafia don who keeps getting indicted with some co-conspirators, and the co-conspirators go down, but he gets away with it every time because no one will rat on it.
We need to talk to the standard ban team about the possibility of getting Ag Infusion on tax avoidance. Clearly,
definitely.
Yeah. So we talked about things that we're not going to see. What other decks do you think might be coming up? Asa and R+. Any other corps that you've seen a lot of recently?
What corps have I seen a lot of recently? I think we might see some Ob today. I would love to see a new and interesting build for Ob. Ob's very good into Hermes because you can get your ice res in all sorts of fun and weird ways. So yeah, Ob. Hoping for some Ob.
That would be fun.
I'm trying to cheat right now by seeing if I can look it up on the website, but there's nothing up on the website yet for what corps and runs. What would you like to see today, Dave?
I'm not sure we're going to get deck lists, are we? Will we get IDs? We'll get IDs, but not deck lists. Right, I see. Yeah. IDs. Yeah. I've been playing a lot of Lou. That's what I've been playing, but I don't expect to see very much of that. I think people have basically decided that Lou and Audrey isn't a great combo. I'm just a bit weird, really. I like to blooded. I find a combo that I think is cool, and I work very hard at trying to make it good. And then eventually, at some point, I think I get it to a state where it's as good as it's going to be, and then I move on. So I don't think we've seen lots of that, but it would be amazing if we do. It would mean that I would have some sort of competency in my commentating, which would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that would be good.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'll try. I mean, we should, for people who don't know, we should clarify that the basic theme of our channel is that you teach me Netrunner, and I teach you Arkham Horror. So I suspect my role in this commentating will be asking more questions than making assertions, but I'll try and do a bit of both.
I think you've come a long way since we started our channel. I think you know more than you give yourself credit for.
Thank you. That's nice of you to say so. We'll find out. Today we'll find out for the next 7 hours. How much does Dave know about Netrunner?
I mean, I will say this. You're going to know more by the end of the day than you do now.
Yeah, I think so. Now is also a good time to say, please do tell us in chat if we are getting things wrong. We won't always be right. Sometimes we will misread cards. We're going to be reading cards live. I particularly am going to be very weak on cards that have been reprinted by NSG, but people are playing the original FFG art. My goodness, I'm going to be bad at that. So please do tell us. Even if you think we're getting it right, we'd love to hear that too, or any thoughts you have. The chat's open in my computer window, so do contribute. What else do we need to cover before the things kick off? I think it looks, from what I can see on my screen, that we're moving towards things beginning.
I would expect so. What did we say? How many rounds did we say it was going to be?
I think not yet. He said it was going to be 4 rounds of double-sided Swiss, then a cut of the top 4. But I think that Cobrabubbles will be deciding about the size of the cut during the day, so that's not a given. That's my understanding.
4 rounds of double-sided Swiss is healthy. Like I am quite worried about going to Worlds and doing. I think it's meant to be like 10 rounds of double. I just don't think I'm going to be able to do that. Like it's so much Netrunner. I think
it is a lot. What did I start listening to? I started to listen to the QTM podcast. I mean, basically, I've been binging Netrunner content since I came back to the UK at the start of September, so that I was a bit more familiar with things. And I started listening to QTM, which is great. Lovely queer testing group and now podcast. But yeah, someone there was talking about doing a 2-day tournament and how they basically had one day of good Netrunner in them and then crashed and burned in a big way on the second day.
Like there's a part of me, I kind of made a decision a while ago. I was like, I'm going to try and day 2 because I'm real good at Netrunner. And at the time I was thinking like that, I was real good at Netrunner. And I think if I'd been, if I was going to play in Worlds in the meta as it was then, I would have a real chance of day 2ing. I've not been I've not been grinding this meta a lot. I know how to play. I know the rules of Netrunner. Netrunner is a game I have played. I'm not like expert at it, and I don't expect to day 2 anymore. And there's a part of me that's really relieved about that because I just don't think I would have the stamina for it.
Yeah, I think you need to work up to it, or be an unusual person, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's part of the skill of organised play, and I think we are going to have a debate within Netrunner in general about moving to single-sided Swiss.
Yes.
And I think part of that debate needs to be that actually doing that makes it more accessible. Because at the end of the day, what do you want the competition to test? Do you want a competition to test how good a person is at Netrunner? Or do you want a competition to test how good a person is at concentrating for 10 hours? And like, you can argue that concentrating for 10 hours is like part of competitive play. You can argue that, and at the moment you would be correct, but I don't think it's what we should be testing for in competitive play. I think as much as possible, we should be focusing on, are you good at Netrunner, not can you concentrate for 10 hours.
Yeah, so it's because single-sided, you're just playing one game each round for immediately. I don't know the maths exactly, but you're almost halving the number of games you have to play as you progress through the competition. Could you remind me, I'm just showing my art here live on stream, but could you remind me what the timings are for double-sided Swiss?
For double-sided Swiss, I believe it's an hour and 5 minutes for both sides, which can be fine. You can have finished both games in 20 minutes and have 45 minutes to go and like have a cigarette and a coffee and a chat with your friends and come back and play another 20 minutes and it be fine. The problem comes when your game goes to time and your next game goes to time and your next game goes to time, as happened to me the other day, and it just absolutely exhausts you really quickly. Because this is a complicated game. This is a complicated game.
There are some arts for,
I guess like to play devil's
advocate
advocate against myself, you might argue it's a complicated game and being able to stay focused on the complexity of it is part of what we're testing. But I would say in response to that, like when they do the World Cup of football, they don't make you play like 5 games of football in a day. You can go, well, if you get tired, that's your fault. Like, because they recognise that wouldn't be a fair way to test those athletes' competitiveness.
I mean, anyone who has had any affinity with the England football team knows that the very, very worst thing in football is the penalty shootout when everyone's exhausted, everyone's miserable, no one's playing half as well as they were like 2 hours ago. It's grim. I mean, I think I am coming to this as a massive novice. Really, I have literally never played a Netrunner tournament in my life, but I feel drawn to single-sided Swiss because I found the gaming of double-sided slightly what's the word? Intimidating as a newcomer. the IDs and stuff. We've got some pairings up, and it looks like we've got IDs as well. So table 1, we've got Saxon versus David, no relation. Saxon's playing R+, and Ken. David's playing as Mariette, Tech, and Mercury. Table 2, we've got Oliver versus Ian. We've got the Oliver's playing the Outfit and Hoshiko. Ian's playing Wayland and Padma. Table 3, we've got Joe versus Toby. Joe is playing the Outfit and Sable. Toby's playing also the Outfit and Essa. Table 4, Sean versus Bart. Sean's playing HB Precision Design and Dow. And Bart's playing Ob and Essa. Table 5 is Chay versus Alex. Chay's playing Asa Group and Arissana. Yay. And Alex is playing the Outfit and Essa. Table 6 is Tom versus Matono. And Tom is playing Teia and Arissana. And Matono is playing the Outfit and Essa. Table 7 is Ben versus Frieden. And Ben's playing Ob and Essa, and Frieden's playing Ob and Essa. Hey, that's going to be a fun one to. I guess it's about choose which one we get to watch, can we? Like they do on when they're doing JNet commentary. But yeah, the Ob versus Essa grudge match is going to be a fun one. And CJ's got a bye, and CJ's playing Teia and Mercury. So I think every ID that we have seen in the Autonomous Initiative is representative today. Is that right?
I think so. I don't have the same details on my screen as you do. So I'm.
That's interesting.
I'm just hearing through. Is that who we're going to see? Chay and Alex, table 5.
Chay and Alex, table 5. That I believe so. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. That's a lot more Essa than I was expecting today. Maybe because I've been out of the meta for a little while, but like.
No, I'm surprised by that as well. I'm
Thrilled by that. I'm really good with Essa. If Essa turns out to be good at the moment, then maybe I'll dump. Arissana's lovely, but she's so complicated to play that I just feel like she's a bit of a nightmare to take to Worlds. Whereas Essa is like, take 1 core damage per turn. Play Testushka if you can.
If I can manage one thing I would like to manage in this meta is getting my head around Arissana, because she looks amazing, but my goodness, I am slightly scared of playing her. Tamijo's joined us in the chat and is saying IDs and 2-for-1s are overcomplicating things. You can just play, but there's also IDs in single-sided Swiss, so it doesn't actually solve that problem. Granted, and thanks for the info. A double-sided Swiss gets you more overall games of Netrunner, which is nice. Yeah, there's pros and cons to both sides. The NSG podcast had a really good chat interview with Sanguine about this, I think. That was really worth people's time. Tamijo also points out Epiphany is missing, so that's the one ID that was printed in the latest release that isn't being represented today.
Which I've not seen a lot of in or out of competitive play.
No.
I think it's another complex one to play, and I think that playing it live, having to remember what the top 3 cards of your deck were the whole time is a big ask.
It is, isn't it?
Tamijo is absolutely right. I think the argument fundamentally comes down to, do you want to play more Netrunner or less Netrunner on a competitive play day? And for some people, the answer is genuinely less. Like, genuinely, I can't do that amount of Netrunner, and it's not fair for you to ask me to.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Okay, we're starting to see the table. So that's we are seeing Chay and player 2. I guess we'll get player 2's name up in a second. I think we've been told we just said who it was. So let's just double check. Chay and Alex.
Yeah. I'm still seeing the dashboard on my screen, Dave. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've got, this is Asa versus Essa, the two names that it's very easy to get confused.
Yeah. our wonderful NB Anarch. One of my favourite IDs. It was the ID I played almost exclusively throughout the last meta, and I presume is coming up first because everyone knows that I will know it very well.
Essa, I mean, Essa is. I've got lots. I have played a bit of Essa. Essa was a lot of fun to play.
It's a lot of fun to play.
I think one of the resounding successes from the last cycle in terms of IDs and also just a mechanic that was really fleshed out and really strong.
When I tell people about the game of Netrunner, Essa is often the ID that I describe to them purely because, like, saying, we've got someone who's a non-binary anarcho eco-insurrectionist whose entire thing is like destroying their own body to do damage to the corporation and is like incredibly metal about it. I find that like
I mean, it's just a series of good things, isn't it? What you just said.
It's all killer, no filler.
Yeah, I think one of the things is like, I mean, really glad to see Essa seeing some top competitive play, and it does, you know, she has been not as represented as she seems to be today, but she has been represented in most of the high level competitive play I've been like trying to crib from. So that's really nice. But I think she's also, like you're suggesting, a really good ID for somebody starting out, because you're just wrecking the corp's plans, right? You're just going in there and making their cards, taking their cards out from the stack that they can play from and chucking them in the bin.
Yeah,
which is it's such a disruptive play style that although there's, as with all IDs, there's nuance to playing Essa well. It's, if you don't quite know what you're doing, you're still going to cause that disruption and cause that mess to the corp.
So Chay I presume using their Acer ability there to create a remote server and cover HQ. I noticed that they put down ice first and then went, hang on a moment, and put down whatever the card is in the server first. I suspect that means that card is an agenda, because Acer's text says that you can only install a non-agenda card as the kind of bonus action. So you often have to order things in not even a non-optimal way, but you have to think about how you order things so you don't create an illegal state.
I feel that's a really interesting tell from Assa play that I haven't quite got my head around.
I've done it a few times on JNet where I've had to be like, sorry, take that click back.
Yeah,
and then it's incredibly obvious what you've done.
Yeah.
What's this person's name? Player 2. Could you remind me of their what?
We had Chay. Oh, they've both become player 1 and player 2. We had Chay and Alex, I think. I'll double check. Chay and Alex, just also, I think one of us used the incorrect pronoun for Essa. It's she, not she. I'm not sure which of us that was, but apologies.
Sure. I certainly made an effort to say G, but I might have mispronounced it.
I, at one point, realised that I didn't know how to verbally pronounce S's pronoun. I remembered that it was not an uncommon one, but not what it was. So that may have been me.
I've been saying it Z, as if it's spelled with a Z. In any case, Z, it has currently got a botulus on their remote. I didn't see what was in that remote, sadly. But it looks like
me neither.
Run it and got rid of it.
Is that sort of cards go off to the side in the bin? Oh, there's an agenda. Stegodon. Yeah,
it's a Stegodon.
So S has told the Stegodon.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what happened. That was a I don't know quite what that card down by archives was, but anyway, there's a discarded card now.
So Essa has just installed Ghost Tongue.
Yeah, and taken a core damage. Looked like a Raindrops Cut Stone was hit by the core damage.
Yeah, which is always a shame. I love that card. It's beautifully designed. having like a high. What do I want to say? A high floor and a high ceiling. Like if you play it well, it can be amazing, and if you play it badly, it's it's all right, fine.
I'm just going to request a slight change to the screen share that we're watching.
Yeah, it might be nice if it was a little bit bigger.
Yeah. So SS10 starting, the viruses are charging up.
Yeah, they've already got. Is that 3 or 4 counters? I think it's only 3 counters on that fermenter, but still, fermenter's such a powerful card. It's going to be very, very difficult without a virus, which you would expect an Acer deck to be playing 1 or 2 of. But without that virus, it's going to be very, very difficult to keep S's economy down during this game. Spin Doctor. I don't know if I would have res that Spin Doctor behind extremely porous ice, although it does seem to be protected with some sort of upgrade, which might be a virus.
Yeah, there are 2 face downs, right? So if the Spin Doctor needs to pop, then at least it's not going to get wasted. There we go. There's the pop.
He's popped it right away.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's a lot easier for us to see. Thank you. Yeah, so that was a run on that remote server. They popped the Spin Doctor. The Managum Skunkworks, it looks like, in that server is also gone. And here we go. Chastushka, Boomerang and Chastushka.
Yeah.
This is going to be a big old turn. The Corp only on 3 credits. They're wondering, do I res or whatever this is?
This is classic Esser, isn't it?
It's classic Esser.
All over the place. So I thought that the Esser stole the Stegodon, but it does look now that
it's been
maybe
scored.
Chay scored it out. So we missed that. Apologies.
Yeah, that does look that way.
If Chay has gone to the trouble of scoring out a Stegodon, I am going to make a prediction that we're going to see a Ablative Barrier in this deck.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be at all surprised that actually that ice underneath the Botulus is an Ablative Barrier.
Yeah, that would explain why they've not been resing it. Because they want to wait for that threat 3.
Yeah. And I think it didn't get resed at a time when there was 1 or 2 counters on the Botulus, so it's presumably an ice that doesn't have lots of subroutines, and Ablative is an ice that doesn't have lots of subroutines, and also you don't want to res until you get the threat text on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's absolutely. I do love this game. It's absolutely wild. Look at S board state. It's like nothing there. It's just like Ghost Tongue and nothing.
I mean, to be fair, it's Ghost Tongue and a Botulus and a Boomerang.
Oh yeah,
Stranded Boomerang.
To be fair, the board state is mostly on the Corp side. Yeah.
Yeah. So fully operational being it will fire twice there because they've only got the 1 valid remote for it, but still that
it's choose 2 each time it fires, isn't it? Is that right?
You can draw 2 or gain 2.
Yeah.
And then you repeat that for each remote that you has both ice and something in it.
Yes.
So
but it costs to play.
It costs 1 credit to play.
Yeah,
so that's a 3 credit play they've just made, which isn't amazing, but it's also sometimes that's what you need to do. Sometimes you fire a planogram for 3.
Yeah. And having a cheap card that you can play to get 3 is often, just enough.
Yeah. Looks likeEssa's taking on this remote again,
Yeah,
and
there's
Shay's
the
thinking
decision,
about
isn't
it.
there? Are we going to see
Yeah.
the res here? It's not an
Finally,
ablative
there's more.
barrier. Can you see what that is? There's a lot of glare on that.
I can't. There's a huge amount of glare on that card.
It's blue. There's some blue in the art. I can tell you that much.
It doesn't look like a magnet, although it does look
No,
like
there looks
it
like a
costs
sort of
3.
blue cloud, a blue sort of mushroom cloud type shape. I don't think it's a mushroom cloud.
Oh, it is an anemone. That will be why they're.
Yeah,
Do you know what? I genuinely thought that looks like an anemone, and I was like, that you wouldn't happen. Okay, so that's interesting. What this deck is doing is, with its Stegodons, it's saying, I'm going to de-res stuff that has amazing on-res effects.
Yeah.
Like an enemy.
Yes.
Now, an enemy might not be your. Oh, that looks like
Rashida being accessed and
the bin,
trashed.
and that is a Mavirus, which, it's a shame to lose those tokens, I guess, but you're probably only going to break this once a turn anyway. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
At least you know where it is now. At least now it's not going to surprise you.
Yeah. It's not seeing a virus when the only virus cards you've got on the table is Botulus is not the end of the world, is it?
It's not the end of the world, especially when you've got a Botulus on a 1 subroutine piece of ice.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I like the idea of this deck. I like it a lot. I think you're right. We're still going to see some ablative barriers at some point, but presumably we're going to just see a bunch of. I doubt that it's going to have tag punishment in it. Otherwise, I'd love to see a ping in an ablative barrier deck.
Jessica, have I got the deck for you? I'm going to distract us from commentating on this really interesting game, but I theory crafted a series of decks when I was in China and couldn't actually play Netrunner, and one of them had both ping and an enemy in it, and Stegodon. No idea if it was any good. Hopefully Chay has a cool refined deck. It'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Bankar coming down.
Yep.
And now, what's that breaker that we can see at the top? I do recognise that flowery symbol.
It's Ika.
Yeah.
It's a killer, a sentry breaker. It's also a Trojan. Not that that matters a lot in this matchup. It could matter in terms of Magnet being a nasty card for it. But yeah, it's quite an expensive killer. I'm not 100. I think the reason Essa likes to play this killer is because it's expensive to use, but it's also 0 credits to get down. It's not like Numb or something where it sits in your hand until you're comfortable dropping 8 credits or whatever it is on.
Yeah. I mean, Essa you just can't have stuff that sits in your hand. It goes. It's so attritional, the play.
Yeah.
If you want to have something and keep something, you need to get it out of your hand super quick. Otherwise, you're not playing the game. You're not getting your ID ability if you're avoiding getting core damage. And
I personally thought Essa was dead when the bin breakers rotated, but the amount of Essa we've seen in the lists suggests that I am wrong, and that's absolutely fine. I'm happy to be wrong.
It's fun being wrong. You learn so much.
So Shay's doing exactly the right thing here, creating more remotes that Essa may have to go and challenge, which will allow them to de-res that an enemy and get this engine they want to.
Of course, yeah.
And of course, the issue now is that if they get a second Stegodon off, or indeed if there's so many useful things they could have in that remote. They could have a second Stegodon in that remote, which 2 Stegodons is 1 Stegodon's bad, 2 Stegodons is so horrible, so horrible.
Yeah.
Because if I remember rightly, and chat, please do correct me if I'm about to talk some nonsense. I think like both fire on a single piece of ice being derezzed, and then you can do that twice in a turn. I think that's how that works.
That's my expectation. I think it's the first time a turn, but they would both fire. I mean, again, this again is from my theory crafting rather than having played with it. So I would be interested to know if that's the case.
I think that they both fire both times, but that's my. I've not played with the Stegodon deck. Maybe I should. Marrow's down, by the way, so that's exciting.
Also, you're right. Whenever a run begins, Stegodon. Yeah.
But it also says use this ability only once per turn. But I think that applies per copy of the card.
Yes.
So you could use the first one's ability once per turn, and then the second one's ability once per turn.
Yeah.
But the first part of the text applies to both of them. She said confusingly.
Yes. Yeah. That makes sense. God,
So
that's brutal.
Yeah,
that is brutal.
I've not played a Stegodon deck. I have conceded a game against the Stegodon former carry deck where I was just like, I'm really sorry, this is horrible. They'd scored out 3 Stegodons, and it was just like every time I tried to run a server, they would derez 3 former carries and res them in my face. Or, derez one, res it, derez the next one, res it, and every time all of my breakers were like -6. So I had to take the damage. Admittedly, you can just take that damage. That's an option that's available to you. But it got to the point where I was like, I can't win this, and I'm not having fun losing it.
Yeah, I lost a game to that text on Stegodon that I didn't pay enough attention to the first bit, because the second bit's really exciting, right? Derezzing cards. Well, derezzing cards is quite boring, but getting to res them again, my goodness, that's fun. But
Finality here. So we're doing a core damage and sabotaging 2 straight off the top. That's just some very interesting things about HQ. Do we have agendas in there? Do we have combo pieces in there? That looks like Steelskin Scarring going to the damage. Alex got to be happy about that. And now we're running R&D, and we're seeing the top 4 cards. No steal, no trash. No steal, no trash. He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
No steal, no trash.
That's another Stegodon.
It's another Stegodon, which admittedly probably doesn't contribute to Chay's scoring plan for the game, but you wouldn't want a second one of them scored.
No, absolutely not.
And Alex probably does need one of them to win.
Yep, you need an odd number.
Yeah.
That's the final count on the Nuka going, I think, and Nuka getting discarded.
I've got such a soft spot for Dr. Nuka. Like, it's not a very interesting card, but I love it. I don't know why.
She seems like a nice lady. That's what I think about Dr. Nuka. Yeah.
It's just like an inoffensive draw some cards.
Yeah.
Draw some cards. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to draw some cards. At the time of my choosing, don't feel speedy about it. I'm not Diesel.
I think it's the knitted jumper that she's got on. I think that is very winsome.
Yeah.
So, and now the name of that breaker is on the tip of my tongue. That's the breaker from the last set. Shibboleth. Yeah.
Interesting choice. It's good at this part of the game, but I think
worse later.
It's garbage later, and you've got Buzzsaw in faction for 1 more credit. And I guess Buzzsaw is garbage against anything that's more than strength 3.
Is it a criminal card? Am I right about that?
It is a criminal card.
Yeah. I guess that it is very cheap to get down. And as previously discussed, when you're playing SD, you do want to get it's 1.
Is it only 1?
Yeah.
I thought it was 3.
No. So that's probably what lies behind that decision.
Yeah, I think that cheap breakers that you can get out of your hand whenever you need to is smart play for Essa.
Yeah.
Especially in an Essa deck like this that's playing Bankar, and is expecting to take a bunch of net damage at various different points.
Yeah, and I guess that's an adaptation for the post bin breaker age, isn't it? You can't rely on being able to get them back if they get trashed. So my goodness, get them out and on the table.
Alex picking his Vanguard target, which is this second remote.
Yeah. So we've got 2 iced remotes with unresed ice on them, and then 1 naked remote with an unresed something in the root.
So that looks to me like Alex
played Strike Fund, I think.
Nika, and then played a Strike Fund. Yeah. Getting the hang of this. We are getting the hang of this.
Well. Some thinking time here.
Yeah, it's a tricky game.
I tell you what I miss about not being on JNet is not being able to immediately see how many cards someone has in their stack.
Yeah.
Particularly with sleeved cards, it's just very hard to read, and obviously doesn't really compare to just having a number. But if from that anemone, at least, there's a interest in doing damage on the corp side, and S is going to be cycling through S's deck quite quickly. So this may come down to how many cards there are in the stack.
Last meta I played a Keeling Prana deck, and you did want to know a lot of the time how many cards are left in the stack. But I found that when you asked people that, they gave you a really dirty look. So Running Heart been played here. We lost a Ghost Tongue to the damage, and something else is on top, but I missed that play.
So there's a third breaker down, right?
Yeah, we've got a Corroder down. So they've got their full suite now, if you can call it that. It's with the exception perhaps of Corroder, this is expensive stuff to use. Actually, Shibboleth's all right for now, but Shibboleth's not going to be all right for very long. We're going to get to threat 3 before too long. Possibly even this turn. Looks like we're about to see an off-world. Oh, and something we've missed because it's slightly covered by the overlay is there's a Wage Workers rezzed in an unprotected remote.
That was the naked remote. So in that case, Chay's last turn was to advance, res Wage Workers, then the 4th advance.
Yeah, which is huge. That Shibboleth now is much more expensive to use. Shay's got 10 credits. Shay's solved their econ issues by and large. Okay, it looks like we're seeing another finality here. The question is 5 credits going to be enough to get through whatever this ice is? If I'm
Sealskin,
Alex has been very lucky with those.
Alex may have had another Strike Fund in hand and been hoping to get that whacked with the core damage.
So actually 4 credits were on, I'm seeing from the overlay.
Yes.
Shay, it's giving Shay a lot to think about. Now the ice I want it to be. Oh, it's a Formicary.
Yes. Okay, so that's the decision, isn't it? Do you res your Formicary in situ or wait for it to be redeployable?
That's not the ice I would want it to be, because I can, if I'm Essa. Oh, that was very nearly.
that's a spare marrow gone down. Fine.
Yeah, Chay nearly took 3 cards out and had a game loss there.
The third Stegodon.
That looks to be the third Stegodon. Actually, not a huge help.
There's a Managarm there, I can see.
Yeah, which they're choosing not to trash.
That's an Urtica cipher, if I recognise it correctly.
Is that really an Urtica cipher? My God. What
It
is
is,
this
right?
deck trying to... I think so.
That's what it looks like to me.
What is this deck up to? I mean, trying to kill the runner, clearly. But,
Yeah.
like, I've not seen... I guess there is some sense in having an Urtica cipher in ESSA because it's sort of free to install because you're probably installing something else at the same time.
Yeah. I guess with an enemy, Urtica is it's a kill combo, right? You've got an unrested enemy and an Urtica.
Yeah, but like all traps, it's like, did they run it?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna. Once you start advancing something in a weird way, which you almost do with stuff like Urtica, like you'll advance it twice, and I'll go, oh, okay, that's an Ikawa project or whatever.
Yeah.
That's a shame I can't get it this turn. Next turn, you weirdly advance it 3 more times and don't score it, at which point I'm like, maybe it's a clearinghouse.
Yeah, but if the runner's got 5 cards in hand, a double advanced Urtica plus an enemy is a kill, right?
Yeah, you are gambling that is what I guess late game it might be what they do, but it's such a hard thing to. If they're not expecting it, you can maybe get away with it, but you've got to calculate the situation where it doesn't just look like a trap. Like, you don't want to play it in a unprotected remote. You've actually got to play it in a situation where the runner might think it's an agenda. Yeah, I think it's, and you're assuming that they won't, as they have here, see it in the deck.
Yes.
At which point most of your plan like falls apart.
Yeah.
I guess when they see it in the deck, you start following the other thing you can do, just be like, you actually do just double advance an Ikawa project naked and be like, it's, or behind an enemy and be like, do you want to come and take 5 net damage?
Yeah.
Okay, installing something in this remote, using the acid trigger by the looks of it.
I'm not nearly good enough at counting cards to know whether that's likely to be the Managam that we just saw in that R&D run.
I don't think so. I think it was lower down, and I feel... Oh, I thought we saw a Spin Doctor go off, but we didn't. I think it's 1 lower down. Okay, Alex is running... No, Alex has chosen that remote as their banker for this turn.
I'm surprised that Alex hasn't gone for the wage workers already. I think that
would
be a pretty high priority, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And you might also worry that it could be iced up later.
Yeah.
Is that another finality we just saw?
It looks a bit like it. Yeah, it does look like it. I feel like... Was there a shuffle? I feel like we did see a shuffle, but I don't know why. Okay, they're breaking.
In Formatory, yeah. You need to with what looks like 2 cards in hand, right?
Yeah. 2 cards, presumably, they don't want to lose. I think this is a little bit of a mistake. I'm not sure. Okay, no, they are going in with 2 credits. Which means they can seal an Ikawa project. What's going on here? Yeah, I'm very confused. They seem to be going through archives.
Oh, Spin Doctor. There's a Spin Doctor
Oh, they
in
have
the remote.
done
There
a
we
Spin
go.
Doctor.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're going through archives to affect the agenda density of R&D.
Ah, yes, of course. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense.
I think I don't mind that much as Alex getting Spin Doctors off the board is good. Horrible. No. No agendas there, and presumably none off the top either, or they wouldn't have popped that Spin Doctor. Firing Dr. Nika there.
So,
I think. Was them firing Dr. Nika, right?
I think so, yeah. I was just trying to work out what, because we were slightly behind on grokking what was going on, but we're trying to work out what was getting shuffled back in then. So it looked to me like one face down and one fully operational.
Yeah, that sounds right. Fully operational would be a high priority for this sort of deck.
Yeah.
But presumably the face down was also a non-agenda, because otherwise it's a very weird time to pop that Spin Doctor.
Yes,
Right?
absolutely. I'm just thinking there's what looks to me now like quite a few face downs in archives. I was wondering whether we're going to see Alex run archives pretty soon. Like now. There we go.
Alex reading that almost as a bluff, saying, "I think you've left agendas in archives."
Yeah, I was just working up to that, and that's a good
Alex
read.
is
a very
correct.
good read.
Very
Yeah,
good read.
yeah.
So I think that's put Alex on 4 points now.
Yeah, 2 Stegodons and an off-world. Nice play, Alex. Well done.
Yeah,
that was very
Love
and
that.
nice play, Chay as well. Really,
Yeah.
really clever.
Really clever. Sadly, not rewarded.
Yeah,
but I think Alex has got to be feeling pretty good about that read. So we're on 4 and 3 points respectively.
Yeah, I wonder whether one of the
I
wonder whether one of the other cards in the remote that now does have 2 cards in its route is a Spin Doctor.
They would have popped it just now to stop that.
Oh yes, of course. They could have just popped it on the archives run, couldn't they?
Yeah.
Once the bluff was called. Yeah, you're right.
What it might be, just possibly.
Tammy Joe said they ran archives without the click and 2 credits.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Was that their last click?
It's a bit hard to follow the clicks on this, but I guess so. Yeah. If
Okay, so that makes it sound a bit like maybe there's an Ikawa project in there that would win them the game.
If that's the case, that Spin Doctor bluff was one of the most 2 Ikawa in the bin.
It looks
oh my
like
goodness,
it
2 Ikawa in the bin.
Okay.
Not yet, he's telling us.
Amazing. So
So we've got an ice on archives now. So the Spin Doctor play then was out of desperation because there were so many agendas in the bin that there was no way to get them all back. Is that how we read that?
Yeah, and it does explain why they didn't find any agendas in R&D.
Yeah. That would explain it.
Firing fully operational on what looks to be the second click here.
Yeah.
Are they just taking money? If not, they're doing this the wrong way round. They are doing it wrong. Always draw first. You can make these decisions modularly. So if they took money, they drew, and they took money. In my opinion, that is the wrong way around because what you draw might change your decision. And even if you're like, it would never change my decision, draw first anyway, because the Hang on.
So that's
Sorry,
the end of the corpse. Go on, what are you going to say?
I was going to say that my cat just jumped on my keyboard and made everything disappear for a second, but I'm back now.
Glad to have you with us. Hello, Cat.
Thank you.
So what's the corpse play here? Feels like they're up against it.
I don't think there's anything that keeps the runner out of archives. Like an ablative barrier to pop a spin doctor in archives might do it.
There's the ablative barrier.
There's the ablative barrier. Because they have a spin doctor in archives. Otherwise, it's game anyway, right? Oh, they've got to actually. I mean, presumably they bank card archives, so they're going to have the money to steal.
Right. Yes, that would make sense. Yeah. Yeah.
Nope. There we go.
There we go.
What a game!
That was a really fun game. That was quite something. We're at almost exactly halfway through time.
Yeah. Hello, Chay. I'm not sure if he's looking at us or looking at someone who's come to talk to us. Talk to him.
Yeah. That was loads of fun.
It was.
So they'll tidy up and then swap sides. I do not at all remember what the other IDs these two players were playing. Let me just see if I can grab a link to Cobra AI. How would you pronounce it?
I would say Cobra AI.
Cobra AI. I will also just see. Will I be able to find that through Worsby running? No, it doesn't look like it.
Oh, that's why we've been looking at different things, because I was on Cobra AI already.
Ah, there we go.
But I think you've got the link there, don't you?
Yeah. So that's table 5, Chay and Alex, and how do we see what everyone's playing? So we're going to see the outfit versus Arissana. Chay playing Arissana and Alex playing the outfit.
Exciting. So 2 of my favourite IDs, or favourite runner IDs in these first 2 games. I love to see some Arissana.
Yeah, that's going to be loads of fun.
I'm interested to see. So Shay's obviously like, as much of a desperation play as it was, I do love that play of leaving all of those agendas in archives and just making it look like there's nothing in there. Like, I love it.
That was very cool. That was very, very cool. It certainly had me going.
Yeah.
Both of these players have got cool playmats, and I wonder if you know where they might have got them from. There's a banner playmat, which looks like a circuit opener. Must be this year's circuit opener, because that's a Autonomous Initiative card. And then an Orca one.
Pretty cool playmat. An Orca one, which presumably is last cycles.
Yes. But I think it's an Orca playmat is one of the prizes for this tournament, right? So presumably both of these have placed well in. These guys have placed well in a tournament to have those 2 playmats.
Yeah, you would think so.
I'm just going to step away momentarily before this game kicks off, and I'll be back with you in 2 or 3 minutes.
I'll try and keep us up to date. So did we say it's the outfit on Alex's side? I've realised, of course, there's no one to reply to me now. It's a rhetorical question at this point. Chay saying he doesn't need to see the cut. But Alex, not so trusting. Alex does want a cut. Sorry, Edge. Okay, yeah, those bits at the bottom are the wrong way around. People running the overlay. Chay should be on the left and Alex should be on the right. So I've been an outfit player from time to time. I'm not sure how strong they are at the moment. I think outfit is very draw dependent at the moment. But I mean, you could say that of any deck in any meta. It's always draw dependent. But I think particularly the outfit right now. There we go. No, we don't.
Where do we go?
The overlays are completely back to front, but that's okay. Like, I can use my brain to remember how things work.
Yeah. Are they swapping sides?
It looks like we are going to fix that issue.
Yes. Yeah.
Some
make the people bend to fit the computer's priorities. That is an appropriate thing to do in a Netrunner tournament. Excellent.
Hang on, I'm gonna have to disappear for 30 seconds. So
yeah, no worries. Cool. I hope that everyone can now see the players. I wish I just heard what Jessica said about the outfits, because it sounded, I caught the very end of it and it sounded interesting. Looks like we've got an alt art of the outfit here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, look, showing it for the stream. Does that mean they can hear us? Loving the play so far, guys. This is a really tough matchup for the outfit because, as I understand it, Arissana can use bad publicity to play cards during runs. So she has an additional boost from running against someone who's got bad pub. Okay, we've got an ice on HQ. So I'm thinking about what's happening here. I wonder what that thing is there moving around. Tamijo again with the extra information. The ID alt art is made by the same person who has made the additional spin dots and regolith prizes. Thanks, Tamijo. Something unprotected gone into the remote.
Hey, I am back.
Hooray! We've just had the corpse first turn. I'm a bit confused because I've seen two things gone down, but I can't see what the third click may have been.
So I'm guessing the third click was too big to fail, as they're on 15 credits.
Ah, those are 10s. That would be it. Yep, there we go. Oh yeah. I'm actually just poking out from underneath the overlay. I can see the discard pile. Oh, looks like not yet. It's asked Chay to move the Alex to move the archive so that we can see everything. Thank you very much.
I'm not going to lie, it feels good to be able to infer what the card in archives is from the rest of the board state without having to actually see the card. That's a good feeling.
Yeah, amazing work. This is these are the kind of skills that got us both on the stream. You deservingly, me maybe less so. Okay, the runner is playing Kuban. Is that the name?
Cuban.
Kuban.
It's how I've been pronouncing it. I said that with a lot of confidence, as if I know, but I do not. That's how I've been pronouncing it. There goes a spin doctor. Hang on, is this a run on HQ? I can't. Presumably not. Presumably this is a run on archives that they've just used. I'm very confused about why a spin doctor has been popped at this point. Unless it was that they...
Did they run spin doctor? So there was a unprotected cardinal remote. So I guess they
that would make sense. And of course, they don't have to install the Cuban on the remote they're running. They can do exactly what they've done, which is install it on HQ.
Right. Yeah. Hedge fund coming down from Alex.
Yeah. What were the other 3 clicks for Arissana then?
I don't know.
Because there's no.
Was there some drawing? No, I think we can just, again, slightly behind the overlay. I think we can see a heap with cards in it, but I can't make out what they were. Maybe cards were played.
One would assume so, but it's
a card game. It's a safe bet.
It's a card game. Well, my big predictions about today is that
cards will be played.
Cards will be played.
You heard it here first, folks. Hot takes from Jessica.
Lily pad coming down.
Nice.
Going down to 2 credits, which can't feel good, but maybe they've got a creative commission in hand. And obviously, exciting to get that free card draw if you can make it work every time. Going down to 1 credit. With the similar chip out there. Which, of course, they can fire on the corpse turn to get that extra card draw. But at the moment, you wouldn't want to.
No, you really wouldn't. What's that in the bin? Is that a slap handle?
Slap handle. I don't know why there's a slap handle in the bin. Presumably, they played Diesel at some point during their first turn and have had to discard at the end of the turn.
That would make sense, yeah. That would make sense. And the symbol chip can presumably recur the slap handle.
Yeah. If they wanted to.
If they wanted to, and if they had another program to trash.
Yes, which they do at the moment. They've got a Cuban if they want to trash it. Cuban, I would, in most board states, rather have a Cuban on the table than slap handle. If I'm Chay right now, I'm really hoping to find my urban art vernissage because that's the core of my econ package. It's the core of pretty much every. It's the core of every Arissana econ package that I've seen. I've not seen a decent Arissana deck that doesn't play it. It's a very, very strong card. The question mark is whether you also play environmental testing or whether you think that's a little bit too greedy. Environmental testing is one of those cards that is a little bit feast or famine. But in these decks, I think it usually pays for itself. It comes down to an ordering thing. Did you find Urban Art Vernissage and a nice cheap program early on to just keep getting yourself a free 2 credits per turn?
Yeah.
Which is amazing. And then you can sometimes put down environmental testing free and pop it really fast. Arissana can be so rich.
Yeah. I do just love the Arissana environmental testing synergy. I really, really like it when a card is like slightly overlooked because it's a bit under the curve, and then something comes out that just really meshes with it so well.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Okay,
Another
so
Spin
that's
Doctor?
another Spin Doctor being run. I think Arissana's missed her window if we're at the point of rezzing that, though. She's missed her window to do an Arissana. Assuming that they don't, if they don't pop it, I think she's got another window. Otherwise, they pop it and the server ceases to exist and the run ends.
Right.
But it looks like she didn't have anything she wanted to play that turn anyway, which isn't surprising. She's on 1 credit. I keep
Yes.
saying she rather than he. Chay is a he. Arissana is a she.
Yeah.
I should probably refer to the player rather than the admittedly beloved runner.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really interesting. That's I've forgotten how to pronounce it. A Pikachu?
Ah.
The one that gives you an extra click. I generally consider it to be the most important card in an Arissana deck, apart from maybe Conduit or Deep Dive if that's what you're going for, because it enables so much bullshit. Just like, oh, this is horrific. Okay, they've big dealed out an Atlas project with 2 counters on it.
Wow.
Admittedly, they've gone down very, very low on credits in order to do that. And
So what was the play pattern there? That big deal is that 4 counters?
Yeah.
So it's big deal, advance, score. That was Alex's turn that time.
So it was advance, play big deal because it's a double. And it also ends your turn immediately.
Right.
So you can't do it the other way around. But like the sort of thing which I've fallen afoul of on JNet, where you have to you do your big stupendous play and then have to undo click and you do it slightly less stupendously.
So did the Atlas have 1 advancement token on already then? Is my question.
Yeah. But it didn't at the start of the turn. So it adds 4 counters.
Yeah.
It must have been installed, and then I guess it was advanced once, and then they big dealed. But I could be talking absolute gibberish. Let's check it.
No, you're not talking gibberish. It's me failing to understand that it's a 3-2, not a 4-2. That's what's going on here. Fine. So that looks like a run on HQ.
It does, which is exactly what I would do at this point, and hope that they can res, and then at least you can get some money. This is a real kind of win fast or lose. They've got maybe 3-4 turns to win from here with those Atlas counters. The only kind of redeeming quality of this board state for Chay is that Alex might need to use one of those Atlas counters to go and find another too big to fail. After that, almost all they need to do is wait. Let me stop myself from talking nonsense. Do we know how much bad publicity they're on? They're on presumably 1 right now.
Yeah. Where would that have come from? I can't see. It's not tracked anywhere. From too big to fail.
I think they're tracking it with like a little counter on their ID.
Gotcha.
And indeed, we could see that Shay's got a little counter in front of them. So
they were handing that backwards and forwards at the start of the match, and while you were out, and I was wondering what it was.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll be it.
I think Chay might have forgotten that they can spend that to install their lovely, lovely Trojans.
There is, as previously discussed, a lot to track in this game.
There is,
but yeah, I was mentioning at the beginning that Outfit versus Arissana is nice for Arissana because you've got free Trojan bucks from the bad pub.
Like they've trashed picture cow, whatever you call it, which they could have installed for free on one of those runs, and not just for free in terms of clicks and free in terms of credits. So that cannot be the correct play. But yeah, that looks like another too big to fail.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Okay, yeah, that's too big to fail. They're bringing back in with their Spin Doctor. I assume, out of.
Do you recognise the other card?
That looks like a pivot to me. Which is,
yes, it does.
Again,
Yeah.
The stack.
Yeah, that's a card that surprised me from this set. I don't know why I overlooked it, but my goodness, it's really powerful.
Yeah.
And
a late game closer. There's a reason it's got a trash cost on it.
Yeah. And it does a similar work to the Atlas counters, which is it's just, well, obviously it's being shuffled back in. It's not available to Alex now, but yet another way to rustle up surprises and do something nasty that the runner doesn't like. So let's put ourselves in Chay's shoes. You are on 6 credits, don't have a breaker suite really yet.
Yeah, I don't know what I will say what I wouldn't be doing, and I don't mean to be a bitch here, what I wouldn't be doing is installing a daily cast, which appears to be what they've done.
That's the card at the bottom. That's a FFG art print of daily cast, is it?
I think it's going to take too long to pay off. And by the time you have all of those credits, the game's going to be borderline over. I think what you need to be doing is...
We've got an overclock coming down. Well, overclock being played, I should... Oh, no, that's discarding at the end of the turn.
Yeah. It's not looking good for Chay. I will say that. They've scored a hostile takeover.
Yeah.
They've sorted out their credit situation, very much so. They are presumably, I would guess, now on 3 bad pub, which is 1 away from the crucial number that they want.
I wonder if it's if it's 2 actually. There's square counters at the top of above the runner's credits. One got added when the that agenda was scored.
Okay. I thought they'd played another too big to fail, but I might have not been following the.
Yeah, I think that came up when the hostile takeover got scored.
Okay, well that gives a little bit more time. From Alex's point of view, there are 2 ways of playing this. They can't too big to fail right now, which is the easiest way to get bad publicity, which means that they've kind of they've either got to find more hostile takeovers and score those, which is fine, you can do that, or they've got to get Arissana to run their ice, which has gained bad publicity written on it. From my experience, that ice is a lot more porous than it used to be. I'm trying to remember the name of the new bad pub code gates that only ends the run if you've got more credits than the runner. That one quickly becomes extremely porous because it counts bad pub credits towards that total. And if you're giving the runner 4 or 5 bad pub every time,
chat in chat, it's been pointed out that there's some question about whether the big deal got put into the bin when it should have been removed from game.
Oh, really?
Hopefully that won't have any effect on the play.
hopefully, it's technically an illegal board state, but it's the sort of thing I wouldn't expect a judge to come down too harshly on unless they try to shuffle it back in.
Yeah, the bad publicity is the green squares. We've had a confirmation from Yeti. Thanks for that.
2 is okay. Okay, it looks like someone's come over and said you need to take that out of your discard. Unless they're about to play another one. No, it looks like they're playing another one. Okay, so this is an SDS being scored with too big to fail. And it's what they got with one of those things is gotten with an Atlas counter. And it puts them on 6 points.
Yeah.
And 1 turn away from winning.
Yeah, we know there are hostiles in the deck, so that's a score from hand.
Yeah, that's a score from hand. If I'm Chay, the only reason I don't concede this right now is because I'm going to lose in a turn anyway. There's no point in not playing for another 2 minutes. It's a quick loss, at least. Also, you never know. You might find 7 points on the top of R&D. Stranger things have happened. It looks like they popped a symbol chip. Keep their Q-ban in play. Hitting R&D a bunch of times now is kind of the only way of winning. The other way you could win is you could steal all of the hostiles. Or you could at least delay loss if you stole all the hostiles.
Yeah,
but you've got to hit R&D. You've got to hit it a bunch of times, real fast, and unfortunately they can res whatever's on there, and you don't have. Oh, here we go. We've got a conduit down.
Okay,
So
yeah.
This is how you win if you are going to win this turn.
I was about to ask, have we had any hint of what multi-axis the runner could be on?
Yeah,
there's our hint. Not the most subtle hint I've ever had in my life, but it'll do. Do you know what the card is right at the end of the runner's board with a die with 3 pips on it?
It's an environmental testing.
There we go.
I cannot see that card.
No, neither.
Or whatever it was, no steel, no trash. Presumably this is a trebuchet on R&D that it's not being rezzed. Because that would cost 7 credits to res, and they have only got 6 at the moment.
No, they've got 1 credit. If the overlay's correct, they've got 6 agenda points.
Yep, you're right. I am reading that backwards. Thank you.
That's okay. So a card being trashed there.
Is a too big to fail.
That is a too big to fail.
So if they're on 1 credit, they cannot score out next turn.
No.
There's one of the regulatory captures.
Yeah, so you want that.
I don't think we're in much danger of going to time here. It's 2 turns. They need to get their credits together one way or another. Also, if it were to go to time, Alex definitely wins because Alex is on 6 points, or it's possibly a draw.
What's just happening here? That's an Atlas counter. That's an Atlas counter.
Yeah, to put an agenda in HQ.
There's an Audacity. That's the game.
That is the game.
Well played both.
Well played both. I didn't see that line, of course.
No. How much is Audacity to play?
0.
Right, there we go. That works. Yeah.
I mean, it's 0, but cards from hand. So
yeah. You're paying, but not in credits.
Yeah. And
that looks like Chay's pulling cards off their deck. So I guess they're having a conversation that Chay wasn't particularly happy with their draw this turn, which, that is a thing that can happen.
Yeah. it's very, very, very hard to win against an outfit that has scored 2 counter Atlas. It's almost impossible, I would say.
Yeah.
And the way to do it is to slam R&D like straight away, which Chay just didn't do.
Yes. Yeah. The if that conduit had come down a little bit earlier, it might have been rather different. Again, at a time when the corp was very poor.
Yeah, but I don't think they even finished off. They didn't finish paying off that daily cast.
They didn't know. You called that correctly. I think that had several pips on it when the game finished.
They were, frankly, and I'd say this with no disrespect to Chay, they were still kind of doing shaper setup bullshit at a time when it was like win in 2 turns or lose. Yeah.
It'd be interesting to hear what Chay thought about that game. I suspect that he might be thinking that the deck hadn't really had a chance to shine.
Yeah, I think that would be fair. And it's very, like a lot of shaper decks, it's slow to start up and then it hits you like a cannonball. And if you are still in startup mode when, as happened in this game, the corp says win now or don't, it can be hard psychologically to break out of but this gets me so much value in the long run kind of mode, because the long run, the future's not what it used to be.
Yeah,
you've got to get there now and make your value now if you're going to make it at all.
Yes, yeah. I did think that maybe we weren't seeing all of the clever Arissana timing points, which may be to do with the cards that Chay drew, or maybe to do with once you get into a stressful situation, it's easy to miss stuff.
Yeah,
I'm sure we all do it. Again, it would be interesting to know which of those two is more likely the case. One thing I can see is that both of these players seem to have stood up and not taken the playmats I was mentioning earlier with them. So
they may belong.
Maybe those are the prize playmats for this event.
They could be, couldn't they?
Yeah.
I really like that banner one. I've got a CO prize playmat, and while I would not like to look a gift horse in the mouth, I like this banner one even more.
It's a really good piece of art, isn't it? I mean, there's so much good art in the latest release. I mean, I am a sucker for people being on the streets confronting corporations. It's my jam. But even that aside, I think there's just such a lot of really good art.
Yeah, there really is.
So that's the end of the round. The timer says there's about 2 minutes left, so I think we're going to see another game pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. What time is it? Unless we're about to break for lunch, which is a possibility, which I wouldn't hate if it happened. I'm a hungry girl.
Yeah, I'm in favour of lunch. It's a good time most of the time. The standings don't seem to be up on Cobra AI just yet. Shall we just have another look at what everybody's playing?
I think it's Netrunner, but we can.
Well, tell you what. No, we do have the results for the tables. That's up under the pairings.
Let's do that.
So not table 1 we don't have yet, but table 2, Oliver and Ian appear to have one each.
Corpse flare.
Yeah. Oh, can you tell that? Oh, yes, that's the C in brackets. Gotcha. Table 3, Joe swept. Table 4, corpse split again. Table 5, that's what we've just been watching. Alex swept. Table 6, Tom swept. Table 7, Ben swept. And CJ still had a bye. So we're just waiting for the last game to complete and or be uploaded. But yeah, I said we were going to be looking at the who's represented. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 S's.
In a 15-person tournament, that's a lot.
It's a lot, isn't it? Yeah, 2 Mercuries, 2 Arissanas.
One very brave Captain Padma.
Well, good old Pat. I'm really glad to see that Captain Padma, despite having her little boat,
Ship sunk.
is still crusading. Also 1 Dao and 1 Sable and 1 Ken and 1 Hoshiko.
1 Hoshiko is a real surprise.
That is, yeah, good.
I don't know if that's people saying Hoshiko ain't shit without DreamNet, or if people are just bringing what they think will be fun.
Yeah.
I am so shocked to see this much ESSA, but maybe it's hotter at the moment than I thought it was. There's a part of me really wants to take Arissana to Worlds because of what I imagine are obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But a part of me is like, I know how to play ESSA. Like, it wouldn't take a lot for me to relearn how to play ESSA.
Yeah.
So we've had our friend Cobra has chimed in to say that ESSA is really big actually in the Norwich meta, and most people here are playing a deck called Anteater.
Yeah.
I'm very curious.
It's actually not Yeti masquerading as Cobrabubbles. Yeah. Thank you for the inside track info on the Norwich meta, not Yeti. Anteater. I'm going to see if I can find an Anteater, a deck named Anteater on the Netrunner DB. It's a good name.
It's a very good name. I do like the names that Netrunner decks have.
Okay, here we go. Our informant is being very modest and circumspect because I can exclusively reveal that Anteater is a deck credited to one not Yeti on the Netrunner DB. Yes, it is. Yeah.
They're all playing this amazing deck that's just taking Norwich by storm.
Apparently, Cobrabubbles and Not Yeti built it together, and it sounds like both of them and Frieden played it into the MEA Continentals. Frieden piloted it best and just missed the cut. Came to 33rd. It looks like. Interesting. So yeah, we saw the 2 Boomerang, we saw 3 Nuka. We didn't see a no free lunch, but that's in there. And we saw the Ika and Shibboleth. Cool. Yeah, it looks like Strike Fund is an important part of the deck. Interesting. Okay, so I wonder who we're going to see next.
Yeah, I wonder too. Or if we're going to have a little break.
Maybe. Who of these IDs that you can see, who would you most like to see?
I'd really like to see the Captain Padma, but that's out of a perverse curiosity about how on earth you're trying to make it work without it. I mean, I guess that there is other stuff that has power counters on it.
Yeah. Is there? So, I mean, the last time I looked at Padma and power counter economy, I was still playing startup. Are there good cards that work with the charge mechanic in standard?
So, I mean, there are plenty, right? There's Earthrise Hotel. You could get an infinite Earthrise Hotel.
Yeah, that's cool.
You can pop environmental testing quicker. You can do lots of. You can use air blades forever, which I suspect is probably what that Padma deck does. If I was making a Padma deck right now, I think it would be air blades plus Bankar to just have semi-infinite air blades. you could throw a what's that card called? Is it called Solidarity Badge? The card I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
You could throw that in there, get 1 token on it, and then again have like admittedly slightly less good card draw than Arissana would give you. Like there are options, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm just having a look on a DB. We do have our 2 players sitting down, so we will be having the next matchup imminently. It looks like. It looks like there are a smattering of cards, almost none of which I know, that were released pre. Oh no, it's just ordering by set, but by set name, not by release date. Let's have a look at that now. There is a respectable number of cards that have the text power counter on them.
Yeah.
Prior to Borealis.
Yeah.
I still don't know most of them.
I'm physically restraining myself from starting a conversation about endurance. I think we've all had that conversation too many times.
Yeah, we have. It's behind us now. We can move on.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks we've got our overlay up. That looked like it was CJ and someone.
Cool.
Okay, yeah, round 2. CJ and Joe. It looks like we've got.
Match.
Yeah.
Except it doesn't look like that. It looks like the overlay was wrong because that looks
Yeah.
like Teia that's in front of me, which actually was my second choice for what I'd like to see.
I think CJ's playing a Teia and Joe is playing Sable.
Sick.
Yeah, that's great. I think a Teia is a really interesting ID, and it's CJ's wearing a blue rosette, which is I hope they're not standing for elected office under the Conservative Party ticket.
Well, I mean, as you know, the Conservative Party has a huge following amongst Netrunner players. Admittedly, they're following it wielding a Molotov cocktail. I'm very curious what that is.
I sincerely hope that Not Yeti will be along to clarify things. Here we go. It's a prize for winning the boat race
side event.
Excellent, good stuff. Now, I know I've heard somebody talk about what that boat race is, and I've completely forgotten what it is. It's some unholy combination of drinking game and Netrunner, if I remember rightly.
Oh God.
I'm not sure there's very much drinking involved. I think whatever the mutant offspring of those two things is, it doesn't involve socially pressured alcohol. That's the vague rememberings that I have of what it is. Well, let's remember this for when we next have Not Yet on back on the stream in voice, and we can quiz him on what the boat race event was.
So my question is that Sable or is it Mercury?
I'm certain it's Sable.
Okay, I only ask because Cobra thinks it's going to be Mercury.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think
it's a Teia match is.
I'm
reading Cobra wrong. I am reading Cobra wrong. Ignore me.
I think we're seeing table 2 in round 2. CJ versus Jay. Do you concur?
Yes, I do concur now.
Hooray! Well done us for concurring. So, what's the corp? What card did the corp display?
I can't see it from here. It's not a mindscaping, is it? No, it's not. No, that looks like Your Digital Life, but that's a really early Your Digital Life, I'd say.
Ah, yeah, that'll be it.
And then they just
they've got 8 credits, right? That's a
which is
big
what
5. Yeah. That makes sense. So they must be very keen to be able to res this ice, I would surmise from that play.
Yeah. It would be nice if we could see what the mark was every turn, but I suspect... Are they using the evil cursed mark dice?
They are. I mean, so we know it will be archives approximately 65% of the time.
Yeah. Is that no one home they've just put down in front of them? Because I'm
Yes.
absolutely fascinated by that play of sakes. I would not expect this to be a tag deck.
It looks like it to me. Is it a tag me deck? Does no one home work for that?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. So this is a Carpe Diem they're playing. And we do now know the mark because they're considering HQ. And they've rezzed HQ. What have they rezzed? They've rezzed a Sisatan. They've rezzed a Sisatan, which could be game.
Wow.
I think it's game.
What just happened?
They rezzed a Sisatan. Do you guess they're going to name event? So we're going to do 3 net damage. That's not an event.
Yeah, that was the console. That's
That
a breaker.
was... Unless they've named something.
I'm a bit surprised how the runner's board state got destroyed.
Because they didn't have a board state. They were... I'm not sure why they only did 2 damage there.
The no one home was out there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. No, they trashed no one home to force the corp to trace. Okay. So that was the first play. The corp traced. Then it was the net damage. Okay, so that's why we. So Sisatan should have been 3 net damage. The no one home sucked up one of them, and then there were 2 hits from hand, which were Virtuoso and Curapira. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, which are bad hits. You don't want either of those gone.
No.
But this was it. Sisatan is a very strong card. There's some people who say this is not a card that should be in the game. I personally am of the opinion it can't kill you unless you let it. It's certainly no worse than something like a Nancy. Like, the question is, are you running with all cards of the same type, and that type is a Ven, and the corp has got 5 credits, and they're likely to be on Sisatan, and all of that sort of stuff. Like, it's such an edge case where it actually kills you and it's not your fault that I feel like, let those people die in those games. Like, that should happen from time to time.
Hot takes here today at the East Anglian Champs.
What I do is I look at what the mainstream opinion would be, and I just pick whatever the opposite of that is, because
it's an approach that will get you very far in the UK media.
Yeah, definitely. What would be sensible to say? I'll just not say that.
I do think we now understand why it was the corp was very keen to have enough credits to res that.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's absolutely paid off. I mean, there's, the runner's momentum is really being fouled up by
drawing up.
Yeah. I don't recognise that card that they've just played. Do you know what that was?
I don't recognise it. And is that a dirty laundry in the bin on the runner side? So maybe they just did a dirty laundry into archives?
Possibly, yeah. Oh, is it at the top of the bin? Is that we again seeing an FFG art?
Yeah, I think so.
There we go. Yeah, that's why I didn't recognize it.
Okay, so they played a class act, which I think is right against. I mean, the question is this a Teia trying to kill you, or is it just saying you need to slow down and not randomly run my servers because I might have Sisatan, which is a reasonable thing to do.
What's the corp card in the bin? That looks like an alt art to me.
I cannot tell. It's not something I immediately recognise. I think it might be an alt art. So if someone on the ground can have a look, that would be amazing.
It's an alt art regolith.
Ah, lovely.
Interesting.
Participation prize for this tournament.
Hey.
Which I love the fact that means that they've like literally just sleeved it up straight away. And
that's awesome. That's awesome.
I love
it. Good work, Chay. Okay, no free lunch is going down. And Boomerang's being played.
Boomerang on which sub do we think this is? R&D. Oh, lovely.
That is a very cute Boomerang token. Very nice.
So cute.
Very nice. Yeah. And then we've got a Bravado, presumably going for R&D. CJ did get... Oh, no, hang on. That's the wrong way around, isn't it? Joe did get knocked back at the beginning, but I do like this fork. You have 4 credits. Do you want to res? Or do you want to give me loads of money? Is that a Nisei Mark II I see that's just been stolen?
It is. It is. There's a Carmen. So nowhere is safe now. And indeed, they can... Indeed, CJ can now doof if they find a doof.
Unless the overlays are slightly the wrong way around, but I think Joe is playing Sable and CJ is playing a Teia. Yeah,
you're right. I'm caught out again by reading things.
Yeah, it's easily done. So CJ is the player who may or may not have aspirations within the Conservative Party. To be clear, as far as we know, they don't.
Yeah, I don't want to slander anyone. There's no evidence whatsoever.
This is a dumb bit I'm doing. I have every reason to believe that CJ is an upstanding member of the community who doesn't actually like the Conservative Party.
I was going to be like, of course, we're not speaking on behalf of, but this is our channel. We are speaking on behalf of us. If you are a Conservative or a Conservative supporter, you are a bad person.
Yeah, yeah. And so, do you know what just happened there? That looked like a judge call?
I don't know what happened there. It did look like a judge call.
The deck was cut. The judge had good nails. More than that, I can't say. So the corpse sitting on a big pile of money and advanced, a single advanced card in the second server.
And took a credit by the looks of it. So took 2 credits in advance, something I think was their turn.
I don't know how helpful they are when playing, but I absolutely love those click counters as a spectating commentator.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, Rashid is being seen from hand and trashed. Yeah, it just makes the turn a lot easier to follow.
Yeah, if I'm... I don't think that a doof here would be all that good. I think that Sisatan in front of HQ is a really good card to have there. Like it's just taxing at every point in the game.
What's the cost for the runner breaking it? So it's a sentry.
So I mean, it costs 3, but 3 is taxing.
Yeah.
3 with Carmen, anyway.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, is this a deep dive turn?
This is a deep dive
A
turn.
deep dive turn.
Boom.
So
This
could win the game.
Yeah.
I think it's unlikely to, but it could. Are we having I feel like we're having another judge call, maybe?
So to win the game, they need to see a 3-pointer and a 2-pointer.
They would, or 2 3-pointers.
2 3-pointers would also work. Yeah.
I'm being extremely pedantic by saying that.
It's important to consider all the possibilities. Okay, there's agendas.
How many agendas? Oh no, enough to win. Enough to win.
Okay.
There we go.
What was that? A Fuji at the top. I didn't recognise the other one.
I didn't recognise the other one either. A Fuji at the top, though.
Yeah.
And that is.
Oh, bless them. They're showing us.
Is that viral weaponization?
Viral weaponization. That's my favourite kind of weaponization. Good game.
Good game indeed.
That had a really interesting flow to it, that game, right? It did.
Yeah.
That size and time got rezzed, and you said this could be the end of the game, and it wasn't quite.
Yeah, it
didn't feel like Joe was in a good place.
So
I was certainly composing his obituary, or Sable's obituary, and yeah, it just flipped on that. There's a lucky hit on the Nisei. I was thinking you can't call it Nisei anymore. It's Null Signal Games.
But it you can call that card Nisei.
I can call that card Nisei. It's so confusing.
Anyway, for now.
That's what lay behind that. Yeah, there's a lucky hit on the Nisei, and then the deep dive, boom.
So that, I think, might be the very first time I've seen No One Home used to prevent net damage.
Ah, yeah. And I think, yeah, I mean, I've not ever played with No One Home. I was just trying to think whether that was. I think that if that it hadn't been used for that, Sight and Town would have done another net damage, and even if it had hit an event, there was still one other card in the runner's hand. Does that match your memory of what happened?
Yeah. I think they were absolutely right to play it. Like when you've got 4 cards in hand, it's very easy for Sight and Town to kill you.
Yeah.
But if you can take that 3 down to a 2.
Yeah. So we're swapping over. We've got CJ now playing Mercury, and Joe playing Outfit.
It's another outfit game. How many outfits do we have in this competition?
Let's have a look.
5. So it's an S or an outfit meta, Norwich.
Yeah. Interesting. That is the most represented corp by quite a way, isn't it? We've got a couple of obs.
Yeah. Wayland, the most represented faction.
Yes, yeah. A couple of obs. 2 Teias. No, 3 obs maybe.
3 obs.
Yeah, 2 Teias.
5 outfits. 1 Wayland building a better world. Which I can never remember which one that's the one where you get an extra credit the first time you advance something, isn't it?
I don't know, but I'll check.
Okay.
It's the get a credit when you play a transaction.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Those decks always tend to be really, really spiky. Like they want to get a load of money and then kill you with it, I find.
So what do you think about Mercury versus the outfit? What do you think about Mercury altogether?
I've never played with Mercury. They don't seem to be very prevalent in the meta right now.
No.
Their console is everywhere, but
Yeah.
they themselves, like, getting one extra access a turn just maybe isn't that like sweet a deal. I expect they're a lot of fun to play.
Yeah,
Like,
I have them in mind to play, but I haven't had a chance to try and see them in action. My feeling when I built a deck for Mercury, as yet untested, is that you want to have some sort of passive additional way of seeing extra cards. So I certainly had what's that Zaya card? Docklands Pass was part of it, and I'm pretty sure there's some nonsense so that you're not just seeing one additional, you're seeing like 2 additional every time was the idea, and then trying to get a lot of early accesses.
yeah,
It will be interesting. Yeah,
I feel like there's a point sort of if you've not won by the mid game, you're kind of screwed because criminal econ just isn't really there at the moment. And if they double ice all the centrals, then you've not got an ability anymore to all intents and purposes.
and what aside from tricks that you have to avoid the ice somehow?
Yeah, but I mean, I guess there is that card that literally lets you avoid 2 bits of ice in the same turn. But,
yeah, it's the Brado.
One of them, it turns out one of them is a border control. You've just wasted a lot of clicks doing that, haven't you? But the border control's not as prevalent as it used to be.
No. I'm going to look up Estrabado. Yeah, you could. I'm looking at the threat foretext. Second time you encounter a piece of ice during that run, you may spend a click to bypass it. So you could bypass 2 pieces of ice, spend 2 clicks, and then have them res and trash border control.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what CJ does with it.
Okay, so they've left R&D open, so it looks like we'll probably.
I don't know what card was just played there, but that was
a falsified, but it looked like it didn't falsify correctly.
okay.
I think that might have been an agenda that they falsified at.
I don't understand how you cannot falsify something correctly.
Like they were guessing what kind of thing it was.
All right, yeah. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that I'm sure you're right. I'm just looking at the card and the card art now.
There's always an interesting play with falsified where you ask yourself, if this was an agenda, would I need the extra credits in order to go and get it? And if so, should I pull that gambit? No, this isn't an agenda. It's an upgrade. I mean, I guess means that they. Yeah,
that's an agenda, though.
Yeah, that's hostile takeover logically. And this is a Tuka that they're going to go and use to go and get a piece of ice and res it somewhere. But
so that's again FFG hostile takeover art that we're seeing. Probably. Yeah. I recognise it. And we have Hermes is down, so there's going to be a Hermes flip.
So the Hermes should have happened. Oh no, it happens after. It happens after.
The
I remember
corp gets their triggers first, right?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
Yeah. And as the corp in this situation, you'd actually rather the runner have their trigger first, because then you know where you want to put that ice, right?
Yes.
But yeah.
That was the Hermes flip.
Yeah.
So they're currently shuffling their deck, but the ice on HQ's gone back to hand.
Yeah, leaving them wide open for a doof, although it's very hard to run credit denial against the outfit, almost to the point where it's not worth it.
Yeah. What's the upgrade that was used by the corp there? Do you recognise it?
It's called Tucana, I believe.
Gotcha. It's one of the new cards.
It is one of the new cards. I, as you know, have not been particularly plugged into the meta this cycle, so I'm actually quite pleased with myself being like, oh, I know what that card is. Yeah, I know what that card is. I can't remember the name of it, but the card that they've just put on R&D is the pretty good code gate that gets you bad publicity. So that was a 2 bad pub turn. And the outfit just ramping up. The outfit ramping up towards the 4 bad pub they want in order to score regulatory captures.
Valentau is the card you're talking about. Yeah. I think for some reason the Wayland cards have just not grabbed me this set. I'm not as familiar with them as I am with pretty much every other faction's cards. I don't know why. I am familiar with Angelique.
The sniper.
I have been sniped by her more than once. And there's Docklands Pass. I wonder how long they have that in hand, but that's very nice to remove the ice on HQ and then pop that down.
Yeah. And we're going to see here how quickly a Hermes can cascade. Oh, no, we're not, because the corp's going to correctly ice up again.
Yeah.
It's the runner on absolutely no credits. That can't be fun.
It's not a good situation to be in, is it?
It's not. One of my netrunner recommendations is if you can avoid being on 0 credits, you generally should.
So that was draw, click for credit 3 times, right? Yeah. Okay,
so that's all you can do.
Yeah, an installation, and was that too big to fail that just got played?
Yeah. It looks like they installed 1 card in front of R&D to go down to 9, and they played too big to fail to go up to 19.
Very nice, yeah.
They're on 3 bad pub now. So it's kind of a race on both sides. Find those regulatory captures, score them, or the ice gets very porous around this point because you're giving the runner 3 credits every single run. And it's just hard to make a taxing server. Yeah. It's hard to make R&D taxing. But this face down card in the remote could easily be an Atlas that we're about to see have that what's the word I'm trying to say? A big deal dropped on it, like we saw in the previous game.
Yes, yeah. 17 for big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've got that money if they need it.
Yes.
I mean, it's early to have it in hand, and it's usually a 1 or 2 of in the deck. The other thing they've got
there's a hedge fund.
There's a hedge fund.
So just more money.
Some more money, and they're going to spend 2 of those credits straight away to double advance this. Now, it could be a 3-pointer. I think it's more likely to be an Atlas, and it could that could be the winning Atlas. Yeah,
they could still be doing the big deal play here, because you wouldn't, with Hermes out, you don't want to be scoring your agenda's last click, do you? You want
Ideally,
to
no.
install the ice.
Yeah, but you can't do that with Big Deal. Big Deal is a terminal.
Ah, yes.
So no matter what happens, a Big Deal will be your last click.
Yeah.
I think that's an imp that's just come out.
Okay.
Yeah, that is an old art imp from back
Cool.
in the day. Very beautiful. And presumably, what CJ is about to do now, try and get into HQ. And
I think we're going to see an
Mercury,
Estebrado play.
or just an inside job. An inside job would get you.
Inside job would do just as well.
And if they can find whatever the fast advanced tool is, yeah, here we are. Inside job into HQ. They're going to see 2 cards from an HQ. Out of that looks to be 3.
Yeah, does seem to be. The ice is getting rezzed anyway. Is that because? What would be the reason for that play? Do you recognise that ice?
I don't recognise the ice, but the reason for the play is they're kind of indicating they've got an agenda in HQ, and they don't want that ice to get bounced by Hermes.
Yes, of course. That Hermes is the reason for that play, of course.
Now, if I'm Mercury, I'm going to bounce whatever it is in the remote. So that's an econ warfare.
Yes.
And I think that's probably my imp target, and I do have to make that decision right now. Okay. Too late. And that's a trebuchet. Okay, so if there was an agenda in there, it's... Oh, so I think that is that a wake-up call?
I don't recognise it, I'm afraid. Again, FFG art.
I think it is a card that allows you to trash stuff, which they're going to try and use to trash Hermes. Allows you to trash stuff as the corp, I mean.
Trojan Horse is what not yes
Trojan Horse, which I think does the thing I just said.
Trojan Horse, 1 cost operation. It's a grey ops. Play only if you run out access to card during the last turn. Trace 4. If successful, trash 1 install program with an install cost of X or less, where X is equal to the amount by which your trace strength exceeded the runner's link strength.
Yeah. Which is, I stopped playing this card because I hate doing the maths that you've got to do with it.
But you can't trash Hermes with it because it's not a program.
You can't trash Hermes with it because it's not a program. You're right.
Do you understand why the runner accessed 3 cards from HQ in that run?
Because they've got Dockland to pass out.
I'm a klutz. Of course they do. I was literally just talking about that that interaction like when this game started. Yes, you start by accessing 1 card, and then Mercury gets you a second, and Docklands gets you a third. That's how numbers work.
They've just scored an Atlas with a token, and let Hermes have their trigger while they've still got a click in hand.
Yeah. Really good job of playing around Hermes here, I think we say. Okay, I think there's a bit of lag on the overlay updating the agenda points. So we've got an Atlas, and what was the first agenda that was scored?
It was a hostile takeover, so it's 3-0 at the moment, which means any threat 3 stuff is on. I don't know if this...
I don't think there's any threat cards in play at the moment. Estebrado, of course, we've been discussing as a threat card. And in fact, I was suggesting that we might see that being played, but you really would want to hang on to that until...
Yeah, until it's threat 3.
Yeah. Is it 3 the threat threshold for Estebrado? It's threat 4 for Estebrado.
So that looks to be a tranquilizer going on. What did you say the card on R&D is called?
Oh, it's. I'm so sorry. It's a Portuguese word. I'll find it though.
Whichever that card is, anyway. So
Valentau, I believe is what it's called.
Valentau.
Yeah.
I think that's a little bit too slow for this board state. And also, when you do de-res it, it's just giving the corp an opportunity to get another bad publicity when they want it. Like, it's not actually terribly expensive to res that card. Now, if you end up having to res it over and over and over again, obviously you end up with more bad publicity, and you want exactly 4 as the outfit. That's what allows you to fast advance your regulatory capture. What have we just seen played there?
Hedge fund was the second click. I didn't see what the first one was. Yeah, I mean, Valentau is 5 to res, so it's not nothing. But
as the outfits, you gain 3 from the bad publicity when you res it, so it's effectively
right. Yeah.
Which is not taxing. Look, if you can store up those bad pub, great. But the first time they res it, they'll be very happy about it because they'll get to that magic number 4. And it keeps the runner out. Like, when the corp's got this many credits, it definitely keeps the runner out. Yeah.
I find playing against Wayland that I just really struggle to find any way to reduce the corp's money, because you can just bash into their ice, and their ice is often very expensive, but they've just got so many ways to keep their income up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, especially playing against the outfit, when Too Big to Fail can be played at 0 credits and gets you 10 credits, the econ denial game is just not really an option. You can do it very temporarily. I've played outfit games where the runner doofed me down to 0 and then used that very brief opportunity to go and attack my remote while I couldn't res ice. And that's effective, but that's kind of the only time it's effective to play a doof. Because otherwise you're spending... If you're not doing the econ denial part of it, the stealing money part of it's not great. It's 2 clicks and whatever it costs you to get through the ice for 5 credits, which isn't amazing.
So there's an R&D shuffle. I'm not entirely clear what's triggered that.
I'm not entirely sure either. So I don't see a spin doctor out. I don't think we've had an agenda scored recently enough that they'd be using Tucana.
Okay, something being installed in the remote and advanced twice.
Oh, Atlas. It's because they use their Atlas token.
Like.
And my guess
they used the Atlas token to fetch an Atlas. Yeah. Thank you, Zbag and Sanjay Cowbird, for that information.
Which, if they can triple advance this, which it looks like they're going to be able to do, CJ's on 5 credits, has no breakers out. I think Estabrado can only be used on central servers, so I don't see how they would get into this remote right now.
I think you're right. I will just check that. Yeah, central servers. Yeah, it's looking like a really tough position for CJ to be in now.
So I was a bit silly talking down that tranquilizer, because of course that tranquilizer de-reses the ice, which can now be Hermes, which would leave R&D open. Create an opportunity to go and win the game in a turn. I don't think you will win a game in a turn. Right, so I'm not entirely sure what this is being played on the remote.
No, me neither. I don't recognise that as some sort of run event, evidently.
Yep.
And That ice being res is the same as the innermost ice in... Oh! What just happened there? Leave no trace.
That I've literally
Make a run.
seen it.
When the run ends, de-res all ice that was res during this run. Okay, so presumably the ice was res that ended the run.
Yeah.
And then the ice was de-resed again. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sanjay was ahead of us there again. Thanks, Sanjay. I really appreciate folks in the chat.
Yeah.
Also noticing what's going on and letting us know when we have missed things. Okay. Another run event.
Looks like Tread Lightly.
Yeah, the colours look wrong to me. But yes, it does look like Tread Lightly.
I'm guessing it's a proxy to Tread Lightly.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, there's a little crouching person in the bottom left.
So what's that cost them? See, the problem here is the moment they do get that, it's only cost them 5. Okay, they're going to spend 3 on this Atlas. They're running R&D. I'm not sure it's right. I think
5 to res the Valentau.
Yeah, which you get 3 of back immediately.
Yeah.
And it gives you the final bad publicity that you want. So,
and the subroutines also give more credits to the corp and take them from the runner.
Yeah, although once they take from the runner, will come out of bad pub.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that's
wasn't very successful as a credit denial play, was it?
No, but this is what I mean. It's if you could get them under 3, you'd be happy. If you get them bound to 2, but you can't. You just can't. It's just too hard.
Yeah. The Tranquilizer will now de-res every turn, right?
Yeah, it will de-res again next turn, and you might. Okay.
That's the card we were discussing
this
before.
Looks to be a Trojan Horse.
Trojan Horse, yeah.
To get rid of that Tranquilizer.
Yes, of course.
Is a 0 cost card.
The program. That's the program. Yeah,
absolutely. And they can now double advance and score. Yeah, because they only need 1 token now. They just need to go and get that regulatory capture, and then it's their game.
Yeah.
So the runner has. The runner has 1 turn to steal 7 points.
It looks like Joe has CJ beat here, and sort of looks like CJ knows it.
I mean, technically, that's interesting. They've iced up archives, which does suggest to me they've got agendas in hand, and they're slightly worried about Sneak Door Beta.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Because otherwise, I put that in front of R&D every time.
Yeah. Sneak Door Beta is a good include for Mercury, I reckon.
Yeah. But yeah, this is another example of how brutal it can be playing against the outfit. And it's making me the outfit is another ID that I played a lot last meta, and maybe I should get back into it. Seeing these games reminding me how much fun it can be playing as the outfit.
Maybe I should try playing it, because my experience of the outfit is just getting battered by it, and I think of it as basically an unfun ID, but I can well believe that it feels different on the other side of the table. Sanjay is saying a lot of space for weird run events when I build Mercury, since you don't play as many breakers. Yeah.
I think if I was going to play a Mercury, and sadly because I don't think it's what I'm taking to World, I don't think I've got time to at the moment. But if I was going to play a Mercury, I would play a Bankar Mercury, I think. Bankar
Yeah,
and Rollerblades.
that's a great one. Yeah.
I'm not sure what this run event is, but whatever it is, they've gotten in and seen the top 3 of R&D, none of which seem to be agendas, which is game, I reckon. Unless they can do something really special that I've not thought of, it's game. The only other place to go right is HQ, and I don't think you're getting in there 3 times, which is the minimum you would need now to win. So
there is a Docklands Pass.
That's true. There is Docklands Pass, so maybe just twice, but still, it's got I think that's a Winchester and something. I'm not sure what the inner ice is. Maybe a border control.
On HQ, the blue one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we had a discussion about it when it first came down and established what it was, and then I've forgotten, and so I've been embarrassed to raise the question ever since.
Fair enough.
It looks like a Wayland ice. Further than that, I'm not prepared to go. And it looks like FFG ice. So
yeah,
from the design of the borders.
So something
that presumably is the red capture. That's game.
Yeah, that's
right.
Game.
There we go. Very well played by Joe there, I think. CJ, that felt like what we were talking about with Mercury, that you get to a certain point, and if you're not doing very well by that point, it's very hard to close the game or really get a stake in it.
And the thing with Hermes is, and for once, I'm not going to just slag it off. I'm going to point out a feature of Hermes that is both a feature and a bug. It's a very, very swingy card. You get these random accesses that can, if you hit an agenda, you don't just hit an agenda, you also get to take a card off the board that can let you go and get another agenda, which lets you take another card off the board. And suddenly you've gotten 4 or 5 points in turn, and you've completely dismantled the corpse board state. And that can, if that comes down to, I ran HQ, there was one agenda in HQ, and I happened to steal it. And then I, from that, stole another card and dismantled their entire board state. That's enormously swingy.
Yes,
enormously swingy. And normally, you might not spend money on probably 1 in 5 chance on HQ. But if that 1 in 5 chance can literally win you the game, it's very, very different. And so I think one of my frustrations with the card is it can sometimes feel like it over rewards taking a random punt on things. But that is also the nature of Netrunner. Netrunner is about managing risk.
Yeah. I mean, not that there's the same amount of uncertainty involved, but like that Atlas counters are similarly so, aren't they? Like, just getting 1 is such a huge advantage in a game.
Yeah. Getting 2, like I say, feels like game over a lot of the time.
Yeah. It's if you can choose any 2 cards from your deck, suddenly are you even playing a card game with a randomized deck anymore? Kind of not.
And you're doing it clicklessly as well. Like
it's
at
any time.
Any time.
With some very, very small caveats, pretty much any time you want of the game, which is just wild, absolutely wild.
You can use it to like buff up the number of cards you have in the number or type of cards you have in HQ or R&D on like the crucial final runs and stuff. You can do all sorts of fun things with that counter.
I specifically remember the first time I used an Atlas counter to pull an agenda from the deck and score it from hand.
It's a good feeling, isn't that?
I remember coming to you afterwards and be like, "Hey, I made this really cool play." It's like Obviously, it's actually quite a common one for people who play the game a lot.
Yeah, but it's very fun still.
I
And I've
felt
never
like
actually done it.
I felt like king of the world. It was great. Should we have a quick look? I think we're going to go to an intermission. So that's the end of that round for the table we've been watching. I think we're going to go to an intermission. Should we just have a look and see if there are any of the pairing recordings up? It looks like Chay, who we were watching last time, got the bye, so that's reported, unsurprisingly. And on table 4, Bart swept David. Bart was playing Ob and Essa, and David was playing as Mari and Mercury.
Cool. And the rest of those aren't in yet, are they?
The rest of the results aren't in yet because we've got 17 minutes left to go. So this was probably a relatively quick matchup, I imagine. Shall we pop to our intermission?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'd like to go and get some lunch and stuff.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's some for me as well. So Cobrabubbles said they were keeping a tight ship on timing, so we may be back as soon as within 20 minutes, but relatively soon. Yeah. So thanks everyone for watching. Don't go anywhere, or if you do, come back in about 20 minutes time, and we will keep watching the Anglian champs. It's really fun. I'm enjoying myself a lot.
Me too. And I look forward to seeing you all again in about 20 minutes.
Cool. Bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, it's fine now. It's normal now.
Hi everyone.
We are live.
We are live. We are alive, and we've had some lunch, so we're alive and revived. How's everyone doing?
I'm very good. How about you?
Very good as well.
I think that's everyone.
I don't
everyone
know.
who's available to
Everyone who's got
answer.
authority to talk on this channel has now answered.
Yeah.
That's good. How was your lunch?
My lunch was good. I had chicken Kiev for lunch.
Did you?
It was the quickest thing that I had in my fridge to make. So
Nice.
I just did that, and I feel quite full now.
I had scrambled eggs and baked beans.
Oh,
And
that
they were good.
sounds really nice.
Yeah, they were waiting for me outside my door when I came off the stream, and that was pretty good.
Lovely.
While we were stuffing our faces with all these things, some people were busy in the command line hacking the overlay, and I hope that we'll see the fruits of their labour in the next games, which is really exciting.
Yeah.
Massive props to Not Yeti and Alex for doing that instead of eating hot cross buns. So I assume that we're still looking at the player names from last time.
Yeah.
No doubt that will get updated in just a moment. And actually, I don't think the disembodied voices. What are your thoughts about the next matchup? Anyone you're looking forward to seeing? Not looking forward to seeing?
Well, this looks to be another outfit matchup, an outfit Arissana matchup we're about to have. Which
they've got those really cute flare sleeve backs.
Yeah, I do love that. Just the like subtle psychological effect.
Yeah.
Like, whenever I play Netrunner live, or indeed like on JNet, I will tell people that every single card that I put down is a snare, whether or not it would be in a legal position to do so.
Yeah. Okay, I think we must be looking at Oliver versus Tom. Oliver playing outfit and Tom playing Arissana.
Okay.
So they are, if you're looking at the current standings, they are numbers 8 and 9 in the standing. Both have got 6 points. What I've been wondering about in the lunch break, I don't know whether you can help me with this, is how is strength of schedule calculated and what is extended strength of schedule? Is that even the right acronym?
Those are the right acronyms.
Right.
I do not know how they're calculated.
Okay.
Like it's some very complicated mathematical gibberish to do with, if you beat someone in your first game of the day and then that person goes on to win every other game that they have, you get a better strength of schedule than if that person goes on to lose every other game that they have. That is what I understand it to be. And extended strength of schedule is that, but it's not just looking at today, it's looking at forever.
Forever
that they know about. Like, and only the past as well, not the future. It can't tell the future.
I'm glad. I was going to say this is probably an algorithm that Ysenguin and Ysenguin only understands and no one else in the whole universe does.
Yeah, that sounds plausible.
If Ysenguin had an algorithm that could predict people's games in the future, that would be too much power for one person to have, even though they've got a really cute laugh, and I would object to it.
Right, it looks like we're starting here.
Yeah.
I would admit, as much as I love the outfit, I might like to see a game that's not the outfit at some point.
I would like that too. But I think I remember remarking on our last Arissana game that I didn't feel that the deck had really got into the swing of things. So hopefully we'll see some skateboard trick magic this time.
Well, I feel, and what I'm going to say is a little bit of a downer. I feel that this game is going to go one of two ways. The deck, the outfit find the cards they need, and that's the first of the cards they need right there.
Yeah.
Give it to fail.
Yeah.
And just rush out Arissana, who does take like a turn or 3 to set up usually before she becomes a huge threat. Or they don't find the cards they need, and Arissana walks all over them. Like if it gets to, let's say, turn 4 without an Atlas or at least a hostile in the corpse play area, then an Atlas with tokens, then I think Arissana has a really good chance this game. Otherwise, I suspect that this game belongs to Oliver.
It's a Rashida in the remote, and that is getting trashed.
Yeah. That looks like Cesva that's come down there.
Yeah.
So I experimented with this build early on as like, well, I'm going to be running centrals a lot. I'm going to be installing programs from hand. In practice, I found that the Trojans you install are so cheap that you aren't worrying about what they cost. And you're often making the money back off Urban Art, Vernissage, or whatever.
And you're sacrificing, it takes MU, doesn't it, Chesiva?
Yeah,
so
MU and slots.
Yeah. That's the Urban Art Vernissage, right?
Yeah. So in fairness to our girl, this is the setup that you want.
Yeah.
And that's an Eco. This is a good setup. I'm happy about this if I'm Tom. And I think now it's on Oliver. Can Oliver get something out of the gate quite quickly? And I'll be interested to see if they push out into a remote or if they're just going to try and build up those credits ready for something like a big deal. So that looks to be an upgrade on HQ.
Yeah, I was just wondering that. It's
not how I would do it, but I think that would be a good way to do
it. I guess if you're playing the outfit, you have so many credits on your ID that it's a bit tiresome to go sliding stuff underneath. Is that the thinking here, do you think?
That's
quite the flex, isn't it? Quite the flex. I have too much money to bother with putting my upgrades the normal way.
I leave that to poor folks. Right. They've pulled back their Eco with Urban Art Vernissage.
That's interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's essentially 2 clickless credits per turn, right? Oh, this is nice. This is a prognostic.
Yeah.
And the prognostic with the Chesva does make a lot of sense because you're going to be installing stuff off the top of the deck.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right, with that prognostic Q loop, you can look at the top 2 cards of the deck, and for a credit at any point, at any paid ability window, you can reveal the top card and install it if it's
program or hardware.
Yeah. So I would expect to also see Clot in this deck. Prognostic creates a constant Clot threat, as long as Clot isn't in your
in your hand.
In your hand, or I was actually going to say in the heap, because the corp can see it in the heap. If it's in your hand, the corp doesn't know it's in your hand, and of course the corp has to play around the Clot threat, even if they don't know that there's Clot in hand.
That's the Eco that's gone down again. I'm confused about the Eco play here, Jessica. Could you unpack it for me? Why did it go down and come back up again?
So Urban Art Vernissage allows you to uninstall a Trojan at the start of your turn and get 2 credits. So
on itself.
On itself that you can use,
which can then be spent on installing other things.
Yeah. So
you just bounce it backwards and forwards, and it doesn't cost anything to put down. It gives you
exactly. Even if you're clicking to install it, that's still a click for 2 credits, which isn't bad. If you are installing it clicklessly, it's a clickless 2 credits every turn, which is as good as something like Kaiko.
Yeah. We've just seen, I think, hostile takeover scored from hand.
Okay. Well, like I said, that's about where the corp needs to be at this point in the game.
What do you think the upgrade on HQ is?
I don't know.
Wow. We're seeing a live rejigging of servers here.
Yeah, to make the board say a little bit more readable. So I don't know. It could just be something like a Managarm, but it's very odd to see a Managarm in an outfit list, which is why I'm a bit kind of perplexed. Just noticing as well, like a Cuban in the bin there. I guess that's the right play if you can't use it right now and you've. But I'm also noticing, so there's this unguarded remote, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why it's not being run. Why?
Always a good question. I mean, could there be some sort of? Well, I don't know.
Have we already seen it? Have I missed that? And like we already know it's.
No, I don't think so.
I
don't think the HQ's been run either to see.
Yeah.
Cards that the potential candidates, has it? Because the ice and the upgrade are both unresed.
I suspect it's a Spin Doctor.
I mean, that's the obvious sort of candidate whenever you see a unprotected remote.
But even if it's a Spin Doctor, like I think we've seen Ika being played out with clicks. I don't understand why you would do that rather than playing it out with kind of clicklessly and getting rid of the Spin Doctor.
Yeah.
With Arissana's ability.
Yeah. In another idea, I'd worry about something defensive like Angelique, but
I don't think it's.
I think you just want to rush with the outfit. You don't to waste your time trying to kill the runner. Just outpace them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Sanjay, come to our raid again. Talking about strength of schedule. It's actually not too complicated. Strength of schedule is your opponent's prestige divided by their number of played games. And extended strength of schedule is that number for your opponent's opponents.
Okay.
Right, okay.
I'll believe you that that's not too complicated.
Prestige being ranking, presumably.
Presumably.
Yeah.
Or just like prestige in general. Like, you know, are they popular with members of the opposite sex or their own sex, if that's what they're into? You know, if they.
I think they have a really toxic thing, like in performance reviews, where your colleagues mark you out of 10, say how good you are or bad you are.
Christ, that's a horrible. I've never had that.
That's a thing that should be on a Netrunner card. That's the thing that should be on a Netrunner card. Are we looking at a run on HQ here?
I think we are. There's so much money in runs at the moment. You've got the Ches for credits. You've got these. Is it? Yeah, too bad publicity. You can look at the top of the board with prognostic Q loop. I think it's correct to run. It's absolutely correct to run and possibly lose some money and get some information. Now, what's that card that's come out?
Which one's that? Sorry. Oh, underneath the Q loop.
Yeah.
That looks like an alt art of some kind. It's got few borders. Yeah.
That Spin Doctor in the remote being rezzed. Which does.
Okay, yeah, so that's what we were discussing.
Oh, it's a symbol chip. It's a symbol chip. That makes sense.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Installed with the prognostic, which is a nice play. Whatever it is on HQ didn't get res by the looks of it, which I'm a little bit surprised by.
Yeah. So what's going on here? There's a remote. Was there an access there and I missed it?
Maybe there wasn't.
I was just checking the chat.
Maybe we were misreading lots of parts of this board today.
Okay, so a program's come back and more money's gone on.
Back in hand.
As an art.
which I suspect is correct. Now, the worry is that is the atlas in the remote, and they've got something like Big Deal in hand. These seem to be Big Deal decks or similar. At the very least, these seem to be. There was a archetype called Too Big, Too Deal.
Yes.
In the last meta, and these seem to be very similar to that archetype.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we played that on stream, I think. It looked like a fun one.
Yeah.
So the turbine's gone down. Are there any actual icebreakers on the table? Eco's the only one, right?
Eco's the only one.
But it can hop down. If I understand it right, it can hop down the line of ice with you, right? You just have to pay to move it. Yeah.
It's just murderously expensive. Like, it's not your ideal way of breaking ice.
Yeah.
But obviously that's a little bit better with K2CP.
Yeah.
Tom's still doing a setup.
Double coffee.
Yeah, it's not a bad board state, and I might be tempted to run this remote if I've got the resources to deal with sentries, which I do.
Tom just looked at the top two cards, which suggests a run, right? That's a Q loop run trigger.
Yeah. But where are we running is the question. I see. They're running archives and they're installing this. They should install it with the bad pub, but they don't seem to have done that. They've installed it with the Chester credits.
Oliver,
I believe that's Oliver saying, you could use the bad pub. Why don't you use the bad pub? It goes away. So yeah,
go on.
Sorry, I was saying I think this is an archives run. That was all.
I was going to say something stupid about Oliver speaking for the entire community by checking the text on Q loop, but maybe I'm being completely unfair and they're actually helping out their opponent, which is good.
Yeah, a lovely thing to do. You love to see it in any competition.
Yeah.
You never have to do it, especially if your opponent has been very rude to you in other contexts. So you might choose not to do it. It's nice to see it when it does happen. There's the Atlas. Now, how have we scored this Atlas out? I think we've just scored it as a 3-2.
Tokenless. Interesting.
Yeah, I think if I'm Arissana, I am fine with that.
Yeah, that's the best outcome you can look for, isn't it, with an Atlas?
Yeah. I would say Oliver feeling the heat if he's chosen to do that.
Yeah, obviously not very confident in that remote.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the money's stacking up. We're expecting two cards drawn per turn minimum passively. Seeing the top two cards of the stack as well, like it doesn't take much to find the cards that you need.
Such as Conduit. Yeah. Right, so we're looking at another archives run in which Tom is spending Chesver credits to install a Doom board.
Yeah. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, they're using 4 of 7 MU because they've got a DZMZ on the board there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm Oliver without any tokens on that Atlas, I'm feeling very, very anxious about how much setup I've allowed Arissana to do. Okay, it's 3-0, but I've also got 2 bad pub, and 2's quite a long way from 4 in this game, which is the number I want to be at. But it's enough to hurt. It's enough to hurt on run after run after run, you know?
Yeah.
Now, my read on this Arissana deck is that it's probably also got a copy of the Twinning in it somewhere. But I think if you've got Conduit down, maybe you don't care that much about finding it.
The Twinning and Conduit together that's pretty wild. Um,
And K2CP, and like this is just like it's a Doom rig, except it hasn't got any breakers in it. That's the issue.
please contact every Netrunner player circa June 2023 and tell them that sentence and see what facial expression they make. But yeah, it's an entirely accurate description of what we're seeing. I mean, it's the greatest hits compilation of like
is that
the
Echelon?
last few cycles. I think so. Yeah, it's got a wings, hasn't it?
Yeah. Which, in my opinion, you should now feel. All right, there's an argument that now you feel safe to run, but at the same time, you don't want to give the outfit the chance to res their bad pub ice. You want to hold off the point, because for all we know, they're holding regulatory captures in hand, right?
Potentially.
Regulatory capture. Sorry, go on.
I feel with Conduit down and one ice on R&D, I would be hammering it. Oh my goodness, that is I don't know what that is, but I'm very happy to see it on the board. Is that an amazing proxy with just some card text on it?
That is not a tournament legal proxy. Like one of the we're very generous in this game about proxies, but one of the few rules is that you shouldn't create a situation where your opponent has to be like, what the fuck's that?
The overlay says it's Trojan horse.
Okay,
cool.
Fine. I guess it's tournament.
It looks like about the right amount of. I can see the trace on it. Yeah. I'm so happy to be playing in a game where you don't have to buy expensive cards to be able to play in tournaments.
Me too.
It's a really good thing.
It's one of the first things I say to people about this game.
Yeah.
It's like, imagine if you could play a game like Magic the Gathering, but without as many dickheads but without having to spend £1 million.
Yeah, and obviously it's quite fun to joke that Oliver's written like a threatening letter in a sleeve that he's giving to his opponent, but like joking aside, that's really cool that's possible, and it's great.
I will say I think there are fairer ways to do your proxies than to write things longhand. Because if someone sees that off the top of your deck and then they have to squint, you get a good idea of what the next card is. And all right, it's not giving away much information, but in a game that's all about hidden information, it feels a little bit unspoiled.
Yeah. I do know that at least one. It's not Oliver, by the way. I do know that at least one contestant in this tournament went to the pub event that Not Yeti was telling us about earlier on and tested their decks and came home and made entirely new decks. So it's possible that that Oliver had a similar change to his deck, and this was the best proxy he could make.
This play here.
Oh, gone.
Trojan Horse has been used to trash Conduit, at which point Tom has immediately fired their Simul chip, reinstalled Conduit for 3 credits because they've got DZMZ in front of them, and drawn a card on the corpse turn with Lily Pad.
Wow.
And that was an expensive Trojan Horse as well. So the outfit has spent a lot of money to achieve not very much.
Do we know how big the trace was?
Well, it had to exceed the runner's trace by at least 4, and you had to create a situation where the runner can't outspend you. So I guess I didn't actually see what the numbers were, but I'm guessing it
would have been a lot. Yeah.
Okay, we are now at MU.
The Doom rig is in full effect.
5, 6, 7. 7. We're at MU. And we can go run. If we want, we can go run wherever and bring out the breaker that we need. There is only one ice in front of R&D.
Russell says the play gets rid of a Simul chip, which may have been the purpose.
Yeah, I guess it gets rid of the Simul chip, and if you're a deck that wants to fast advance out, then that is an important thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you remember what this piece of ice is called, Dave? The one that I keep forgetting.
I Just remember that I have to think really hard before I pronounce it. Valentin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this Arissana deck is running Slap Vandal, then that's how I would beat this ice. I would go and get my Slap Vandal and slap it on. And just break the last subroutine every time I encounter. Costs me 3 credits to go through every time, and that's ideal. Otherwise, I'm going to spend a small machine to go through this ice time and time again. Because it's strength 6. It's just brutal how strong it is. It's strength 6. I don't know what their code gate break is going to be like, but it's going to be like that, I guess. It's going to be Unity. Have they just installed that Unity from hand? It looks a little bit like they have, and they're going to have to lose something as a result. And they're losing the... So this play looks like they've installed Unity from hand with Arissana.
Okay, yep, gotcha.
They've trashed SMC because they're over memory.
Yeah.
Now, Unity's going to trash at the end of this run, because that's Arissana says, unless it's a Trojan, trash it at the end of the run.
Yes.
And then they're going to have to use that other Simul chip. I think they might regret that.
There's a Slap Vandal.
Oh, there's a Slap Vandal. Which is what I said they should do.
Yeah, so they just undone the play, presumably.
Yeah.
Possibly going through the thought process you just talked us through.
Yeah, possibly, like, clearly listening in, which is very unsportsmanlike.
Oliver's been so nice as well. Occasionally they do things and I think, can they hear us? And it's slightly unnerving.
It shows that we're good commentators, Dave. If we are in fact predicting the future in the way that Asengrin cannot.
Yeah. We've become more powerful even than him.
Yeah.
Okay, the top card of R&D is being seen.
Top card of R&D is presumably a proxy with a small newspaper's worth of text on it, and was being read there for a moment. So they are effectively going to get through R&D for free every time. Now, have they remembered to put their counter on Conduit?
There's the clot.
There's the clot.
Doesn't look like the conduit counter's been put on there.
It doesn't. Although, to be honest, I would expect a purge almost immediately. No. It's an Atlas. And it's going to take their one resource, not an Atlas, sorry, an above the law.
Yeah.
Take their one resource away, which was an Urban Art Vernissage, which, to be honest, has probably done its job already. So
that was installed previous turn and then scored up this turn.
Yeah. If I'm reading this board state correctly, we have a Slap Vandal on R&D.
Yeah.
We have put a token on Conduit. Oliver just checking the MU. I think the MU's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. Because the DZMZ is counting it again, but it is correct. 7. But I saw that little shake of the head, which is the shake of the head you sometimes get when you're looking at a Shaper endgame board state.
Yes, yeah. Suddenly all the cards slide out of focus and everything starts to swim. Well, I mean, one thing about trashing the Urban Art is presumably the Slap Vandal can now no longer be moved around at whim.
Indeed.
Is that significant? I don't know enough about playing Arissana to know.
I mean, it is significant. Urban Art is like a core piece. I think at this stage, when you've gotten everything that you need down, like this turn, you can look at 5s. You can look at a lot of cards off of R&D this turn. You could also have gotten a draw when you... Oh, hello. Okay, now you are over MU though, friend. So what is your plan? Uh,
Okay, the clock goes.
to get rid of the clock.
I know, getting rid of a
No,
chest.
getting rid of a Chesa. I think that's
Reasonable.
Yeah.
The corpse at 5. So it's not quite as it's not quite so as vital as it would be if the corpse was on 6. Where scoring from hand
Yeah.
really is very likely, but even so. And there's no Atlas counters or anything like that.
No, Atlas counters.
So unless the corpse got away to cheese
Well, I mean,
Audacity Audacity would do it. Yeah.
Like it comes down to, do they have one in hand, and do they have the piece they need as well? Otherwise, you can get them in the most brutal R&D lock. It gets a bit. Yeah, they've hit a virus. They made the wrong choice with what to dash. They can just, and they've lost their
conduit
token. But now's the time to lose it, not when it's got 5 on it.
Yeah. Are they repeatedly running through R&D?
Yeah. Which they can, so a bad pub to break the one end the run. Oliver being like, can you do that with Pikachu? And I promise you can do the thing that he's trying to do. He's going to get another click back with it and take it into hand. Pikachu can get you 2 clicks on the same turn.
That's what I was working towards. I was trying to. There was a long delay where I worked out. I reminded myself of the name of Pikachu, and before raising the subject on stream. Yeah, I thought that its text said it got discarded the second time, but that's not how it works.
In fact, Pikachu can theoretically get you 3 extra clicks on the same turn, because if it starts the turn installed, you use it once, get a click, use it twice, take it back into hand. The third time you run, you install it with your Arissana trigger.
Yeah.
Then take it back into hand again. So you can do that. Okay. We're seeing cards off the top. Seeing 2 cards off the top. Neither of them seem to be agendas.
Today I learned that I really need to start playing Arissana because I would like to play with Pikachu.
It's very, very good fun. Like when you start doing this sort of stuff, it's really good fun. It's like any shaper, it's a slow start. And my worry about playing it at Worlds is that I just am not going to be able to navigate that decision tree consistently for 6, 8, 10 hours.
Yes.
It's hard. It's hard. It's got a lot of stuff to do. But that is also tends to be the kind of runner that I like.
Yeah. It looks like a very good time. But I was saying with the previous Arissana game that we saw that I wondered if the player at that time had been slightly tilted and started to miss some of those triggers, which is a very human thing to do that people do. So no shade on them, but like that's something that I could totally imagine happening to myself if I was trying to play Arissana at Worlds.
Yeah, and I'm torn between like, but I love it, and but you can't do that consistently. You just can't.
I think you should, but that's separate from the general principle of whether it's a good idea for people in general.
So they've stolen a hostile takeover.
Yep.
And then looking again at the top of R&D. I would love to see those cards. I bet they're really interesting.
It looks like a Spin Doctor on the left-hand side. Maybe that's just the glare.
Maybe. You'd expect a Spin Doctor to get trashed.
Yeah, there we go. There's Chesterfield was being spent to trash it. Now to take a big swig of coffee and trash a Spin Doctor. So that was the first agenda point for the runner, but they're wrecking havoc now with the conduit.
Yeah. There's surely got to be a purge from the corp coming up.
I think that's got to be the next move, hasn't it?
Yeah,
if there are more than 3 counters on there, it seems like a necessary play, however much you hate to do it.
I mean, my thing would be there's kind of no point in purging right now. The runner can spend their right now. The runner can walk into R&D free every single time, right? So they can just build up the same number of tokens next turn and do it all over again.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If there's more than 3, I suppose they can build up 4, can't they?
They can build up 5 because they've got because of Pikachu.
Oh dear God! Yeah, of course. The point I was trying to make, and I'm making extremely badly, is that if there are more virus counters on conduit than the runner can build up in a turn, even if it feels absolutely miserable, you're better off purging in general because they've seen all of those cards that they can possibly access with it in a turn, minus the one that you draw. So you're relatively safe, and you're better off purging and hoping something comes up. What's happened here, though? The conduit seems to have gone. It's the Trojan horse.
It's the Trojan horse again.
Yeah.
And now
I think we can all understand why Oliver really wanted to write that one out. Time well spent, I feel.
And now Tom is thinking, presumably Tom is thinking, do I use my last symbol chip? I think this is the last symbol chip to get that back out. And they could do. Or they could go, that's what they're doing.
There it goes.
Costing them 3, I believe. So kind of screwed on credits. I'm not sure that was the right move because I think this is an agenda in the remote.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's the winning agenda, and I'm not sure you can actually get into R&D this turn. Now, even if you can, I think you're only seeing a couple of cards by using that conduit.
Yes,
So
a crash is as good as 3 times as good as a purge.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm unconvinced by that reinstall. I think what you want to be doing is pressuring the remote. I could be wrong. It could just be a Rashida or something. But I think right now, it's not the card that you need.
I mean, that was wrecking havoc with the conduit. I do feel that when I look at the corpse board state, I would expect more ice to be rezzed if I was really pressurizing the corp. Quite a tense moment, I feel.
Yeah.
Look at both players' body language. Oliver with his arms tucked right underneath his hands tucked underneath his armpits there.
If I've read this correctly, I think Oliver has played through this amazingly. I think they got flooded very, very early on, and they've had a handful of agendas for most of the game, and they've just played it perfectly. Yeah. And they're like I say, if I've read this right, they are about to win this game without ever using an Atlas token, which is hard.
Are we seeing HQ run now?
It looks.
Oliver looks like he's checking the ice.
Oliver's thinking about it very carefully, surprisingly carefully for someone with 19 credits in front of them, which suggests that it's ice that gives bad pub. And or they're trying to work out if they care about what's in their hand. But presumably 19 credits is enough to res everything on the board, you would think, right? But if you go low enough on credits, the wonderful code gate that begins with V just stops working. It just stops keeping the run out.
Of course, yeah.
So
if you go lower than them.
But still, 19 versus 4, you wouldn't have thought that was a big worry. But I get the feeling Oliver's a careful player, a careful, thoughtful player.
It's a trebuchet.
Sorry, a trebuchet. I misread it.
Yeah. Russell in chat is reminding us that Ollie's pronouns are him, not they. I think we probably are just being a little bit cautious not to misgender anyone. So our brains, which are trying to talk quickly, sometimes just reach for they as a non-gendered pronoun.
Right, I have used both today.
Yeah.
But I'll try and keep to he, him.
Okay, we're now finally seeing what the upgrade was. I don't recognise it, do you?
No. What do you think it is?
It's corporate troubleshooter. Thank you for that.
Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. That is a great one for the outfit to have, because your big advantage is money.
Yeah. So they can literally just he can literally just prize Tom out of being able to break this ice.
Yeah, at which point I believe it trashes a card, just any card. That's
a good deal, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And
subroutine one, trash one, install, run a card, and then there's a trace. Yeah. So it's actually technically porous ice. I mean, it's got such a terrible reputation. It looks like the most doom-laden thing you can possibly encounter, but actually, and the numbers on it are pretty ugly. But actually, it's a porous ice. It's just you don't ever want to go through it.
I mean, if you've got nothing installed, you can, for example, trust Hoshiko straight through it, or dupe straight through it. There are times when you're just like, yeah, fine, I'll walk through that. That's absolutely okay.
So the interesting, the Chesver's going.
Yeah, and I think that
because
probably correct. I think that Oliver, I think he's made the same read I have, which is that R&D isn't porous anymore. You're not getting into R&D. I would, if I had to guess, that's a border control on the outside of R&D.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the Valentine will now keep them out.
I mean, the Valentine won't, but whatever it is on the outside will, and I think it's going to be a border control. They've seen a card from hand. That was a too big to fail by the looks of it.
Right. Good read. I would like to know, it's been a long turn, I'd like to know how many clicks the runner's on now.
Yeah, I'd like to. The little tracker. There's the one. Sorry, that's gender points.
Yeah. They're bad pub, I think. Oh, you're looking at the top.
I'm looking at the bottom left and bottom right. I thought that was clicks, but it's not. It's agenda points. They say 5 and 2 respectively, so that would make sense.
Right. So of course, yeah. Sorry, on the overlay. Yes, that's correct. I would lay a small amount of money that's the winning agenda in the remote now.
I think Oliver weathered the storm. I think using the symbol chip to bring Conduit back in was not the play.
Mm.
I think I can understand the temptation. That's your win condition, but I think Tom misread the board state. Didn't see that you can't get into R&D right now. It's closed. R&D is closed for business, and also like won't be useful for another turn. You could have brought back in an SMC instead and threatened the remote.
Mm. Mm.
You could have brought an SMC back, run archives to install something. I think you've got an Eker in hand. You could have installed whatever your barrier breaker is.
Yes.
And then run the remote. Because you want to save as much bad pub and other stuff for the actual remote run. And look, it's a bit of a Hail Mary, but I think it's how you keep the game alive for another turn.
Okay, the Urban Art has come back down.
Yep.
There's the draw.
Yep, there we go.
Red capture.
Triple advance.
Boom.
And score. Well, double advance to score.
Double advance. Capture. Yeah, doesn't even need the third.
Yeah.
That was a good game. I think both players really flexed their decks.
You can see the sort of relief in their bodies and kind of like that was a very tense game, particularly.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
But you can see the sort of the camaraderie that you get at the end of like an intense era game. Like, we got through it. We're alive.
Yeah. Okay, let's just have a look at what both of these players are playing and what we're going to be seeing next. So, Tom is playing Teia for the Corp, and Oliver is our single Hoshiko in the tournament. And so, one Corp we've seen not very much of, and one runner we've seen an awful lot, but without one of her key cards now.
Yeah, and a very big card that I am glad to see that go from Hoshiko's stable. I think Hoshiko. I have my issues with how Hoshiko is written anyway, but I think Hoshiko becomes like such a boring ID when you've got DreamNet out and it's just you should run every turn. Should you run this turn? Yes, you should. Yeah. I feel like the design was meant to start making you pay 2 credits every turn for a draw. And if in I've just been told off for hating on DreamNet. I will say, outside of Hoshiko, I love it as a card. I think it's really fun in Sable. I think it's really fun in Arissana. Look, I'll be honest, I even think it's really fun in Hoshiko. It's just a little bit too good. And it turns... The problem, again, like, cards keep dying for Hoshiko sins in the same way as cards keep dying for Ag Infusion sins. And this time it was DreamNet. Because Hoshiko's just a little bit pushed. And a little bit... I would love it if Hoshiko was a card and a credit every other turn. I think it would still be pretty good. And you'd have to actually think about whether you wanted to run each turn. At the moment, it doesn't feel like you do. At the moment, it feels like you just run, never stop running if you can avoid it.
Yeah.
Thematically, it is brilliant. I've said before, I'll say again, I love to be part of a game where one of the themes is keep running or the magical girl gets depression. It's very good. Fun.
It's good. Have you played any Teia at all?
Do you know what? I tried Teia, and I tried it with like really good lists, like Soccer's lists for Teia. Yeah. And I just like it did not spark joy. Dave, it was fine. I think when I'm playing Jinteki, I always want to have a kill option, and Soccer's lists were just like trying to win rather than trying to kill. And that didn't necessarily do what I want to do.
That is arguably unsporting in Jinteki trying to win.
Yeah, so that's what looks like a lovely alt art Shore Gamble.
Yes, I recognise that. I was trying to work out where I recognise it from. I have no idea where I recognise it from.
And we've got an HQ run, a long read of a card, whatever it was.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played any of Teia. I'm really supportive of the stated design goal of trying to make a 2 remote corp work. I think it's really something that would be nice to see a bit more of as a corp board shape. Now we have got quite an interesting alt art here. Is that Paladin Puemo? It's just, look, you can see the hammer.
So.
It's a Paladin. Okay, yeah. And there's a scored agenda there as well.
Yeah,
Stolen.
Project Yagi-Uda
Ah.
without any tokens on. This is one of the few IDs where the tokens might matter. Yeah. Like famously, Project Yagi-Uda is kind of blank. Like nobody ever gets the tokens or uses the tokens. In the theory, in this ID, you could use one of those tokens to fire your ability on the runner's turn. I've also said before, like there are actually other things you could do with these tokens. I think these tokens are secretly undervalued. I have tried to build decks around them and then just been like, that's a lot of work for not very much benefit compared to what the other factions get out of their bonus tokens, you know?
Is this the Jinteki agenda that you used to drop a snare in my face when I was running R&D and I didn't know what I was doing?
No. You're thinking of Flower Sermon.
Yeah, that blissed out lady. Okay,
yeah. This one, you could actually, you can swap cards during a run, but it always says, and then the runner can jack out.
Oh yeah, but it's not what you want.
Kind of, like, I understand why it says that, and said it would be deeply game breaking otherwise. Score one of these and that's it. They can't ever run your remote again. Seems a bit unfair. But it's got such narrow use cases. Oh, I think we're seeing roller skates coming down.
Oh, yeah. And is that a daily cast? It is.
Yeah, these are such lovely alt arts.
I think this is the run together alt arts from last year.
Oh, lovely.
I think I have most of this set actually. Run Together, for people who don't know, is a community project to crowdfund to help people attend Worlds, which is a really awesome thing.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've gotten help from Run Together this year, who the lovely specific thing they did was they paid for my new passport, which is also the first passport I've gotten which says Jessica on it. So that's a particularly touching thing, touching connection to have to Netrunner, to have had that paid for.
That's really awesome.
Yeah.
Was another token just put on the Airblades? Or did I misread something that was happening there?
I mean, it starts with 3 tokens, right?
Okay. Maybe there was just some adjusting of tokens.
Yeah. I cannot think of how you'd put a third one on there. Long tense moment.
Okay. That looks like all of us reached a decision about what to do. Or maybe not.
Now, once again, I do not know.
Oh, that's awesome. I that's definitely the Run Together set. I wonder whether I should go and grab my copy off my shelf and dig out everything so I can recognise what we're looking at. That is a more.
It's a more.
There we go. Yes.
Hence the long moment of consideration. It is a more worth putting on the board at this point. And Oliver has decided that yes, it is worth the 6 credits because Oliver has a boomerang in his hand, which he's going to use to get into. Where do we think? It looks like HQ.
Yeah.
HQ has got an upgrade on it, which I think might be Adrian Seiss.
It could well be, yeah.
Oh, sorry, it hasn't got an upgrade on it. That was just HQ.
It's just the hand. Okay, the cards are seen. There's still no trash.
There's still no trash. But something does get trashed by more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, still no trash with more is not quite the same as no, still no trash without more.
Yeah. More is not a card I enjoy playing against. I don't think it's an unfair card. I think it's reasonably costed. But the kind of decks I play tend to fall apart horribly when you start just randomly trashing stuff out of hand. Maybe
you should try playing against it with a cartoony MS Paint art instead.
Yeah, maybe.
That might turn you around on the thing in the experience. Russell says Ollie needs to show Tom the accessed card. And thinks that the more play is not being done correctly. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's a bit of a nightmare to do IRL, but I think that is correct. That both players get to know if it's the access card that was trashed or not.
I think that there was a rule, a rules discussion about this.
Yeah. It's one of those.
So you access a card and then you trash a random card, but that can include the.
Yeah, and you're still
if you trash
accessing it. While it's happening, so you know.
Yeah.
So you need to do it with a dice or something. Because there's no other way of doing it. But so you're right. They have. I would venture to say, Russell, they haven't done more all wrong. They have done more somewhat wrong.
Yeah.
They were correct to trash a card, for example, but they have done other aspects of it wrong.
I think I heard somebody say that's the one situation that you absolutely need to have a dice in Netrunner, because neither player can actually shuffle the cards because one of them's face up.
I mean, it doesn't need to be a dice. You can use anything that can create a random number for you. So, like, if you've got like a lava lamp or something that detects radioactive decay, that's just as good.
Mm-hmm. Like a cat in a box who may or may not be dead.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, one cat per card is the
I feel that we should say that Emergency Head does not condone the sacrificing of cats using radionuclides in order to properly randomize your more trashing.
I both do and don't condone it. I'm
oh, God. I'm looking at you, Jessica, therefore you need to choose.
Fine, I don't condone it either. Right, we've got a buzzsaw out.
Yeah.
This looks to be Tatibola on the outside of HQ.
Oh, one of the most fun cards in this set.
I mean, as an Arissana player, I hate it. I despise this 2-cost excellent tech card.
Just a harmless little armadillo that pays you a whole load of money and puts a horrible ice on the board.
Like, it's It's a good tech card. You just play around it.
Yeah. You can just eat the end the run, right?
Yeah, and make sure to never install anything on that card, and you're fine.
And then you find the corpse, put a tattoo bowler on everything, and then you just don't run anymore. You just pack up your console and go home.
I mean, the thing that you actually do is you go and find your hush, and you hush it.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, the twinning's down. And another card I don't recognise. Do you know what that one is right at the end?
Right at the end. That looks to be a liberated account, right?
Ah, yeah. Okay, here we go. It's FFG art again. Cool. And Paladin helped pay for the liberated accounts, so twinning has a counter.
I would definitely rather be Oliver right now than Tom. Even with hybrid release getting scored and putting something in the remote. Adrian Sice getting moved to, where is that?
R&D.
Yeah.
That's an interesting decision. Why would you do that?
Move Adrian Sice to R&D.
Mm-hmm.
Because you haven't got any agendas in HQ, presumably. And you don't want Hosh coming in and multi-accessing your first 3 cards of R&D. You want to prevent R&D lock. Like, so much of this game, when you get down to it, is about gaining or preventing R&D lock. Like, the longer I played Netrunner, the more I realised it's almost the core concept of Netrunner.
What then is in those 2 remotes? Is my question, because I mean, why move Adrian is a fairly straightforward question.
I would guess like decent econ or defensive upgrades. Like, there are other defensive upgrades. These decks can run Analytic Voids quite happily. They're in faction. Ooh, what's this? A Gachapon by the looks of that.
Yeah, another handwritten card. This is awesome.
Gachapon, you've got to gatch them all. That's what they say.
I can see a Carmen in there. Cleaver's gone down.
Yeah.
Paladin helped pay for it, and it's another counter on twinning. Steelskin scarring trashed.
Yeah.
Do you fire Steelskin scarring?
Sorry, it's not trash. It's removed from game.
RFG'd. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
That's what that part is.
Now running this remote, fairly safe to do with the air blades out.
It's another
Tattoo Bowler. There's 3 Tattoo Bowlers. I do like the design of this card. It's a piece of gear check ice that's still worth rezzing late game.
Yeah. It's a wonderful thing to see how NSG's design has matured.
Yeah. I don't, as we know, I don't always agree with the cards that they print, but I actually agree far more often than I throw a little wobbler about one. I just tend to be more vocal about my wobblers than all of the many cards I think are amazing. I think, Arissana player or not, I think this is an amazing card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just really interesting, isn't it? Is that a Manigarm that I see in
that looks
the
to be a Nico.
It's a Nico. Yeah, okay.
In an unprotected remote, so probably doesn't hang around for long, but that's okay.
Yeah.
You still get value off it, even if all you're doing is forcing the runner to come in and trash it. Mind you, the runner's got a full liberated account ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's free to res, isn't it, effectively? Was it no, do you get 1? Is it 2 to res and you get 3 each time?
Yeah, I think it's 2 to res and you get 3.
Yeah, it is. So it gives you value as soon as you do it.
So they're making a bigger remote.
Yeah. We're going to need a bigger remote. And
Removing
Adrian's coming
ice.
over. Okay, so that's obviously where it's at. I think I can see a trickster attacker in Oliver's hand.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
It
This
feels
is
like
one of
that
those
kind of
moments I really hope they can't hear us. Because that would kind of mess up the game if we were telling Tom what was in Oliver's hand.
Now, I think that Tom is massively favoured. Sorry, Oliver is massively favoured in this game right now, except for the fact that we've got 8 minutes left on the clock, and I could see it going to time without Oliver getting to 3 or 4 points.
Yes. Yeah.
And
okay, we're going to R&D and seeing a card.
And mooring something out of HQ.
Of course, yeah. There's an agenda there, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
That is a timely public release.
It is a timely public release.
And that's an off-world. Okay, Oliver's at 4 now.
So my worries were unfounded. It looks like... I mean, unless this turns out to be an agenda in the remote, in which case, maybe Oliver struggles to find that 5th point.
Yes, yeah.
But Jinteki doesn't have an amazing 3-2 that they desperately want to score, you know? They've got longevity serum, and it's fine. It's fine. It's not good. It's fine. It's not like luminal transubstantiation, which games often hinge on whether or not that gets.
Yeah.
Yeah, above the law. A well-timed above the law can change a game. Longevity serum is often a bit meh when you score it.
Okay, that's... Whoa. So we've had another timely public release scored using a card I don't recognise. That's a seamless launch. Yeah,
they've seamlessly launched it.
Yeah, that's just an alt art then. So timely public release, you have a counter which allows you to install ice from HQ or archives in any position, protecting server, ignoring all costs.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting here is that what I find very interesting here is they put Adrian's Sice on HQ.
Yeah.
Which HQ's got 2 pieces of ice on it. Admittedly, one of them's boomeranged. But also, I think there's only 1 or 2 cards in HQ. And there's a Stargate.
Yowza.
That's huge. That's huge. That's probably game winning right there. But also, what I was going to say is whatever cards it is you're trying to protect in HQ are not safe from more if Oliver just wants to run R&D or even run that Nico and not trash it, then
of course, just to run an access means that those cards in HQ are going.
Yeah, or at least one of them.
That's brutal. Yeah,
but I think this is the line. This is definitely the line. If you've got it, is to go and hit R&D with Stargate for a credit. For 1 credit, of course, you're going to do that.
Yeah.
Except...
Timely release can put a another ice in the way after you've been through the tattoo bowler.
Yes, it can.
Potentially, if it is not something the runner can break, then they are immediately facing 2 bits of ice they can't break. Oh, it looks like they've gone in. Okay, they're counting how many cards are being accessed here. So, there's the off-world. So the runner's on 6. And that's another agenda. That's the game.
Wow. Yeah, they've just all they've done there. They haven't even used Stargate. Or did they use Stargate the first time, see the top 3, and then go back and do a?
Maybe. I'm confused as to why the Tattoo Bowler and the Timely Public Release didn't get into play there. Tattoo Bowler, I guess you need to have an ice in hand to do anything with, right?
Likewise for the Timely Public Release.
Really?
You have. Well, I mean, you need the ice to play, right? I think it's got to be in hand or in archives, and if that's not the case, then you can't do anything.
Ah, yeah. Yes, I suppose if there's not an archives, then that's that, isn't it? That would be a reason that it wasn't being used. That answers my question. I think a really good pair of games here.
Yeah, really good pair of games. I've been very impressed by the play on both sides. Was the I don't think that the scoreline of 2-0 reflects how well Tom played in those games. I think Tom played very, very well. He was he was outclassed by Oliver. He was outclassed by Oliver, but it's possible to play extremely well and for someone else to play even better, and that's what's happened here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, amazing games. Really happy to have seen that kind of play.
Let's have a look at the pairings. So we're round 3. Looks like this might have been the last one to report, actually.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's 2 minutes left on the clock. I'm not entirely surprised.
Yeah. Everyone's down. There's a table 2 was a corp split. We've yet to see a runner split this entire tournament. Definitely a corp favoured meta, isn't it?
Yeah, from what I hear, I'm terrible at playing corp at the moment. I don't know what's up there. It feels like the universe is mocking me by telling me it's a corp favourite meta. I can't win a corpse game to save my life. I really can't.
So Ben swept Joe. Bart and Alex was the corp split. Toby swept CJ. Oliver swept Tom. We've just seen that. Chay swept Richard. Ian swept David. Sean swept Atono, and Frydan had a bye. So that's where we're at. I think I'm going to get myself a cup of tea because I've got an afternoon slump. Don't know how you're doing.
Yeah. Maybe we take a little 5-10 minute break, or are we about to go straight into the next game?
We may be about to go straight in. I can see people coming up already. I'll go and make a cup of tea, if that's okay with you, and come straight back with it and join in talking.
Sure. Right. So it looks like we are about to go into the next game, hopefully, when we get the overlays ready. We were going to do, no, Dave will be furious at me. If there was a lull in the action and not much to commentate on, we're going to do East Anglia facts, because this, of course, is the East Anglian Championships. But I feel like he was very, very excited to do East Anglia facts, so I don't want to take that away from him. Maybe I could do a quick couple. While he's gone, while he's getting a cup of tea. So, hang on, I had an interesting page of East Anglia facts. I've got a very boring page of East Anglia facts too. That's just like Population about 4 million. William the Conqueror actually became the King of England in East Anglia in Berkhamsted in Hertfordshire. The town was considered to be a strategic point between London and the Midlands. So when William's army arrived there, the Anglo-Saxon nobles surrendered. William later gave Berkhamsted to his half-brother Robert, who built an imposing timber castle. That was the rage back then. Upgraded to stone about 1155. The ruins can still be seen today. Amazing. I won't do any more. I'll wait till Dave comes back and he can do some. Right, where are we at? Still waiting for our players. We've had a really good day so far. So doing East Anglia facts is making me feel like Alan Partridge, so I'm not going to do any more. I'm instead just going to go offline for a minute.
Hey, Jessica. You there?
Yeah, I'm back. I started doing East Anglia facts, but it was making me feel like Alan Partridge, so I had to... The second I was about to read the second one out, and it was literally about Norwich, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. I'll do it if you want. For you, Dave, if you'd like it, I will do the next East Anglia fact that's about Norwich in an Alan Partridge voice. Would you like that?
I to be honest, I'd say me liking it is underselling it. I would be absolutely delighted. Please do that.
Britain has about 25 earthquakes a year that are strong enough to be felt, though it is rare for them to happen in eastern England. The largest in recent times was in Norwich in 1994, a quake that measured 4.0 on the Richter scale. The 2008 5.2 magnitude earthquake centred on Market Raisin, Lincolnshire, was also felt by people across Norfolk and Cambridgeshire, many of whom reported their houses literally shaking. There we go. So
that's really good. Thank you. I enjoyed that a lot.
I feel very dirty.
I was just thinking of the extremely strange poetry that is in British place names.
Yes, I often think about this.
Market Raisin, is that really a place?
Yeah.
Like,
I think we've been there. I think you and I have been there.
I can believe it. We've been to all sorts of strangely named English places. Most of them are called something very close to Market Raisin.
You get it often when you go to a train station. They just start listing all of the stations that a train is going to stop at, and it's kind of hypnotic.
Yeah. So I mean, are we at the last round of the Swiss?
Yes, this is round 4. So unless Not Yeti has made a different ruling, I think this is the last round of the Swiss.
At the moment, Ben is in the standings after 3 rounds, as looking like the favourite to become the new King of East Anglia on 18 points. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players on 12 points. So think it's almost certain that Ben will be in the top cut, right?
Yes, I think so. If you've gotten 12 points out of these first games, I would expect you to be in the top cut.
Yeah. I was hesitating because it's mathematically possible for 4 other players to also get to 18 points and for Ben to stay at 18 points.
Yeah. 18 is what I meant,
Yeah. So we've got Sable and an Ob lining up in front of us. Let's see. We do have the round 4 pairings. So let me see if I can work out who that might be. That would be Bart and Joe. Joe with Sable and Bart with Ob.
We saw this Sable earlier, I think, right?
I think we did. I think there is only one Sable, and we saw Sable earlier.
Yeah, and this is the Sable. This is perhaps unsurprisingly a deep dive Sable. I assume there are other things you can do with Sable, but deep dive is like one of the big ones.
It's a personal conviction of mine that if you can do deep dive with an ID, you probably should.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of deep dive in Arissana. People seem to be playing I think because Arissana conduits so much, and the feeling is if you can dump a load of resources into doing something, what you should probably dump a load of resources into is conduiting. But I feel like conduit you can grab with an SMC in the mid game, whereas if you've got a one-off deep dive, you might not see it till the end, I guess is the thinking.
I mean, again, I haven't played Arissana. My feeling is that you, for deep dive, you want a deck that you can be really certain you're going to plow through those 3 centrals, come what may. And Arissana is fiddly in terms of that. I suppose most of the decks do still have a full breaker rig, but we did see interesting things like. Did we see Cleaver coming down very, very late in that last Arissana game?
Yeah.
Or one of the main breakers getting trashed for something else?
It was. I don't think they trashed a breaker. I don't think they got down either their Fractor or their decoder.
That's what I'm thinking. If there was a question about whether they were going to install a Unity and they didn't. Yeah. We already seen a steal right at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, well, we weren't thinking. Someone's gone and stolen a hostile takeover by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think that's right.
How's that happened?
The Carpe Diem and the Corp didn't res? Is that because they've got an ice that costs more than 5 to res on HQ?
So they've got Virtuoso down. I'm guessing they did Virtuoso.
Virtuoso, yeah.
This is why I love Virtuoso. I think Virtuoso is massively underrated. Virtuoso plus the twinning is just incredible.
Yeah, that's a really good combo.
Mind you, like by the time you've installed those 7 credits worth of cards, the Corp may have just, won. Ooh, a white space resed that. Right,
so they put Virtuoso down, ran R&D. Presumably saw nothing very interesting in R&D, but did manage to hit the agenda in HQ. There's Rashida being resed. Good to see some Virtuoso love in the chat from Cobalt.
Oh, hello, Cobalt. Cobalt is a friend of mine from the Nottingham Meta.
Awesome. Their contributions to the chat so far have been exemplary. The other one was saying Doom in capitals, which is the kind of vibe we're looking for.
Yeah. Although you don't get Doom tokens in this game yet, not until the crossover, which I'm not supposed to talk about because it's my NDA.
I would like to share one personal disappointment with the tournament so far, which is we've not seen a single copy of Behold. One of my great hopes for commentating a Netrunner tournament was that I would say Behold in a stupid voice every time we saw one and try and be different every time and see how long I could keep it up.
I mean, to be fair, Dave, you have fulfilled that. You've said it every time we've seen one. It just happens to be that number is 0.
Thank you.
You see, now you've ruined it. Now you've said it more times than we've seen one. There is a Reality Plus. We've just not seen it today.
That's true. That's true.
And I would expect. I think it's a decent card to have in Reality Plus.
I think it would be rude not to play it in Reality Plus. I think everyone who doesn't needs to have a quiet word with themselves. Oh my goodness, another steal.
Hello.
Is that an Asief?
That looks like an Asief.
Yeah.
And that's a Winchester that we've seen. I am not. I would say I am not a fan of playing against Ob. I find it very, very difficult because of their ability to just go and grab stuff out of deck that you're not expecting. It feels like if you can hold Ob off to the mid game and then go and hit R&D, you're usually okay, because R&D ends up part of the kind of thematic logic of Ob is that they're doing all of this extracting, right? And they're getting amazing value from it, but they're also creating pollution at the same time. They're polluting R&D and by upping the agenda density, and then you go and win off their, they collapse under the weight of their own crapulence.
We've got an install in the right. Yeah, I mean, I think part of the reason that I aspire to build Ob but never have, and aspire to try and get to grips with it, is you really need to know the entire value chain of assets and ice that the build's got. Obviously, it's still a limited card pool, right? There's not an infinite number of possibilities, but without knowing the sort of chain of values that they might be playing with, it's just very hard to predict what they're going to do, isn't it? That's another agenda still, though. I mean, you can worry about all of this nerd shit, or you can just smash stuff and rip agendas and Bob's your uncle.
Just touch the agendas. That's all there is to this game.
It's very simple. It's very
massively overcomplicate it.
It seems that was a Project Atlas.
Yep. Which I believe puts our Sable here on 5.
Yes. Yeah.
So literally one more steal. Bart here building a remote. And advancing something in it.
That's the magic. I just love this dice. I love this
I've
dice. Said this before. I was keen on it before I heard that it wasn't quite random. And my goodness, it's just my favourite thing in the whole Net 20 universe now. Cobalt says,
that's it. That's
game.
the game.
It's that game. Oh my
That's
goodness.
The game. Presumably it rolled archives as it does 95% of the time.
Yeah.
And they've run archive. He's dipped it in salt beforehand, as we know you're supposed to do.
yeah, exactly. That's what was Bart showing that ice on the R&D?
I don't know. It looked like a half run, but I don't know why you'd show off that you had a half run R&D. It's not a very good piece of ice, apart from in very specific contexts. So that took 3 minutes. That can't have been 3 minutes.
It was a short time. We can agree on that.
Yeah.
The clock says 61. I don't know. It was quick.
It was quick.
Cobot says we need more an exclamation mark tribal deck playing Sting. Congratulations, Gank, Snare, and Behold. And I agree. I think that any cards with an exclamation mark in its title is automatically better than all the other cards. and that's just a fact of life that we need to live with. Moon Revo says they're so ill, and this is making their day. Thank you.
In a message I have pinned because I like it when people say nice things about me.
Yeah, I'm just really happy to have made anybody's day.
I'm not.
Go on.
No, you go.
Oh, okay. I'm having a blast doing it, and if anyone else is enjoying it too, that's an absolute bonus.
I will say I'm not happy that Moon Revo is ill. That's the part I don't like, but I like the part where I'm making their day.
Yeah, I'm glad. Is Moon Revo someone you know personally?
No, but look, if someone says a nice thing about me, I don't want them to be ill. It's just how I live my life, Dave. Yeah, maybe you want random strangers to be ill constantly.
I don't particularly.
Whether or not they've been complimentary to you.
I think many of my actions over the past 3 years can attest to my desire that random strangers are not ill. And Moon Revo is no longer a random stranger.
Don't make it political.
Dear friend. Right, so let's have a look at this matchup and not get ourselves mired in waters we probably shouldn't stray into. Okay. We're looking at Essa versus
the outfit.
Indeed.
So we're going to see a lot of early aggression from both sides. As we were talking about before, the outfit tends to have porous ice. Can they find their few bits of end the run ice to put in front of HQ where they really need it? Or not? Yeah. And will the runner be brave enough to just go, I don't think you've got it, and Chastushka into some bit of ice that lets you go walking through it? Again, we expect kind of, does the outfit run away with this? Within the first sort of 5 turns or so, or is Essa in with a chance?
Yeah.
And I think what puts Essa in with a good chance is that there are cards that you really want to keep in hand as the outfit, like your Audacity. You're going to want a late game Audacity. Too big to fail is often a vital card.
Yeah.
It's not quite a combo deck, but it's got these pieces that you do need to make it all work. And often, like Regulatory Capture, if it's in your opening hand, is an absolute brick to hold on to till the late game. So all of that makes Sabotage a bit harder to deal with.
Yeah, because if your hand is clogged up, then you're more tempted to, by the siren song of, why not just trash those cards in R&D, eh? They seem much more boring than the nice ones in your hand that you can see and you know what they do. And then suddenly you've got 7 points of agendas and archives and your day is ruined.
Yeah. There is a small argument to be made that a card that's in your hand, you haven't had to spend a click on it. So there is an argument to be made for not trashing the cards out of your hand, but it's also like, it depends. Are they good cards? Are they really as good as you think they are?
Yeah.
Raindrops Cut Stone into HQ. We have a res on HQ. Did we work out what that is earlier? Is it a border control?
I don't think so. I think border control has only got one printed design. Is that true? No, it doesn't. Does it? So that's from the original Magnum Opus printing, probably. Yeah. Yes, that's it. Yeah. It's apparently a picture of some books all stacked up together.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. I have never before seen the original FFG art of border control.
Presumably, the books are because they are controlling borders at the bookshop in London on top of the Port Road. That will be it.
It's nice to see a bit of UK representation in the card pool.
Yeah. So this is bad news for Essa. That so you can just kill a Chastushka with that, right?
Yes.
With border control.
Yeah.
What you could, this Essa, So if I'm playing Anarch these days, if I'm playing any faction these days, especially if I'm playing Anarch, Hush somewhere in my deck. So if you can find a Hush, you can Hush that border control and use your Chattooshas then. The reason I'm talking about that card so much is because I do think it's the strongest card in an ESA deck. Just by
Chattooshka.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's not a controversial statement. It's where the standard build goes from chip damage to a big blast.
Yeah.
Okay, there's is that an advancement token on that piece of ice? It looks like it's got a dinosaur on it. I'm not quite sure what that signifies. Ah, it's Bankar.
Oh, Bankar, yeah.
Right, okay. Thanks, Not Yeti. Once again, got our back. And I start talking about dinosaurs, which obviously have no place in Netrunner. Okay. I think that was... Oh my goodness.
Dinosaurs.
Oh, pity me. I'm being called out by the overlay cards. Amazing. Thank you. The Marrow's down. It looked like a finality got trashed by that core damage.
Which is a shame. Like,
yeah.
If you're Bart, that's one of the few cards that you don't want to see trashed.
Nuclefied Fermentor Dam, is that right?
Yeah, that looks like it.
Seemingly some discussion about where the Banhar token goes.
Yeah.
We haven't had another Corp turn, have we?
No, I think this is just like a long runner turn.
Okay. Gamble? Yeah.
Very interesting place to put a Botulus.
And that's daring the Corp to trash it, right?
Absolutely. I don't quite understand why you'd put the Bankar and the Botulus on there.
I assume that Bart must think that there are agendas in HQ, and creating a situation where they can just run in will tempt Corp to trash that border control. Is the Chattooshka?
Yeah, we're not misreading this, right? That is a Botulus, it's not a Hush.
It's definitely Botulus. Okay. What is that ice that just got rezzed?
Oh, there's 2 ice on HQ. I'm blind. There was a Winchester.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so Banhar on the first and then Botulus on the second.
Yeah.
How many subroutines on Winchester?
3.
Ouch.
But one of them hit her steel skin, so that's good.
Steel skin scarring still brings those good news, bad news moments, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You've taken 4 damage.
And there we go. They've ended the run, unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
Like
So the Chattooshka goes. And Banhar is first time per turn, right?
Yeah, so you can't use it again. I don't feel like that was a smart play unless there's something I'm not seeing, like 2 more Tatushkas in hand, or as you say, like maybe they've just had a read that HQ is full of agendas. Maybe HQ is full of agendas. But it was also full of at least 2 bits of ice until just now. And legwork as well. There could be a legwork in the runner's hand.
Yes,
that
yeah, that would make sense.
And they've kept Bankar on HQ. But 3, even if you're Essa, 3 is a lot of net damage to take turn
Yeah.
after turn after turn.
Yes, it's a huge amount. I think they're probably asking how many cards are in HQ.
Yeah.
That's got to
what
be a
I'd
legwork
asked.
they're looking at. It's got to be a legwork that Bart's looking at now. Playing a steel skin. Right, okay. Someone's getting ready to run the banner.
I mean, I don't know, why wouldn't you just run it with the steel skin in hand? It fires anyway, right? I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe there's a really important piece that they want to make it less likely we'll get hit.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, this feels messy. Like, they went to all that effort last turn to get rid of the border control, and then they've not pushed from there. You know,
Yeah, my feelings were either witnessing some next level play that's above us or some stuff that's suboptimal.
it doesn't feel like it can be right to me. No, they've got plenty of credits. Like, unless they didn't have the card that they wanted in hand, but then why make that play? It's such an expensive play to get rid of the border control like that.
Hmm.
And it's such a predictable thing for the Corp to do to border control Chastushka. It's basically why the border control is there. The only situation in which they wouldn't do it is if they had 3 absolute garbage cards in hand. And like no agendas, in which case you've still wasted a Chastushka. It's the same either way,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Yeah, it seems like a costly exchange. And then, checking the cards in a heap? What does that signify, I wonder?
Were they counting them or just checking them?
Maybe. Okay, so Banhar's going onto the remote now. Boomerang on the remote, okay.
Okay.
Torga breakout.
Is it on this remote? Because that's bold if it's on this remote. It's not. It's on
Archives.
Losing all the money off the fermenter due to
Ouch.
a virus in archives. Perhaps you could have seen it coming, but
Yeah.
That looks like Light the Fire to me.
It does look like the fire to me, yeah.
You love to see it, right? Like, I don't know about you, I love to see it.
I love to see it. No, it's a card. I remember how excited I was when I first saw this card, and I'm sad that it doesn't get to see a lot of play.
I have a long-standing feud with pinhole threading, mainly because it made this card kind of obsolete, and I loved how, like, I loved the costing of this card. I loved that it was like, yeah, I'm going to blow up this entire remote, but I'm going to have to blow part of myself up in the process.
Yeah.
I loved when... Sorry, go on.
What I was going to say, as you can see from the art that's in front of us, blowing myself up quite literally with a Molotov cocktail.
Yeah. So we've done the core damage. Now, What's this outer ice?
What's going down? I didn't recognise that second card.
I didn't either.
Valentau, isn't it? There's a Chastushka going.
Joe visibly excited to have knocked out another Chastushka.
Yeah.
What's this inner ice though? Is it a border control? No, it's not a border control. So, do we get in?
Is that? I don't recognise that. Do you recognise that?
I don't recognise it either.
It's a Hortum. Apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, from the famous Dr. Seuss book, Hortum Hears a Who. And what have we seen in the remote?
I'm unclear as to what happened there. Gets trashed after Light the Fire, right? Is it accessed and then trashed?
Yeah.
No access on Light the Fire, so it
no,
just goes straight. So we don't see it then.
Yeah, I forgot that was Light the Fire. That was the last click, and they've immediately installed a spin doctor. So whatever it was was precious. If I'm Bart, I still run archives immediately just to get that spin doctor off the table. The less value you let them get out of their spin doctors, the better.
Yeah.
So this is a nasty remote. They've got a real nasty remote. Even if you get your code gate breaker down, it's just a fortune to get in, an absolute fortune.
Yeah, I mean, with Essa, the spin doctor, it's really such an important card anyway. But with Essa, you're counting them like a lot of the early play with that idea is about just getting the spin doctors removed.
Yeah.
And then most corps don't have any way to pull those agendas back when you start to sabotage them. It
got to the point where when I played a lot of Essa, I would feel frustrated in games where I saw my opponent misplay a spin doctor. Just play one out unprotected, res it immediately when they didn't need to, pop it immediately straight afterwards. And I'd be like, you need that. If you're going to challenge me in this game, you need that card.
Chastushka's down.
Okay. We're finally going to pop off a Chastushka. And the hand's empty. And 3 off the top.
Yeah.
Presumably. So that Movirus might be giving them some pause, but surely sooner rather than later in terms of running it, right?
I would have thought so. It looks like there's 2 spin doctors on the table. It's obviously there's a possibility that that's what's in the remote, but clearly not now. But yeah, whether it was or not, I would force the issue by running archive straight away because, like I say, you want them removed from the game. Getting them removed from the game is the tactical advantage. Oh my goodness, look at that. So an SDS, and I don't recognise the other one.
It's a Project Atlas.
Okay, yeah.
So that's 5 of the 7 points that you need.
Yeah.
Rashida firing.
Mm-hmm.
This is Bart's going to lose now. Definitely.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're on 5 of 7 points. That remote isn't safe. There are ways to get into that remote if you need to. As long as you can find a boomerang. Katorga breakout or whatever, you can probably get into that remote. Also, just find one more agenda. It's not that hard.
Mhm.
It's the Corp has one card in HQ. If you can find some good ways to do some sabotage, a single finality could win it. I mean, there's an agenda in the remote. Can you get in there this turn? Is the question.
Yeah. Have you just talked yourself out of saying that Bart's going to lose? Is that what just happened?
I said it's their game to lose.
Ah, I thought you said okay. I thought that was quite a bold statement when someone was 5 points up.
Well, I'll tell you, I like that you thought that's what I said, and then you thought my justification for it was that he was 5 points up. Oh, when you're at 5-0 in any game, it's usually a sign that you're on a losing streak.
I thought that it was the beginning of a provocative thesis that you were launching into. So you were starting by saying, although he is 5 points up, here's the reasons, and then you started saying he just needs to get another agenda to win. I was like, that's not particularly persuasive, but I'll let you finish.
Yeah, I agree. I don't agree with my fictional thesis.
I'm close to insisting that you defend it, but maybe I'll let you off this once. Okay, there's another agenda to get scored.
Okay.
Another OG Atlas with a token on.
An Atlas with a token, firing Tucana. Okay, all right. Now it's actually kind of an interesting game. I think that is that their third or is it their no? That's their fourth bad pub. So they just they're on 2 points. They can go and fetch another red cap to get another 2 points and use that to fire Tucana again and put another chunky bit of ice in front of R&D. At which point it's just a case of draw until you find your red caps and your hostile takeovers. So now, all right, let's pretend now is when I'd say Bart might be going to lose. Because now we're in a situation where Bart cannot reliably get into any server except for R&D. Except for HQ. And even then, it's costing them 3 cards every time they do it.
It would be really nice to have a look at the trashed cards. I wonder, are there breakers in there? Is Bart running breakers? What's
There are breakless S's out there. Breakless Esser is a thing.
Yeah,
it breaks with Boomerang and Bankar. And that's about it. And then you make
it's a wild build if that's the case. Yeah,
it works. Like I ran Esser build that was all Mayfly all the time for a while. It was a startup build, and you don't have the bin breaks in startup. And I was like, we'll use Mayfly instead. This way,
is that running hot that's just got played?
It looks like it.
Okay.
And of course, that could be good enough.
Yeah. I hear having 2 turns is quite good.
It is. What's that's just gone though? Is that another finality?
That's another finality just gone.
Oof, that
would have been something that Bart wanted to play this time, right?
Yeah. 2 cards off the top into the bin. They could be the winners, for all we know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bart won't have wanted to see the back of that finality. We do know that he plays Katorga Breakout in this deck, which I think is a great card.
Yes.
Esser decks that I've run have often run 3 of it because it gets you back what you want when you want it, and I think it's especially useful in a meta where you don't have bin breakers anymore. I thought Esser was kind of dead once the bin breakers were gone, but it looks like Z is alive and well.
Yeah. It's the Katorga Breakout also in Esser gives you another way of getting value off the periodic archives runs that you really need to make to keep the corp honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are those tokens being put on a marrow?
They look like core damage tokens to me.
Okay,
So that was
and they're being put on marrow. That's a red capture, right?
Yeah, that's a red cap. So we're at 4.
Yeah. And the Atlas counter is still there.
And the Atlas counter is still there. So they're not on game point. The corp is not on game point. They can't just use that Atlas counter to win. It's very tight. This is very, very tight.
It's really swung backwards and forwards this game, hasn't it?
Yeah.
In quite a pleasing way. So what do you think you want to be doing if you're Bart right now?
In an ideal world, I want to be finalitying. I think that's the play. I think that way you finality, go and check archives if I've not just won the game. That way I'm seeing 6, 8 cards, and statistically I win. So I want to find my boomerang that inner ice. I don't think we know there's one border control in the bin. We know there's another one on HQ. Look, it could be the third border control on the inside of R&D. It could be. But if you live your life by could be, you never get anything done.
Yeah, I'm working on the assumption this is a breakless deck. Okay, the fermenter's going. Working on the assumption this is a breakless deck. I really like the idea of decks like that. Hey, there we go. It's not a breakless deck. Here's the cleaver. I was going to say
there's the cleaver.
When I've played decks of that sort, I kind of get to this stage of the game, and I just really wish that I had a good rig. Do you recognise that card that just went in the bin?
I do not recognise it. I maybe if I could see it, I'd be able to recognise it, but at the moment it's sort of a blank slate, I'm afraid. I know it's not Strike Fund, and I know it's not Steelskin Scarring, because either of those would have resulted in cards getting drawn.
Okay, Archive's just got run.
Archive's got run, nothing in there.
Yeah.
Not hugely surprising. We saw a couple of cards off the top. Corp turn.
I feel like I could almost see what Joe drew just then. It looks interesting. I feel that Joe just drew a card with the agenda iconography on the top.
I think they did as well. Did you see? Was it above the law?
I didn't see it that closely, and my recognition isn't that quick. But I had that circle on the top right. If I was looking properly, okay, that was counter.
I think they're going to go and find an Audacity.
Yeah,
I can see Snare on the bottom of their deck, by the way. I think
yes,
that's interesting.
That looks like they just pulled an agenda.
Yeah, it's not what I expected them to do. That's a hostile.
Yeah.
So that's how they spent their turn. They spent their turn.
Install advance score.
Yeah. Which gets them to 5 points.
And they put a trebuchet on R&D with the Zip to Cow, the upgrade in the remote.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been a big swing. A big swing from this is Bart's game to lose to we are a turn or two away from Joe taking it.
From this is Bart's game to lose Bart's going to lose.
Bart's going to lose. Well, I mean, at the time, I said Bart's going to lose. You said why? I said on 5 points.
Yeah. If only I'd listened.
Yeah.
Well, he's still gunning for R&D. There's bankers going on the trebuchet.
Well, I mean, they're both on 5 points now, which means they're both equally likely to lose. We all know it's one thing you don't want to do is be on 5 points. There's a shibboleth coming down.
Schoolboy error. Okay, so the breakers are coming out.
Garbage bullshit breaker for Pravs at this point in the game. But there you go.
The hot takes are coming thick and fast. Yeah, I mean,
it's not
true.
a hot take, right?
No,
it costs 8 to get through Vassatau, whatever that card's called. But you're just not going to do it.
Granted, if your game plan is to get your breakers out late, Shibboleth is probably not the card you should be looking for. There's another red capture. Boom.
There it is.
I think that's the one I saw being drawn before.
Yeah.
So they used an atlas to get the takeover first, and then just did this.
Yeah, which I think is correct. It's
of course because the takeover makes this easier to score.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were already on 4, but
is it maximum of 4? It's the only one of these variable genders that's gated, isn't it? Yeah.
And it's correct to do it so because the corp is in control of when they get bad pub in a way that they aren't in control of other things like core damage.
Yeah.
Right. So at the end of Swiss, which I suppose we almost certainly don't have all the rankings in yet, do we?
Oh, at the end of Swiss, not yet. It says we're going to do something special. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
All right.
We're whatever the special thing is. That's exciting.
Can I invite Not Yeti into the chat?
Yeah. How you doing?
Yes, we can.
Right. Oh yeah, tell us. What is it? Okay. Wow.
How would you describe the cash value of these blue rosettes? I'm assuming they are priceless. Okay, well, I mean, that says it all, really. Yeah.
That's
amazing.
That sounds awesome. I'm thrilled that we're going to be watching a format that I'm even less competent to commentate than standard. Awesome. That sounds really fun.
That does sound really fun. I don't understand at all what's happening. It's a quick draw event. Is that what was just said?
Gunslinger, I think, was the terminology.
Gunslinger.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
I don't want to take it too literally. It's you can challenge a judge to a game. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that fits with what we've been told so far. Cool.
I like that. That's fun.
I'm glad to hear that the value of the blue rosettes has survived the unfair talking down that I was giving them earlier.
Yeah.
That's good to know. I'm excited to know whether that is in fact Cobrabubbles with the amazing black nails that we saw earlier.
Yeah, I'd like to know that as well.
Do you think Bart is going to be the challenger? He seems confident in the seat.
He does. I hope so. I thought Bart played a heck of a game just now.
Yeah, for sure.
We had some. That was an amazing game. That a real come from behind.
Yeah, it was a good one. Okay, is that that's the dude who got boomed by Boom, Whizzard, right? Is that his name?
Who got boomed by Boom? Oh, in the yes, it is. Yes.
The ID, the character.
The one where he gets killed off by Boom.
Yes,
that's his arc. This at one point, Whizzard was the strongest ID in Netrunner to the point where it was very, very broken. Like it won some early tournaments. Like someone kind of finally cracked the code and was like, "Oh, actually, if you get two credits worth of value every turn, that's kind of broken."
Did the ID get banned after that, or just had a long run of Reign of Terror?
What a great question, Dave. And what boy howdy do I know the answer to that question? Let me tell you. Well, rarely have I known an answer to that question quite so well. And the answer to that question
is no.
Was it ever on a ban list? It's not currently on a ban list, no. But it wouldn't be because it's kind of rotated and NSG runs the ban list now. Oh, it's 3 credits a turn as well.
It never has been.
Never. Well, there you go.
You can look at the ban list history on Netrunner DB, and it's just legal all the way through. That's the rosettes. I'm pleased to note it doesn't say Conservative Party candidate anywhere. It says Boat Race Cambridge. No, Boat Race Champion. My goodness, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I would urge them to pick a different colour, but that's just me.
Cobrabubbles, resplendent in multiple, 4. I'm hearing 4 rosettes. 4 rosettes and beautiful nails. I mean, absolutely killing it.
It's the kind of decadence that I feel they hate us for, Dave. This when this civilization falls and future generations look back on our hubris, it will be moments like this that say that we deserved it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Not any of the other stuff. Moon Revo has dragged themselves from their sickbed to correct you, Jessica, that Whizzard is 3 credits.
Yes.
And says Whizzard was the OG Hoshiko, if you squint.
I mean, like, getting that amount of kind of unearned value every turn, I totally agree. It's like, well, you can stop them, just don't ever have anything that they can trash. It's kind of similar to, like, just don't let Hoshiko make runs, ever.
Or put a guided missile through the bathroom window when they're on the dump, on the toilet.
I do enjoy that.
Either works, yeah. I mean, an orb deck in Eternal is a pretty fiendish proposition, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was just blathering on about how it's a limited card pool and you can, in theory, predict all of the possible lines. And granted, Eternal is, in theory, a limited card pool, just limited by all of the cards. One turns. Okay, yeah, this is a turn counter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to know all of these cards. If I don't know what a card is, my intention is to make it up and invent new cards that have never been in Netrunner. And it'll be your job, Dave, to work out when I'm doing that and call me out, because I do not know this format and I don't intend to learn.
I feel that I've got enough on my plate already. Not yet is supplying further information. The person who survives the most turns gets an extra prize. So it's a kill deck. It's an odd kill deck. We may, in fact, get to see Whizzard have a missile come through the bathroom window at an inopportune time, as we're all secretly hoping for.
See, I don't know the details, but I heard legend that there is a turn 1 kill available in Eternal. Like, it's very, very unlikely, but if you pull exactly the right cards and your deck is set up in such a way that you can do it, you can just kill the run before they can do anything, which is very, very funny.
I think that's a still skin that just got played. We didn't see a turn 1 kill. We saw an ice something.
Yeah. That looks like 0.
I believe you.
Which would be surprising because it's 2 cards that I actually know, and you would expect the
Yeah, there we go.
You'd expect this game to be lousy with like weird Eternal bullshit. And that looks like Earthrise Hotel. I know all these cards. What's going on? Rashid of Jahim.
Crowdfunding?
Oh, okay. That wasn't Earthrise Hotel. That was crowdfunding. Fine.
It's a little bit like going from
startup to standard.
That's what I was trying to say. Yes, thank you. Where you pull the mask off, and it was the guy from the amusement park all along. Actually, it's mostly NSG cards, or cards. To be fair, 0 is not an NSG card.
Although
crowdfunding isn't it? Is it? It's a magnum opus card.
FFG did publish some stuff that was just like wildly above the power curve. I think especially when the game was dying and they were like, we need as many people as possible to buy this next pack that we're releasing. Just release some cards that say win the game on them. And then people will have to buy it. And that won't kill the game even faster for sure.
That was the effect that Super Deep Borehole had on me.
I mean, to be fair, it does say win the game.
It does say win the game.
It's got some other text, but it does say.
And a little known fact about Super Deep Borehole is that text always comes true. Every time you play it, it's
somebody wins the game.
Yeah, the real heads know that actually every time you play it, somebody wins the game.
Yeah.
Look, chat is coming through with the knowledge that we are completely failing to provide. Cobalt says you can turn 1 flatline yourself with Woo with like 90% consistency, which is funny. Cool. Do tell us how, Cobalt. And Moon Rover says 0 is on the point list in Eternal. 3 copies of 0 are worth 1 point.
Cobalt, sweetie, I'd also like to, as well as Dave's excellent question of how, I would also like to know why. Why would you want to do that?
I don't want to know that. I know exactly why you want to do that, because for the lols.
For the lols.
For the lols, because it's glorious. I'm just looking to see if I can find the point list of Eternal. Yeah, here we go. You have 7 points to spend during deck building. These are not shared between your corp and runner decks. Each deck can have up to 7 points spent on it. Spending the points cost of a card allows you to include up to a full playset of that card in your deck.
And if you kill enough kind of elite monsters and get enough clues, you get more points to spend on your next Neverrunner deck. Is that right, Dave?
I'm trying to read a page and I didn't manage to process the joke, but I think you made an Arkham joke in my ears.
I did make an Arkham joke. It wasn't very good.
I don't think you're right, Moon Revo, and that's okay. But it looks like from what's being said about the Eternal list that you get a full playset for the 1 point that 0 is worth. I didn't look this up just to contradict you. I looked up because I don't know anything about this and I was interested. But that seems to be what it says.
All right. Paywall implementation. This card is not trashed until they're playing currents. So another current is put source on. Gain 1 credit whenever the runner makes a successful run.
This is not like playing startup. I take it all back.
It's an entire card type is banned.
Yes.
Just all of them are banned.
Yeah. Wild.
Because they were a pain in the arse. Because the moment they're in the meta, everyone's got to play some of them in their deck, because otherwise you cede so much control to your opponent. And the kind of push me, pull me of it is not very fun. So they don't exist anymore in the game, but they do exist in the channel. So I'm very interested. Do you say 0 is not a pointed card?
It is a pointed card, but I think that it's a 1-point card, and the points are allotted for a full playset of whichever card is points are allotted for.
Okay. I'm surprised it's a pointed card because it's kind of mid in standard, right? Like, it's all right in the decks that you play it in, but it's not like the most pushed card or anything. Like, you see it sometimes, and you would think something that has a points value in Eternal would be so strong that you would see it in every standard deck, right?
I guess it's a hardcore card draw, right?
Yeah. And maybe there's some, like, I'm going to play 100 cards in my deck kind of deck that loves it.
Yeah. Is there could the runner be playing something that prevents the net damage?
Yes.
That seems to be a thing,
possibility.
looking at the FAQ for the card. Moon Rever says you can play 6 copies of Steelskin because you've got I've Had Worse in the card pool as well.
Oh, of course you can, yeah.
Yeah. Cobalt says that you can flatline yourself with Woo by tutoring for Faust and then tutoring for Beckermon.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Both of which are the 2 core? Are they 2 core? Faust, yeah. I don't know at all.
I don't know how reliable that is. I think that's expensive. I don't think it's 90% at all. I think you need Econ in hand to make it work. Because Bedramont is expensive to put down. Like, that's 7. If you're getting out an SMC to go and get Bedramont, that's 7 credits already. Just saying. Like, it is 7 credits already.
Okay, I'm not going to try and work out how that suicidal interaction works. I'm going to try and concentrate on this game that's in front of us.
I mean, you can try. Like, I don't know what any of these cards are, Dave. Like, what? I recognise...
There's a card with 2 counters on it.
Yes.
Mark Yale. Whenever you spend an agenda counter, gain 1 credit, and you trash it or trash any agenda counter or spend any agenda counter to gain 2 credits. Wow, I think we might need to get Cobrabubbles onto stream before the end of the day to explain what the hell this deck is doing, because it looks interesting.
Yeah, that looks like a real bad card that just is in their deck. It looks terrible, but presumably when someone sits down and puts a dice out that is like, that says if whoever survives the longest wins, you presume the deck's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Although maybe
not yet. It's saying it's actually a bad card, but it lets you get Rashida.
That makes sense. I forgot their ob.
Oh, of course. Any card you trash isn't a bad card in ob, is it? It's precisely as good or bad as a card that costs 1 less than it. Cobalt is pointing out that this suicidal combo is in Woo, so you can just get both from your deck.
You can't do it twice in the same turn. And like I say, you need money as well. So you need to draw the econ to do it with, which is the bit that I feel is inconsistent. And you need to draw at least one SMC.
I think this was billed as a 90% success chance of suicide.
Which I think's high, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I would accept 60 to 70%. 90 is extremely high. Go build the deck. Show me. Prove me wrong.
I just want to check that this is actually a personal friend of yours that you're beefing with in our chat, not like a nice member of our adoring public.
Yeah, I know Cobalt IRL.
Good. Fine. Please continue, as you were.
And they would not mind me smack talking them a little bit.
Good.
Especially over something so finicky. Not 90, 65 maybe. It's like such a weird hill to die on, but I feel I know Cobalt well enough to go. I decided to die on this hill. Isn't it amusing?
It's a good it's good to have friends with whom you can bicker about pointless stuff, because all of us need to do that sometimes.
See, this is a nice interaction. That's a parasite eating a border control and doing so rare. It's going to do so almost immediately, right? Like at the start of next turn, it's going to go. Oh, I remember Parasite. Good card. Arguably far too good.
Is that one that has had a part reprint or near print? That's the word, isn't it?
So I'm trying to think of what the near print is. I feel like Leech is the near print.
Yeah, I think so. No, or maybe it's Chisel. There we go. Thanks, not Yeti.
Chisel, that's the one.
Chisel Minizzle.
But Chisel requires some interaction, which I think makes it a lot fairer. And just appears like if I was going to sum up NSG's design philosophy in a sentence, it's as much interaction as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying before the design is really good, and I think that's a large part of it. Tour guide just got trashed.
Oh,
Jeeves just got trashed. How did tour guide get trashed? Was that because of 0? What's the white card that the runner's got? It's interesting how
daily cast. That's a daily
cast.
That's
daily cast. There we go. Just a different art that I don't recognise. They've both got very aerodynamic board states.
In what way?
There's hardly any cards in the board.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like
in temperate wind conditions, they could probably use their hands to hold their cards down on their board and not have them swept away.
I feel like both sides are drawing through to try and find whatever ridiculous combo it is that their Eternal deck does.
So we're 5 turns in. Well done, Bart, for being alive for 5 turns. I feel that we were promised a kill combo implicitly by this how long you can survive challenge. I was about to say, and without very many cards on the board, it's hard to see how Odd can pull it off. But more cards have just gone on the board, so that's addressed that. Okay, Strike Fund just got hit.
It looks like it, yeah. And there is stuff on the board. There is a board state here.
Yeah, I mean, 3 cards went down as I was in the process of saying that. So
yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to be like, you don't know what you can't see things with your eyes, Dave.
Yeah, these are called cards, and we put them down on the board. It is a challenging concept to get your head around, but
A card
think
game, David. A card game.
with enough hard work and application, I'm sure you can get there eventually.
These are not mere birthday cards or business cards. They have value within the game of Netrunner. I am confident that this game will get to the end. I will have absolutely no clue how it was. All right, I'm going to say I think Cobrabubbles wins this game, but just on the basis that I think...
Clan Vengeance.
Okay. When you suffer any amount of damage, place 1 counter on Clan Vengeance.
Okay.
So you...
That's a really good combo with 0, right? You just pump up those counters, then you flush HQ.
Yeah, you can trash everything in HQ.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, what a great card.
Moon Revere says they should make another Apocalypse. I can be trusted with it. I think so. I'm sad that I never got to play with Apocalypse. Maybe at some point I'll make the jump to Eternal and do that. But
so some things I'm loving about Clan Vengeance. Not unique. That's the first thing I'm noticing. So you could presumably have 3 of them out on the board.
Wow.
You could presumably create a situation where the corp just can't have any cards for like a few turns.
Not yet says the card would go so hard in Esser. Oh my goodness, it would go crazy.
It would absolutely break the game.
That I'm tempted to pick up Eternal just to build that deck. That would be, that would be wild. We're on turn 6. Cobrabubbles started this turn counter with a 6-sided die. So I'm just going to put it out there that they will have morally failed if they don't flatline the runner in this turn. It will be a shame for their family if another die is required.
So, if I remember rightly, there is some kind of card in the meta that forces the corp to draw a load of cards. I'm wondering if there's some sort of combo where you force them to draw a load of cards and force them to trash a load of cards, and then you just deck them out. But I think Clan Vengeance is extremely strong even without that.
Yes. It's a wild card. Absolutely amazing. That was the end of the daily casts.
Yep.
The corp was discarding cards from their hand at the end of their turn. That's the thing that happens.
Yes. It is a thing that happens.
Yeah. What just got played? Do you recognise that white card? That's Employee Strike.
Employee Strike.
It's a current.
Yes.
Corp's identity text block is blank. Oh my god, that is a vile card to play on there. Oh.
It really, really is.
Yeah. Yowza. I mean, some IDs, you have a card like that, and it's kind of annoying, but you still have your game plan. Ob has got nothing.
Ob's just broken.
just a load of cards that kind of trash themselves in a slightly disappointing fashion. Oh my god.
Wet fireworks.
Yeah. There's a Spin Doctor.
Yeah, just drawing for whatever this wild combo is.
And well, I think at present, literally any other current. That's what I'd be drawing for now. Because I absolutely firmly believe that there is not an ob kill combo in this deck that doesn't require the ob ability.
But I mean, also, it's the current goes away if an agenda is scored or stolen, right?
Let's see. What was that called? Employee Strike, wasn't it?
Yeah.
An agenda is score. Agenda is scored. Does do you think the corp currents say until an agenda is stolen?
I would assume so.
Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? That would feel like a
So I did play old-fashioned Netrunner. I think these cards were just starting, like pre-NSG Netrunner. I think these cards were just starting to come out around that time.
Right. I can remember when the only current. There are, in fact, two of the cards we both said was pretty mean out now.
Yep. Clan Vengeance.
Round is ending, so Cobrabubbles is going to announce who made the cuts. That's exciting.
Lovely.
I mean, obviously, Cobrabubbles does have obligation. Then we'll return to the Eternal game. Okay, I was going to make a flippant joke about Cobrabubbles making an excuse about needing to announce the cut in order to sneak away before the shame of not having flatline Bart in 6 turns. But I'm assured that he'll come back, so we look forward to that. What was the name of this card, Jessica, with the Molotov
Clan
cocktail?
Vengeance.
Clan Vengeance. That's it. So we're now 2 Clan, 2 Vengeance.
I'm going to make a call, which is that I think NSG will publish a near print of something like this card at some point.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's fixable. I think that, like, put unique on it for a start.
Yep.
Put a maximum number on there, so it's not just like up to infinity, like up to 3.
Yeah.
Or be like for every 1 card out of HQ for every 2 counters on it, I think would also be reasonable. Like if you've done 10 damage to yourself, sure, you can wipe HQ.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Allow it to only gain 1 counter per turn. Or like there's a million little fixes you can do.
Yeah.
I think it's
just add a bit more friction to how it works. Yeah, I'm totally with you. I would love to see this card in play. One thing that's quite interesting to me as someone who's not ever played pre-NSG and sort of thinking about runner deck building now and thinking a rule of thumb that I have set myself. I'm aware there are decks that break this, but you want to have some multi-access in there. You want to have something that can close the game by just like seeing a whole ton of cards and actually moving to standard and finding that actually that in the pre-NSG card pool, there aren't like as many cards that do that. You know, all the cards that I reach for off the top of my head are NSG cards. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them print more, including near prints like this.
Yeah, totally.
But Apocalypse reprint would be cool, hey?
I dislike that card deeply. But like, it's the kind of card that I just... it was fine, actually, because I felt like you had to design your entire deck around living with Apocalypse. And these days, it would be even harder to do that as the runner. Like, these days, destroying your entire board state means you actually lose those breakers. They're not just bin breakers. So, like, it would be even finer than it was before. But I don't like board wipe mechanics. I don't like just undo what the person just did. Kind of mechanics.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is entirely reasonable. I think what I like about it is the idea of it's just like playing a massive gotcha card and it being a upset. I'm not sure it would necessarily make for like a finely balanced and interesting game.
Yeah, I think part of it for me is when I'm corping, I like to design a puzzle and have the runner like try and work it out. And I'm often actually really pleased when the runner works out a cool way to get through my puzzle and like uses all the tools in their bar and like decodes the strange rubric that I've constructed and gets into my servers and steals my agendas. I'm like, I'm like, whoa, that's really cool.
Yeah.
When whatever it is they did is just like, yeah, I don't care about any of that stuff you've just done. Like, I'm going to blow up the entire board, or I'm going to delete your last click or whatever. Like, that's when I feel a bit like, oh, but that's not the game I wanted to play.
Yes. Yeah.
I like it when mechanically the runner is saying yes and to the board state that I've created. It's like, yeah, okay, you've done that. Well, I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
That responds to what you've done, rather than, oh, rewind. I don't like that you've done that.
Yeah.
You know? For some reason, I don't have a problem with Hippo. For some reason, I think Hippo is fine. It does force you to interact with the board state.
Well, it is an RFG, isn't it, Hippo?
Hippo's an RFG.
Yeah.
You have to break the ice once. It can't
and it's a particular ice and a particular, it's positionally constrained as well.
It allows the corp to like play around it.
Yeah.
Because this was one of the arguments that was made to me when I was last whinging about Hermes, was that, why don't you hate Hippo? And it's like all of these questions are interesting. Why don't you hate this card that is also kind of a rewind mechanic in some ways? And like, why don't you hate just trashing cards off the board, was something I was asked. It's like, because you have to interact to do it. Like, if I've left a server unprotected and you get in and trash what's inside it, that's valid. It had a trash cost,
So I think you've made a lot of good points, so much so that I'm not particularly going to respond very directly to them. I wonder whether what's underplaying this is that I really want to do some playing with mutually assured destruction after with all the new tag punishment that's come in with this set, because I feel that it was a bit unwieldy and it didn't really find its place in the meta, but it's actually potentially very strong. And now everyone's got tag punishment. And it's a fun card because it's the corp trashes the board to get an advantage, not the one that trashes everybody's board.
I mean, it actually, to some, I'm trying to remember how it works. You can only trash rezzed cards, right?
I think so, yeah. Let's check. Any number of your rezzed cards, give the runner one tag for each card trashed this way. And it's a triple.
Okay. Yeah. So I was going to say, the thing I was going to say, which was wrong, is that it punishes the runner for not interacting. But actually that's not true, because if the runner doesn't interact, you can't res ice.
Yes.
So it doesn't. It does neither of the things. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's constrained by the corp's economy indirectly, right?
Yeah.
You have to have paid to res all of these cards to get any benefit from them for mutually assured destruction. In a similar way, one of the things that I really liked about Anacivic Grid was that it's cards that you'd only paid to put on the board if you had to put them on the board. Like you could trash unrezzed cards from the board, and they would go into archives, and they'd be fuel for Anacivic Grid. So you hadn't had to pay for to use them. I still intend to return to my Anacivic Grid dreams and see if I can make Zato Grid work in them. But I suspect having to pay to res that ice will make Zato a bit too unwieldy for the machinations that I had in mind.
Yeah. Are Cobrabubbles and Bart coming back?
That looks like Cobrabubbles' legs that we can see behind through that gap in the chair. We have been assured that they will. So
it would be a very funny prank on us to play on us to not have them come back. So I'm conscious. I'm terrified.
They're actually not going to crown anyone the king of East Anglia. This is a extremely long con that results in us being live on YouTube vamping for the remainder of our natural lives whilst they profit in some obscure way from this situation.
Well, as you know, it's my great fear to get pranked, so I'm always kind of hyper aware and hypersensitive to any possibility that I am currently being pranked, and this feels more and more like my fears are being realised in front of my very eyes.
Are you familiar with the game Don't Get Got?
I'm not. No. Tell me about it.
It's a meta game. So it's a game that you play in a group over a protracted time period, whilst doing other things. So you are assigned a number of objectives that you have to fulfill that involve you. What's the word? Baiting, compelling, in some way, getting other people in the group to do, like picking up a hat and putting it on their head. Like, it's not horrible stuff in any way. It's like facile stuff, but you have to get these objectives to win.
Yeah.
And
other people are trying to get you to say yes.
There's a group of people who signed up to this game to all try and get each other, and the person who manages to fulfill their objectives first wins. Okay, some of the prize cards are going onto the table, which means they might be handing out the stuff that's going to the top 8 maybe now.
Lovely.
Anyway, to finish what I was rambling about, I think Don't Get Got could be quite fun, but it also could make everything slightly in a group slightly weird, where everybody's on edge that at any given moment, any odd behaviour is connected to the game.
That's very fun.
Cobalt is suggesting that this is actually a scam to get us into a leg commentating stream, and that we should rate the table and legs. I would never dream of objectifying Cobrabubbles' legs.
I'll objectify the table.
Yeah, I mean, by
I
most
consider it an object.
Most philosophical taxonomies, it is already objectified. Yeah.
I see it as nothing more than a piece of meat about which I'm probably inaccurate. But I would have said molded plastic myself. Well, reasonable people can differ, Dave. And I choose to see the table as a piece of meat. You may see it as whatever you wish to. It's still a free country until Keir Starmer gets in. So
I hope they come back soon, because I'm desperately thinking about how I can make some obscure reference to Lawrence Fox's demise on GB News. I do think the world would be a better place if people like him got dismissed for objectifying tables.
Yeah.
I mean, I will settle for people like him being dismissed for literally any reason.
Yeah, totally.
I
don't know why.
If it was less tawdry and more ridiculous, I would be happier.
I don't know why they had a Knight of the Long Knives over there, but I'm fine with them doing it.
Indeed, yeah. I in fact, if we're going to change the purpose of this stream, I would like it to be a fundraiser for purchasing the longest possible knives to be supplied to GB News. 300 meters long, the kind of thing you can't even wield without chopping off limbs from unpleasant people who happen to be in the vicinity. Bring it on.
Well, this is what happens when you don't give us things to commentate on. Cobrabubbles.
It gets weird. It gets weird,
and it gets political.
Yeah.
And you have we held out for as long as we could, and it turned out to be about 12 minutes. We could.
Yeah.
Before we started objectifying the table.
They're just getting very odd.
Obliquely suggesting people murder Lawrence Fox. That's what we've done.
Yeah.
And I stand by this content.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's released under our own names. Well, mostly. So, do you know what? I'm going to go to the toilet.
Okay.
I think that's
I think
now is as good a time as any. And then maybe when we come back, let's see if we can look at the standings and talk about those.
Yeah, talk about Netrunner instead of what this is.
I feel we should probably try and rein ourselves in.
It's our channel.
Other people have put a lot of work into this, like doing overlays and stuff.
Yeah, but
did they really invest that in the name of talking about dismembering Lawrence Fox?
I mean, look, the other half of it is that people might come on this stream and then go, shall we watch the football stream that these people do every week? And I feel it's only fair on those people if they see the kind of segues that we frequently have. This has been very representative of the content that we have when we're playing.
It has, and me unprofessionally wandering off while we're live to go to the toilet is part and parcel of that. But when we come back, I would like to talk about the standings.
Yes.
Watch this space. Be back in a moment.
See you soon, Dave. Right. So while Dave's gone, let's do some more East Anglia facts, because I know you couldn't live without the sound of my beautiful voice. So apparently, Chelmsford is one of, it says the Queen. I'm going to assume they mean recently dearly departed Queen Elizabeth II, sadly no longer with us after being fired out of a cannon into the sun last year. So it says new cities aren't chosen by size. Instead, they are chosen by the Queen in special competitions according to their character and identity. The newest city in our region is Chelmsford, Essex, which was granted city status in 2012 to mark the Queen's Jubilee. With a rich history that stretches back to Roman times, plus a cathedral and university, Chelmsford beat 22 other hopeful towns, poor, sad, cityless bastards, to make it into the select list of 69 nice UK cities. Now, I actually think that was kind of interesting. I did not know that about the cities of the UK and how they're chosen. Presumably, there can never be another city again, as the Queen is dead, and therefore there is logically no process for generating new UK cities. So congratulations to Chelmsford, Britain's final city. I think these facts might get increasingly dull as oh fantastic, Eternal is returning.
Hooray.
I was doing East Anglia facts for you one day. I don't know if you heard any of it.
I didn't know. I just came back to you saying Eternal is returning.
It remained political and weird while you were gone, is all I will say.
Okay.
Okay. Cards are being played. What are they? I think that actually might be Estelle Moon in the remote. I was going to make it. I had an idea in my head of making it a meme. Say every card was Estelle Moon. I think that might be Estelle Moon. Okay, that looks like a current that's been played. So
by the Corp.
By the Corp.
Yeah.
And it's that same one they were playing before that gives them credits if the runner runs. Paywall implementation.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think. All right.
And what's gone out now? Is that that's an event, though, right? By its placement on the table, we can deduce it's an event.
Yeah.
That allows the Corp to play out some assets. I can see advanced assembly lines popping up on the overlay.
That's a card I've heard of. What does that card do?
When you res advanced assembly lines, gain 3 credits, and then you trash it to install a non-agenda card from HQ, paying the install cost. You cannot use this ability during the run. Cool.
Okay.
So in an OB, you can trash it and you install 2 cards. Yeah.
Which seems pretty
One
good.
of which you need to pay for, one of which you just get in the normal OB way. That does seem pretty good. I would want my OB ability to be active when I triggered that card.
I think it's good that you can activate it on the runner's turn. Look, it's another non-interactive way to trigger your ability when it's not your turn.
Yes. Yeah. Just not on runs, but other times.
Yeah. Like you can do
Executive
it
boot
at the
camps
most.
come down.
What's come down?
Executive boot camp. So that's the asset on the far side of Spin Doctor that we can see.
Okay, they are building up this board state. Having no clue what they might even be thinking about trying, it's very, very difficult to assess whether they're doing it well or not.
I
will
think
say,
boldly, can I see a one of those 4-sided dice on the far side of the 6-sided dice?
yes, I think you can. Which is bold of them to be like, you're not going to make it.
Oh no, it's just
it's
a small 6-sided dice. It is again the employee strike, right? I can see why people got tired of this current play.
Yeah, it's a little bit of push me, pull me as now.
Yeah. I can see why someone would design it and think it's fun, and I can also see why people played it and thought it wasn't very fun.
Yeah, it's kind of not optional. You've got to play some of these in your deck because otherwise you get blown out.
Yeah.
You know, and arguably you should make sure you play more of them than your opponent, and so they just end up taking up a bunch of deck slots and not being like. It's not that they're not interactive; it's that interaction fundamentally isn't very interesting.
Yeah, it's a single way that you can interact, and it's a very straightforward way.
Yeah.
We've had counters just go onto the Clan Vengeance.
Yeah. Well, there presumably will be some every turn because they'll 0 every turn when they can.
Well, I've been a bit sad about how slowly those counters have been building up. I suppose we have just observed a 20-minute break in proceedings, so perhaps it's too much to ask that the counters get built up when nobody's at the table playing the game.
Bart looking at the discard there. So yeah, I think that was Estelle Moon. Because I think part of what Estelle Moon does is allow you to draw a bunch of cards, right, and get a load of credits for slightly too little work.
Yes,
recognized
it builds up. It builds up power counters for installing cards in remote servers, and you trash it and get 2 credits and draw a card for each power counter.
Which is silly. It's not 1 time per turn, right?
No, you just keep doing it. Not yet. He said the card looks busto, and I agree.
It's the one card I know of from Eternal because it's kind of famously busto.
Yeah. In looking at the points list, Stelmin has 3 points. I would at some point like to have the in-depth knowledge about this game to discuss the balanced approach for Eternal, because I think it's really interesting that they have gone for the methodology that NSG used, right, with the most wanted list.
Yeah, totally.
In a format that did have many more busto cards and exponentially more busto combos. It's interesting that there's so few hard bans. There's like 4 hard banned cards. Is that Jeeves? It looks like a robot butler, and then there's another card here.
It certainly does.
What's the other card that's at a jaunty angle in front of us? Any idea? It was the executive boot camp. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, another current has been played. We're on
from the
turn
corporate
8.
side this time. Yeah,
Yeah,
on turn
yeah.
8. I don't know. I don't know what the average is, but it feels like Bart's doing okay to have survived this long.
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
maybe
please continue.
I was going to say maybe the whole "I've got a dice here, see how long you can live" thing is just to get inside the runner's head. I might might do it myself with some like definitely non-kill deck. The whole time they're like, how does this how does this sports metal deck kill me?
Yeah. We're at 10 dice and counting. What's happening? Russell is saying, what on earth? This isn't standard. Eternal Cut. What we're watching, Russell, is a Eternal Gunslinger boat race event where our judge for the day, Cobrabubbles, plays a game against Challenger with a pair of Eternal decks that Cobrabubbles has built. The challenger in this instance is Bart, and they are playing for the glory of wearing the beautiful blue rosette that you can see in the middle of the bottom of the screen. You might notice that Cobrabubbles has already claimed several of these rosettes, and in fact there is some sort of additional prize for the challenger who stays alive the longest. At the moment, Bart has stayed alive for 8 turns.
We do not know what that number is, do we? Who the challenger is who stayed alive the longest?
We don't. That information hasn't been supplied to us. Maybe not yet. He knows. Maybe they'll tell us. He'll tell us. There's a border control. Not yet. He wants to know what the question was. We wanted to know what's the longest that anyone has survived in the boat race. Eight is the record.
Oh,
so,
go. Blimey. It looks like that record is about to be broken. And of course, I have no idea how the kill works. So it could be absolutely right about to happen for all I know.
Yeah.
There is Faust, another famously broken card. They've done a near print of with what's
Audrey?
the card I'm thinking? Audrey, that's the one.
Nice. Yeah.
I am looking forward to, presumably in the second half in the sequel to the Automata Initiative, they will print a card called Seymour, and it'll be Audrey, feed me Seymour, something that gives Audrey the counters that she needs.
That would be cool. Audrey, I mean, as I've said already on the stream, like Audrey Lee deck is the thing that I've been trying to make work in my Netrunner play recently.
And you can do it with like Knobkery and stuff, can't you? There's like ways of.
Yeah. You can get a really fiendish virus economy running, and Knobkery is part of it. I've not ever in my games had enough money to pay 5 Knobkery alongside everything else.
Yeah.
But I think of the cards that could make the cut, it's the one that's most viable for putting counters on a wiped Audrey. But the problem the deck really struggles with is it's very, very hard to create a runner board state that is able to bounce back quicker than the 3 actions that the core loses by purging. You can do it, but it's pretty hard.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the answer, I mean, I say unfortunately, but like I think it's good for the game that the answer is that you cannot rely on a single virus-driven AI. You need other stuff to make your your rig work. And I
Mm.
think that's good because otherwise Amakua is already a bit pushed.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
if you never needed another breaker, it would be a more boring game than it is.
Yeah. I think what I've struggled with the deck for a little bit in this deck is that there isn't another AI breaker that you can really supplement Audrey with that does the job, and certainly in a Lou deck, which I think is a really solid ID to run Audrey in. It's quite hard to fit a breaker suite in alongside Audrey and all of this virus tech.
Yeah.
Are we still on turn 8, or have they forgotten to do pick up the counters?
We're still on turn 8.
Okay.
I think that we're doing some ob bullshit.
Yeah, that does tend to be quite time consuming when you've got real cards.
Yeah, when you need to like shuffle the deck 6 times or whatever.
A card is being searched for now. Presumably that card on top of archives is what just got trashed. That does look like Estelle Moon. Is it that you were just talking about? Who's come out?
Yeah. Which this isn't the kill turn because Estelle Moon's not a card that you install if you're right about to win the game.
Correct.
I will say that hand looks to me to be chock full of agendas.
Yeah. Jeeves model Bioroid. Why is that popped up on the screen? That's in the remote. That's in a remote behind border control and something else. Yeah. So this is the card that Wage Workers.
Is it better than Wage Workers?
I think it is. Slightly worse, actually. The difference, as I understand it, is that Jeeves needs to be rezzed during all 3 of the actions that it is counting in order to trigger.
Okay,
and
so
Wage Workers just needs to be rezzed for the 3rd. So you can install 3 times, including the installation of Wage Workers.
Or indeed click for credits 4 times and res Wage Workers midway through.
Yeah.
So you could be going from 0 credits to 4 credits in a single turn.
Yeah.
Even if it's unresed.
I wonder if they cost something different, and that's why this is a Jeeves deck and not a Wage Workers deck. Let's have a look. Yeah, Jeeves costs 2, and Wage Workers cost 3. Bubbles is call time, so this is the last turn. Oh, no, they both cost 2. Okay, a card's gone down again that I don't recognise, but it looks like it takes up MU.
That looks to be medium.
Okay.
So medium is I think medium is
It's
like
on
conduit.
screen now. Yes.
Yeah, medium is what conduit used to be.
Yeah.
Or, if I said the words correctly, imagine I said all of those words, but
they
meant a meaningful sentence.
Everybody knew what you meant, Jessica. It's fine.
Thank you. I'm a little bit tired, so we have been doing this for I guess not. I guess we did have a break, but it feels like we've been doing it for 6 or 7 hours.
It's a long time. So conduit costs. This is a great comparison between the two. Conduit costs 1 more, and you have to use the action on conduit to gain the additional counter. So medium you could just be running with any old nonsense.
Yeah, you can run it with dirty laundries and stuff.
Yeah.
Which I think is typical of and Cobrabubbles is just sorry, not yet. He's just pointed out you can have multiple conduits installed. You can have multiple mediums, and you can have multiple of either of these cards installed. Oh, we've just seen a handshake
We have, yeah. SDS was stolen, so we've gone to time. So presumably that means that Bart has defeated the boat and won a rosette.
Hooray!
Congratulations! Well done. Well done.
Okay.
Fantastic work.
I think that's enough Netrunner for me for now. I'm going to be honest. My brain is a fine mist. What time are we coming back for the cut? Or I hope we're not going straight onto it, are we?
I think it'll be fairly soon.
Okay,
I
need a 5-minute sanity break.
You take a 5-minute sanity break.
Okay.
We're getting some info from Light Yeti. Let's just wait. Cut starts ASAP, but take as long as you want to break.
Okay, I might take a 15-minute sanity break. Expect me back at 10:06 if I'm.
That's fine. Yeah, I will get a biscuit and then I'll come back and I will watch. There might be less talking with one person than there are with two, but I will be here.
Yeah, and when I come back, I'll focus on real Netrunner and say real Netrunner things rather than rather than the things that I've been doing, which have been unfocused. Would be a charitable way to describe it.
I think you've been great, and I look forward to speaking to you shortly.
All right, speak to you soon.
Cool.
Bye.
Yeah, and I'll be back in a very short while with a biscuit.
Special.
Okay, I'm back. I didn't get a biscuit, so firstly apologies to my public for having misled you. I left the stream to find that some food was being made, so I've resisted the temptation to get a biscuit. Let's say we are. It looks like we are looking at Oliver versus Ben. Oliver. Oh, this is slightly confusing. It looks like Oliver is on the left playing Ob, and Ben is on the right playing Hoshiko, but they've just swapped around. Maybe they're shuffling each other's decks. That's what they were doing. I'm still confused. But one player is playing Hoshiko and one player is playing Ob. Yeah, there we go. I don't know whether my brain just started working properly or whether the overlay switched, but whatever it is, Oliver is on the left playing Hoshiko and Ben is on the right playing Ob. Oliver, I believe we saw earlier, playing a game earlier. Ben, I think we've probably not seen so far. Ben is the highest ranking player, and I assume we are watching the cut and that there are 2 matches currently going. And I think the normal thing is that everyone's got 2 lives. That's, as I understand it, how cuts normally work. So I can't remember. It's been a long day. I can't remember the Hoshiko game that we had with Oliver. So it was Oliver playing a Teia, I think, and I think was dominant in that game, if I remember rightly. Yeah, I think Oliver played Hoshiko first. So I'm afraid I don't remember very much. Oh, look, here we go. Yeah, double elimination cut. Ben is playing Oliver. On the table we can't currently see. Joe is playing Alex. Joe is is playing Sable and the outfit. Alex is playing the outfit and Essa. And then Oliver's corp is the outfit as well, and Ben's runner is Essa. Okay, and it looks like the corp's turn has started because there's another card on the table. I'm not quite sure what that is. That's a spin doctor, isn't it? And ice on HQ and an ice on R&D. Okay, bit of thinking from Oliver here. A card just went in the bin and got economy. I can't quite see what it is. Or indeed how many. There's an overlay, Dave. That's what it's there for. Yeah, that must therefore have been a short gamble. Thanks. Okay, run on HQ and the ice is getting rezzed. And I think that's the Horton, FFG Horton print. Let's just have a look. Yeah, that's the FFG Horton print. Okay, Cleaver going down. And run on R&D. Is that a Palisade being rezzed there? No. I'm getting my cheap ice confused, aren't I? It's a tithe, right? So that fired, and the runner went through it and got to see a card. I don't fancy myself as a very good player, but maybe this is part of the reason why I would be interested in hitting that spin doctor, so the corp didn't get any get the benefit out of it, but probably they just leave you to trash it. Right. Well, this is interesting. So what's happening here? Extract's getting played. Thanks for that. And that trashes the tithe, and tithe brings a Rashida into play. Thanks, not yeti. The foil spin docks are for high placements at circuit breaker invitationals. Okay, Rashida gets iced. So what was the turn there? We had a extract, which brought out Rashida. Ice came down, and I'm not quite sure what the other clicks were. Okay, we're on R&D. So R&D is not currently iced. Ben is obviously very keen to get the value from Rashida. Can't see how many credits they're currently on. And that card off the top has got trashed. Again, that's one that I don't recognise so well. It's calibration testing. Thank you, not yeti. Okay, another run on R&D. Another card being seen, this time not being trashed. I wonder if that card that the runner just played was an overclock. Maybe not. Okay, so in Ben's position, I would really be looking to ice R&D pretty quickly. Another ice on HQ. That's an interesting play. Are we going to see another ice on R&D there?
So this is Hosh versus Arb, is it?
Hosh versus Arb, yeah. And there we go. There's the ice on R&D. Oliver has had a few accesses on R&D. No agendas seen on either side, as far as we can tell. We had Extract trashing a tithe to bring Rashida into play. And do you recognise what Oliver just played?
What did Oliver just play?
It's a liberated account. Yeah, there we go. And the daily casts. I'm just going to mute for a second. I'll be back in a moment.
Sure. So some decent econ coming up. Econ never much of a problem for Hosh, and this is why we've got Liberated account and Fermenter in faction and access to daily casts as every other runner does.
Is that an economy card that was just played?
I think so. I think it was a hedge fund.
Okay.
I'm slowly refocusing on the game with Netrunner. Yes, it was. Yeah, I just didn't recognize that art.
There we go. Yeah.
I recognized the 4 credits. Very recognizable. So NSG have done a good job of allowing a hedge fund and Shaw Gamble, for that matter, to remain kind of tentpole econ cards.
Yeah.
Whilst having cards that are arguably more powerful, but always come with a condition of some kind.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say it took me quite a while to understand how fundamentally important that it is that the baseline cards have this relatively high 5 credit threshold coming from Arkham to play this. I couldn't quite get my head around it or why it was important. And in fact, in a game that's not competitive, where credit denial isn't a valid strategy, it would be a weird decision, but it's a super important one in this game.
Yeah, because the Emergency Cash, which is the Arkham hedge fund, plays for 0.
Yeah. So symbol chips going down.
Do we remember seeing Clot in this deck before? I'm just wondering what the utility of this symbol chip is. I mean, maybe it's just for a fermenter later. Like, that's a perfectly reasonable way to use a symbol chip. But I wonder if it's got some more utility in this deck.
I don't recall, actually, seeing Clots, but we have seen a lot of decks today. I know that we did spend quite a lot of time talking about a Clot play, but I don't think it was when Oliver was playing. I could be wrong.
It was Arissana.
That's right.
Generally, the big Clot plays tend to come out of Shaper, because Shaper also has access to SMC, and so you can spend most of the game with a Clot threat on the board. Whereas you kind of only get it late game with Anarch sometimes.
Gotcha.
And that's just not as powerful.
Are they just typing up all their credits so it's easier for us to read, or for each other to read?
We can just read the overlay.
That's true.
Worry about us. Although I'm not. Oh yeah, Ben has 25 credits.
That's right. Yeah.
That
sounds like a Wayland total.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And 15 sounds like a harsh total in a game where you're not necessarily running that much.
Absolutely. Okay, Buzz still down. 2/3 of a Baker suite out already.
Yep. But arguably not the most important part, the part that makes it completely safe to run and not lose these breakers. Which, against Ob, a Stavka doesn't cost much to res, and you'd have no answer to it right now. But you'd have that Simular chip, I guess.
So I think when you were off, I was saying we've seen Oliver play before, but not Ben. So we don't really know what this Ob deck is about.
No. That looks to be a Tucana. that they've scored
And is that an above the law?
above the law to trash whatever that was.
Yeah.
I think it was just a cast. I think it was like the last drabs of a cast.
There was a liberated account on the board as well.
Which you would have gone for first, logically.
Yeah. The cast is the top card on in the heap at the moment.
Then it was the casts, wasn't it?
Okay.
If it's the most recently trashed card, is what I mean.
Yeah, must be. So I sort of feel minded to say that. Well, no. To be fair, oh, look at that border control.
Yeah.
I was going to say that I felt that the runner was building up a strong board state for this early in the game, but actually the corp's got a lot of cards, and your cards are your engine fuel for Ob, aren't they?
Yeah. Now, I found that interesting. They used Takana to get a border control out. Perfectly fine. They trashed the inner ice when they did it. Now, if I've got 19 credits, I don't really understand why. Actually, I do understand why. So, whatever that inner ice is, they've not trashed it to save 1 credit, I don't think. I don't think there's enough difference between 19 and 18 credits to make that play worth it. It's something they want back in the deck with a Spin Doctor.
Right, that would make sense, yeah.
So
yeah. Is it something that has a horrible res ability, or?
Like, I suspect this is a Stavka half-run deck. It has that feeling about it.
Okay, so you don't want one without the other. We do have a half-run on the table already. The ice protecting HQ. The res piece of ice protecting HQ is in a half-run, I believe.
Really? Okay. Yeah, in that case, it makes a lot of sense because I can't remember how that combo works, but you definitely want at least part of it in. You want to trash something like a Mavirus, and then you bring out a half run right after you res Stabco. Is how I remember that working. So it's the half run you want in Archives. There we go.
Yeah. I realised partway through you saying that I'm talking nonsense. It's a Horton, not a half run. That's
okay.
I'm getting my H ices confused.
Yeah, there's a ruling on that. Just because an ice starts with the same letter doesn't mean it has the same effects. They did a whole NSG did a whole ruling on it. It's the bit I'm going to go with here.
Once again, the rules team are ruining our fun, and I'm against it.
I believe any 2 ice which share at least 1 letter in common should work identically to each other, and it should be the corp's choice which one works identically, which text you use. It makes the game fairer. I think it allows me to win corp games.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about. So we have seen a Spin Doctor get popped, and some face down cards go back in. It's not really possible for us to know whether the ice that got trashed is one of them, but
presumably if there's no.
No, it is because that there don't seem to be any face down cards remaining, so it must therefore have been. The face down card that got shuffled in must have been that ice.
Yeah. So looks like they've hushed that border control on the outside, which is a very, very reasonable use of a hush. The only more reasonable use might be if you were gonna get that run. That I think is what they're gearing up to here.
But for it to work, right, you'd need to identify which piece of ice it was and pre-install the hush.
Yes, you would.
That kills the combo. Yeah. We saw a run on Archives there as well. I guess just checking what was in there.
Yeah. Or possibly just getting the Hoshiko flip.
That would work. Yeah. You should. So as the runner, when stuff's being discarded by the corp face down, you should know all the face-up cards and archives, right?
Yeah, just not the face-down ones.
Are you allowed to check what they are?
Yeah, not the face-down ones, obviously, but the face-up ones you can check anytime.
Yeah.
You can ask, and you can ask all sorts of things about board state, including how many cards are left in R&D. If you want to really, you are allowed to ask this, and it's completely legal to ask this, and your opponent has to answer. They just won't like it because you'll be making them count like 30-something cards.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the face-up cards and archives were something that it's a bit of a dick move not to let you see, or whether you can like literally ask for it. So we've got an Oaktown renovation down in the remote.
And it still looks to me like a spiky remote.
What do you think those two ice are? Could that be the Stavka Hafrun combo?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, you don't need the Hafrun. At the moment, a Stavka on its own just fires, right? Like, you don't
Of course,
need
yes, a Sentry, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Sentry, and there's nothing to break it out.
Is there a 3-cost card on the board? What's the cost of that upgrade? That the
Takana, let's have a little look. Two. So you couldn't use Takana for... You couldn't... And it doesn't trash itself anyway, but you get trash stuff with Stavka when you res it, don't you?
Yeah, that was
4.
that was my thinking. Yeah, Horton's 4, so that can't do it. Border Control is also 4, isn't it? Which is the Hush dice.
Yeah. So there's currently nothing on the board you could do it with.
Yeah.
I think they might just be... I mean, the funny thing is, right? This remote is saying, I've got Stavka. That's what the remote's saying. Yeah? Because otherwise, why have you put Oaktown Renovation in a remote when the runner has got Cleaver and Buzzsaw out?
Yeah.
And a bunch
and 16 credits as well.
And
like
16 credits.
If I could imagine you might want to take a risky play if you were really, really poor and you thought there was a chance you might be able to, or I might not be able to come in. But do you know what the ice is that just got rezzed? It's a sandstone.
It's a sandstone, which is going to cost a small fortune to get past. So sandstone comes in at strength 6, goes down to 5. I'm trying to remember the text on Cleaver. So actually, it's only going to cost 5. It's going to cost 5 for Cleaver to get through this, which is, you know, not nothing, but it is also like 5 is 5. And now we've paid 6, so we're down to 5 credits. And there's an envelopment.
Right.
Which I think they are just maybe a little bit too poor to break. Yeah, they would just they just bounced off it.
Yeah. I seen that there's a Carmen down, and I missed when that happened. Was that earlier in the runner's turn?
Earlier this turn. They played it right before they made the run, because obviously they wanted to make sure that if there was a Stavka rezzed, they didn't just lose the game immediately. Not sure what this delay in play is. I'd assumed that was the last click.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
Looks like they're both waiting for something, don't they? Doesn't it?
Yep.
There we go. Scored.
Is that 5 or 6 points? Ob's on now.
Ooh, I'm not entirely sure. Looks like there's 3 cards there. I don't recall 3.
Maybe one of them is a Spin Doctor.
There is a spin doctor on top, yeah. Oaktown at the bottom, and it was above the law, wasn't it? It was the other one.
Yeah.
Yep, so Corp on 4, runner currently on 0.
And this Tucana train is just building such an oppressive board state on the Corp side. Every time they score an agenda, they get a new piece of ice out and rezzed. I believe paying a little bit less. I'm trying to remember the exact text on that card.
I couldn't work out how to spell it, so I don't know how to look it up on ArkhamDB.
You probably wouldn't find it on ArkhamDB anyway. It's Tucana. Persistent. Whenever an agenda is scored or stolen from the root of this server, you may search R&D for one piece of ice and store and res that ice, paying a total of 3 less. So, like, that's powerful.
Yeah.
It's a draw. It's a really specific draw. It's an install, so that's 2 clicks, plus, like, the fact that you got specifically the thing you wanted, and it's 3 credits. Like, what a wild swing that card is.
It's a lot, isn't it? Really
It's a
lot.
lot. It's a lot.
I think it's time for me to stop forgetting this card. I realise now that we've spoken about it once already today. It has been a long day.
It has been a long day. It's been around a lot today, this card.
It has. It's been played a lot. It's a card I've overlooked and need to stop.
It's been in a lot of the outfit decks that we've seen.
Yeah.
But it also makes a lot of sense in this ob deck where getting a bunch of res dice on the table has even more utility than it would usually. I think we're both beginning to feel the strain, aren't we, Dave, of having started 7 or 8 hours ago now.
I think, yeah, it's a long day. It's a very long day.
It is a long day. Is this double or single-sided Swiss at the end?
I assume it's double again, but I don't know for certain. I imagine not yet. He will chip in and let us know.
Because double elimination.
Double elimination. So each matchup is 2 games, but if you lose both of them, you're out, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
You play single-sided. If you lose 2 games, you're done. And that happens until there's only one person left.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, not yet. He says lose 2 games and you're out. But do you? Yeah.
So
single-sided. So you switch between opponents each game. Is what I was trying to get my head around.
Yeah.
And actually, it looks like we're running very low on time on this round, right?
Yeah, this is what I was getting at. Like, I assumed it couldn't be double-sided because we are down to 5 minutes and this is our first game. Unless... So, I mean, one of the little peccadillos of organised play in Netrunner is that the round goes to whoever's got the most points when the buzzer goes. And I have always felt that gives an enormous advantage to the runner, because you can make runs that are silly towards the end of the game. You can make a run that's like absolutely knackered you for the rest of the game, but will probably gain you 2 or 3 points. But you don't mind that it's knackered you for the rest of the game, because the rest of the game is 15 seconds long, and then the buzzer goes and the game's over, right? Like, that is a thing that you can do, and it's perfectly legal to do. It's not very sporting, but it's also how the game's decided, and people play these games to win, right? So I think
I'd go further and say tactically it's the thing you should do in certain situations.
Yeah.
Like when you are 4-0 points down and there's less than 5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
You either score 5 points in the next 5 minutes or you lose.
But I've also, I've seen it go the other way too, where there's no way the Corp can ever score another agenda because the runner can walk through their ice and has like an unbeatable economy engine and all of this stuff. But we've run out of time and the Corp's on 4 points and the runner's on 3. So the Corp wins. The Corp wins all 3 points. And neither side thinks that game was going to end in a win for the runner, for the Corp even, but the Corp just wins by default. My point is that I suspect Hoshiko can pull enough out of the bag to get some random accesses and maybe get enough points to end in the lead, because you can just do that in the last couple of turns.
That would be exciting to see. I'll just point out that we've got more down, both in its MS Paint version on the table and its slightly more refined art on the overlay. I think everything you said is true. I will just point out that Oliver has 2 credits.
That is true. I'm not sure I would have played more on this board state. I think that I'm not going to get a lot of fun little accesses when there's 3 ice in front of HQ and 2 in front of R&D. I just don't.
It seems unlikely.
And it's not like it's not like Ben has got a remote that they've just left out that you can tap every turn to trash a card from HQ.
It's good for game balance, but I was just thinking how Grim, Moore, and Virtuoso would combo, and it's good for game balance that you can't play them.
Yeah.
Oh look, the time on our counter has changed. It's 8 minutes 26 left, which does basically invalidate everything we've been saying for the last 5 minutes.
That's fine.
It's fine.
The last 5 minutes didn't happen, clearly.
No, I believe they didn't.
That's okay.
It's totally fine, not Yeti. We're being silly.
Yeah,
You're doing awesome work. You're doing awesome work.
We've moved from silly to cantankerous in our tiredness. And I think we should go back to silly. I think it's a much better energy if we can't bring a sort of light professional energy to the stream. I think we should at least go with silly rather than like, they've put some minutes on the timer. I see.
I thought it was being silly, and I'm slightly aghast to have been interpreted as being cantankerous.
I'm trying to be silly. I think I'm just sort of, when you're a bit tired, it's like, oh, look what they've done now. It's not the energy I'm trying to bring.
That is not the energy we're trying to bring. We've got a daily cast on the table. And Banhar. Is that an Eka as well?
It looks like an Eka. Eka's gotten weirdly popular for a card that nobody played before Arissana. It's not an Eka, it's a Clot.
Okay. It's an old styley Clot. Ye olde Clot. I was about to congratulate myself on recognising cards when I thought I was an Eka, so yay.
I still think Oliver's in a bit of a hole. Like, I don't know what R&D looks like. I think R&D is where you want to hit, but presumably you want to go and find Stargate first, right? Like, you don't just want to be hitting for singles off the top of R&D.
No, you don't. I think you want to maybe you want to probably poke R&D, don't you, and hope see if you have a route through there. And I think you probably want to think about deconstructing the remote.
But how is the question?
Well, it will deconstruct itself if you run it enough times, but the Corp will get things on the way.
That is true.
Oliver is almost certainly a much better netrunner player than me, and has probably noticed that the corp would quite like it to deconstruct itself, so that Hobbs' ability can fire. But nonetheless, I would think it's better for the corp to have no remote server than a remote server, whatever benefit they get along the way. So Fermentor's gone down. We've got the daily cast down. Neither player is very rich at the moment. Oh, is that the Banhar counter going on R&D? Oh, on the remote. We are now at 4 minutes 30 seconds to go.
Yeah.
The fermenter was fired. This does look like the remote run's about to happen.
How many credits were on that fermenter?
Not very many. It hadn't been down long. But
yeah, I think it.
How many turns are you expecting for it to last? Raindrops.
So I think that there's going to be just the one subroutine fire here, right? Unless they're planning to let the envelopment subroutine fire as well, which they have done. And they'll... Okay.
I assume that raindrops was more about the credits than the cards. That makes sense?
Yeah, except they've had to spend a credit anyway to get through the border control. So you know, playing a card for 2 credits doesn't feel very good. Oh shit!
There's a virus.
There's a virus. That is a really good play.
The only thing that I would say that's less good about it is that the orb ability doesn't fire on it. So I think we can probably fairly safely assume that there's not a Stavka half run.
Not one on the board.
Combo planned, yeah.
There's not one on the board now. Maybe there's been one waiting on R&D for ages.
That's entirely possible, yeah.
And that my virus was to protect R&D. But you know, we've got 2 minutes left now. I don't see Oliver getting 5 points in 2 minutes.
It's Oliver's last turn, right? Unless
well,
Ben is very quick.
When the
you
buzzer
play
goes,
after time's called, don't you?
Yeah. I had a frustrating experience at a organized play event where I didn't get my last turn, or you know, it didn't go. My opponent was dithering about where to put their Hermes trigger, and so didn't start their turn until after I'd scored an agenda. They dithered about where to put their Hermes trigger, and so they didn't start their turn until after the buzzer had gone. So I didn't get another turn because of that.
That's quite vexing.
Yeah, it was. I'm one of the several reasons I think that we should move to single-sided Swiss is because the number of games I've played that have gone to time is quite high, and it's not just because I'm playing slow decks. I play I play a mixture of decks, but I play quite a lot of games that have gone to time. And when games go to time, you stop playing Netrunner and you start playing around the clock in ways that I don't find rewarding. I come to the one thing I definitely want to do at an organised play event is play Netrunner. I don't want to play some game that looks a bit like Netrunner, but is actually all about how many seconds are left on the clock.
There's a boomerang going down. Is that going on that ice that's just come out. Do you know what that ice is?
That ice is sandstone.
Right. Yeah. Another
which has
sandstone.
been virused recently, which is why
Okay. Yeah.
it's got its full contingent of 6 strength or whatever again.
So I was thinking that was a new ice that had come out, but no, it looks cleaner than it did before.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's a really clever play with the virus that I was not aware of. Okay, that was the Spin Doctor. That baited out a run.
Yep.
And I think that has meant
that's got to be
got to be the game for Ben. Yeah. How would you characterize this hop deck?
It's very hard to tell. I think that there are some combos in it that we've not seen. It feels toolboxy. We've not seen a single sentry in it. It feels like it's playing a lot of the. It feels like it's playing relatively honest Netrunner, to be honest. Like, I'm going to score some stuff behind some ice, and the ice is going to be good enough that you can't get through it before I score it. Like, that is fundamental Netrunner, and not something you necessarily see in every game, but we've seen it in this game, right? Like, a couple of times now.
Yeah. I'm slightly confused about what just happened here. Did the runner access a card from HQ?
More is what happened.
More happened. Oh, yes.
They're now running
R&D,
even though I don't think there's any play which wins it for them.
Yeah.
Even breaking the border control, forcing Ben to go and get another card. Like, I think at some point it's cruel. Ben is currently on 6 points. At which point, like, unless you are going to get 7 points this turn, you have lost this game, and you're not going to get 7 points in a click or two. But I do kind of admire the sort of
there's the concession. There's the concession.
Yeah, there's the concession.
I admire playing to the end. I think it's sometimes it's a game that we play for fun, and sometimes it's nice to just see it play out.
I remember playing a game with my friend Lucy, and I was playing the outfit, and I was like, look, I've got the Atlas counters. I need to win here. Like, the only thing that could happen is if you, like, literally stole 3 agendas off the top of R&D. And I was like, look, I've got a border control in R&D. I'll tell you what, if you can... She had a Maker's Eye, I had a border control, and I was like, I'm not going to pop this border control, because if you can find 3 agendas on your last click off the top of R&D, you deserve to win. And lo and behold, it was above the law and 2 atlases on top of R&D.
You
won the game. Amazing. But like, it's it was a casual game. It wasn't a professional level game, or I'm afraid I'd have popped the border control.
I think we just saw what was in Ben's hand, which was an Audacity and agenda. I didn't see which gender it was.
Yeah, which they couldn't. Like, it's kind of frustrating because that's an interesting end game to be playing around the clock and to be playing around all of the other stuff, like trying to create scoring windows. But you kind of don't get to play those end games in competitive play because you go to time, and you can't be
right. Yeah.
You can't have one of your 2 decks regularly taking 45 minutes to play, because even if your other deck regularly, like, consistently only takes 10 minutes to play, if you end up playing someone else whose decks take 45 minutes and their deck is their 45-minute one, suddenly you haven't got time to do all the things that you want to do.
So the results from the other table are already up.
Yep.
Alex scored 3. So Joe has had 1 life lost. So I assume what happens now is Joe and Oliver will face each other, and one of them will get eliminated.
Yeah.
Ben and Alex will face each other, and one of them will lose a life. And indeed, it looks like Joe is coming over to sit with Oliver on this table and play. Yeah, that's right. It's Sable. So I think at this stage now we've seen both of these players and both of these decks on the stream.
Yeah.
So what happens at the end of this round? There'll be 3 players left in at the end of this round.
Yes.
Yeah. And the winner of the top table, the winner of Ben and Alex this round will sit out next round, and the loser will play the winner of the game we're currently watching. Is that right?
I think so. I don't know. I'm not a kind of organized play whiz in terms of like how these games are structured and stuff.
I think I'm going to go with that being what's going to happen until someone tells me otherwise.
Okay. So what I can't work out from that is, have we got 3 more games coming or 2?
So that what I'm suggesting is 3.
Okay.
This one, the winner of this versus the loser of the other table, and then the winner of that subsequent game against the winner of the pair who are currently playing the other table now.
But it looks like one of those games is going on simultaneously, sort of just behind. We can see people shuffling up.
There are 2 simultaneous games now.
Yes.
After which there will be 3 players in.
Mm-hmm.
2 of those players will play. 1 won't.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Not yet. Not yet. He's popped in to say it's 2 more games definitely.
Okay.
3 if the loser wins against first place.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's 2 or 3. Cool.
Okay, right, that makes sense. Yeah, so there are 4. I'm just thinking about this wrong. There are 4 players in. Only one of them has not lost a game so far. I believe is the situation. Let's double check that against the. No, that's not true either. I'm going to stop trying to understand this. There are 4 players currently in. 2 of them won the previous game. 2 of them lost. Yeah.
Look, we played a bunch of Netrunner, right? These people were the ones who were the best at doing that.
Yeah.
And now they're all going to play each other for a bit until one of them is the one who is the best of all of them. And then that's the end. That's how we do it.
So at the end of
getting paid for this, that's why.
the game, Jessica. The game. I'll stop ranting on about this in an embarrassing way once they start playing properly. But so the game we're just watching, both of these 2 players have 1 life left. At the end of it, one of them will be dead.
Yes.
Richly sacrificed, as is the way in East Anglia, and one of them will continue to have 1 life left. The other table are 2 players, both with 2 lives, and at the end of that game at the other table, one of those players will have 1 life left, and one of them will have 2 lives left.
Okay.
Yeah, what's not clear to me, but I think what Not Yeti was implying is then who plays who when the three are left.
Okay. I understand.
I think the suggestion from what Not Yeti said so far is that the person with 2 lives will play one of the others rather than the 1-lifers duking it out. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah. Oh, we've got some fun facts.
So Ben is a...
I appreciate these fun facts, Not Yeti. I'm a bit sad that none of them are technically East Anglia facts in the canonical sense of the word, but glad to have them already.
You actually missed a really good East Anglia fact while you were off making a cup of tea earlier. I'll have to share it with you. I actually thought it was genuinely quite an interesting fact. Albeit not the bit that was about East Anglia, the bit that was about how cities are created, I thought was quite interesting.
Tell me as quickly as you can, and then we can say the fun facts about the players as well.
Cities are created by selection by, it said the Queen, but I presume the monarch. I presume we're not actually going to have no more cities ever, as I implied when I read the fact. So I didn't know that. I thought it was something to do with like whether they had a university or whatever, but it's the monarch chooses new cities.
That's cool.
Yep. As I was saying, I realised the kind of things that I find interesting might say a lot about me as a human being. But
Ben, I'm going to say something about Ben as a human being. He's a Cambridge player and a member of Unbanned, a very strong player historically. So Unbanned is the testing group that I think Soccer and Brandon the King are both part of. Joe is a Cambridge player and Not Yet he played his first ever game in a tournament against him. He is the loveliest netrunner player alive.
Is that true?
I just want to know what Joe has done to the other more lovely netrunner players in order to win that title. Oliver is a Cambridge player who recently graduated from Startup. Alex is a Norwich player who's only been playing about 3 months. So that's really awesome. So a really nice mix of different histories with the game and lengths of time playing. That's really cool. So we've got, I need to check those again and see who we got. So we've got the loveliest player alive versus Cambridge player who recently graduated from Startup.
It's the alive bit that's slightly concerning there, right? Am I seeing this correctly? I feel like that's a very strange opening to not Ice HQ against a criminal. I'm not misreading this board state, right? Like, they've not iced HQ?
They have not iced HQ. They cannot have, because there are 3 cards on the table, and they've haven't activated any abilities that give them minutes to click. Against Sable?
Against Sable, who you'd expect to have Doof in her deck, and whatever it is you're protecting in the remote will die if they doof you down to 0 credits and then go and run the remote. Like, this is...
No free lunch just got played. No free lunch just got played again.
No free lunch, a top tier card in the current meta. You heard it here first. I'm assuming that's an alt art Rashida.
It is an alt art Rashida, yeah.
I think that's a very daring play, unless we've got deck lists and this Sable doesn't happen to run Doof, which I think would be surprising. No deck
lists.
So just like absolutely ballsy play. Maybe saying, hey, I'm the outfit. If you want to come and take 5 credits off me, I don't care.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I guess maybe they're not thinking about Doof. I am also a player who's recently graduated from Startup, and I would not think about Doof. I might think, I really want to get this Rashida. I don't mind if I go down to 0, resing my ice and protecting it, because I want to get my Rashida that bad, and there's nothing I really care about losing in HQ.
I mean, I feel like at this level of play, if you see a criminal across the table from you, you are worried about Doof. And okay, maybe you don't care about going down to 0 credits, but surely you care about losing the Rashida, right? It's very, I don't know, it's very strange.
I think we're agreeing with each other. I'm saying that it does seem to be a play that isn't concerned about Doof. Okay, now we've got the ice on HQ.
Now I can stop being like, what the hell? What is this nonsense? Because they finally iced HQ.
Is that another archives? Do you know the symbols on this dice well enough to know whether
I don't.
what mark we've seen?
I only know this dice as of this week.
Okay.
And I finally watched the Andre video about how broken this dice is, which seems to be somewhat, maybe.
Somewhat, yeah.
Maybe don't play it in salt water. This is another
different
fun
die.
It's a
Different
different
die.
die. So for all we know, even more broken than the Andre one.
This is one from UK National Worlds. Okay, I'm loving the UK repping that we're getting today. This is not one of your broken foreign dies. This is a Landed of Hope and Glory, well made, balanced die. not yet to your side as well. We feel you, man. You're doing great.
This is a trebuchet on HQ.
Mm-hmm.
The moment it was rezzed, Joe popped both of his no free lunches, and because otherwise one of them gets trashed, right?
Yes.
They might as well pop them and get the money.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not that valuable anyway. It's not that like really worth keeping them on the board. The question is, do you spend 6 credits to beat the trace and get an access? And my answer would be probably not.
No, I'd be minded not to.
Is it Zay?
Zato City Grid.
Zato Grid. That's the one.
Yeah. That's interesting. So this is the trash and ice to fire at subroutines upgrade. I could put Carmen going down. What's the trace strength on Trebuchet?
6.
Do you know, it's 6. Oh yeah, that's a bit rubbish, isn't it?
I mean, let me just double check that. I said that very confidently. Yeah, 6. It's a good piece of ice.
It's really good, isn't it? Run. Yeah, I was going to say that I might be tempted to let the trace fire just to try and drain the corp of credits.
Yeah, but the corp won't pay into it. You can pay 6 credits if you want for access.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you do get the access anyway. You just don't get to do anything with that access. You know?
Yeah.
Building a remote.
Yeah, the point I was going to try and make on the basis of not actually knowing the card was if the trace strength was sufficiently high. Anyway, it's not even a point. Let's move on.
Fair enough. I won't force you to laboriously explain.
Talk nonsense that based on a miscomprehension. So we have a double ice remote and a double ice R&D. And we have a fully balanced die, picking a mark.
Okay, so it's red, whatever that mark is. Do you know what the red mark is? Not yeti? I reckon it's archives, the red mark.
Yeah.
Oh, marked archives, you say.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Cool.
On the very balanced die, you say. Interesting.
No one home? Going down? Have you seen that already? Here we go. Red is archives, green is R&D, and blue is HQ.
Cool.
Jessica, do you have red-green colour blindness?
I don't.
I do. So
do.
you were in charge of interpreting the mark die, except for the times when it's not Yeti also, except for the times when it's blue. That's our moment to shine. Please don't, whatever you do, pitch in when it's blue.
I promise not to. I am a archives mark truther. That is my position in this game.
Oh, was that an agenda still? No, that was an agenda score. Project Atlas.
Yeah, with tokens is the question.
Without tokens, I think, because I think it had started the corp turn on the board. So I think it was just advance. Is that a liberated account getting emptied?
I missed it. I don't think so
though. No, it's not. It's another FFG card that I'm really familiar with, but not with that art. No, I don't think so. Class Act is on the board. I'm talking about the card. There's 2 copies of it on top of Bravado in the runner's bin.
Dirty Laundry.
Dirty Laundry, that's it, yeah. Lady reclining in a car. Is that Cobrabubbles going down?
Yes. Not the strongest fractor, not the worst either.
And there's Chesiva.
Okay, so like a nice little econ, a nice little run package we're putting together.
Mm-hmm.
I know the outfit can be quite hard for Sable because you do tend to just build big, beefy central remotes that Sable doesn't want to have to break over and over and over again. And it's hard for Sable to get value without doing a lot of running at centrals.
Yeah.
Now, is this... What's this? What are we playing? Not a Doof, I would assume. No, it's a Bravado.
Bravado. That's a Rashida.
That's Rashida.
So you're really getting trashed, yeah. All the Bravado money comes out. It looks like it's back with the Corp, playing a Spin Doctor and resing it immediately. So the Corp's looking for something. They had a very full hand already. I guess they'll be discarding it at the end of the turn unless they... Is that true? No, I'm talking nonsense again. They've got 4 cards. So what are you looking to do as the outfit now? I assume, like, resing all the centrals? Not resing all the, icing all the centrals. Feel with Sable, you want to just deny that extra click economy as much as you can.
Yeah.
And you know, deny the general run economy that the deck tends to lean into.
I mean, right now, this board state doesn't lend itself to forcing you to care about archives. There's no info bounty. There's no prognostic Q loop. There's no virtuoso. There's no seed or beta.
That's true. We with the privileged knowledge of having watched this deck already, we do know there's a virtuoso out there.
We do, and so
we've seen it wreck merry havoc with Corp, just from running centrals other than HQ.
Yeah, but they put it down. If you've got ice in hand, I would be inclined to say, sure, install Virtuoso, get 1 access off it if you want, and then I light up archives. Until then, I want to be more proactive and offensive rather than defensive with my game plan. I guess my worry as Corp here is that, sure, I've got a remote but I'm one shibboleth away from the runner having all of their. Oh, hello! This is a Waken plant by the looks of it coming down. Which I think is ambitious. I would describe that as an ambitious play when there's 2 ice on HQ and 2 ice on R&D. That's an inside job gone. That you won't have wanted to see that.
No.
You can make breaking Trebuchet over and over and over again is a hell of an ask.
It really is.
That's what you've got to do if you're going to charge Waken Plant. Let me just check, actually. Is Waken Plant...
What's the question?
I'm trying to remember if there's some sort of Waken Plant Virtuoso interaction.
I don't think so, no. It's a successful run on HQ, and Virtuoso is an access, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Virtuoso is a successful run on your mark, and Wake Implant is a successful run on HQ, and then it's you breach HQ when the run ends if your mark isn't HQ. So yeah, the two, it's a bit of a non-bow actually.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, how much does Carmen cost to break Trebuchet?
It's a good question. Carmen's 2 strength, right?
I just don't know all the ice and breakers off by heart and all the numbers, I'm afraid.
There's a mixture of pride and sadness in my heart that I do.
You're correct. Carmen is 2 strength.
And Trebuchet is 6. So what I didn't know is that Carmen is 2 credits to gain 3 strength, which in this case doesn't make any difference. It's still 4 credits. So presumably we want to break both the subroutines, which I would guess we always do.
Yeah.
It's 6 credits. Oh boy, buddy, that's...
You're not going to be wanting to do that multiple times to charge up your Waken, are you? That's a bad time.
Yeah, that's a real nasty breakpoint. And okay, like the Trebuchet means the very fact it's res means you've got some bad publicity, right? But like, okay, so it's 5 credits instead of 6. That's still ugly if you've got to do it over and over and over.
Is that a green mark I see before me, Jessica?
Actually, I think it. Now I'm wondering. Yes, I think it is a green mark.
Yes. Right.
There's Unity.
There's Unity. So the runner can get in everywhere with enough money.
With enough money being the crucial point, and this is a run-based economy, and there is no good place to run. There just isn't.
I accept everything you said before. I would at this stage absolutely be looking to ice archives.
Yeah.
At this stage.
Yeah.
Because
I think
the runners at low credits, you want to just lock them out of everything. Really make them fight to build up their economy and be able to get in anywhere at all.
So, Dave, what's that mark that's just been rolled?
No, is that a blue mark?
It is. It's a blue mark for HQ.
So I think while I was ranting on about something, we saw a hostile takeover get scored from hand.
Yeah. I don't know if it was pulled off the top of the deck or if Oliver just finally decided it was the most value they could get this turn. It means they've got enough money to res ice on every server.
And we've got a Docklands here. So if Valentau
bringing out another bad pub. Do we know? So that's at least 3 bad pub, right? At least 3, because they've just scored a hostile. They've res a trebuchet. They've res a Valentau.
Yeah.
I don't know if they did a too big to fail earlier in the game, because that could be 4.
Four apparently. Yes, you can see there's 3 on Sable's ID and then 1 off to the side behind Joe's deck. So that's the 4 total. So 15 credits to spend. Oh, 15 credits turns into 3 for the price of looking at 2 cards and Wake Implant token. There's a Mavaris.
Okay.
Is that 0 to trash? Does that have Mavaris works?
Trash.
And
there's an Atlas.
There's an Atlas.
Probably not if you're going to see an agenda, you probably want it to be a red capture.
Yeah.
Because all the Corp has to do now is pull those off the deck and score them from hand.
Yeah.
Did you say it cost them 12 credits to get in here, right?
I didn't make the calculation. I was starting to try, and then I saw the overlay switch from 15 to 12. 15 to 3.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like those numbers don't feel right to me. I think.
Sorry, it was not. It was sorry. The overlay went from 11 to 3, but there were 4 bad pub. Right.
Right. Yeah. 3 bad pub on that run, but yeah, because the.
Oh yes, the 4th came after.
From Valentine, they don't get it until the next run starts.
Yes.
So this, to me, barring some like wild luck from Joe, this is Oliver's game. If it's going to cost you 12 credits for a couple of accesses every time.
Is that an archives mark?
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It's an archives mark. Right. But like what? There's no info bounty out. There's no virtuoso out.
Yeah. Not yet. He is saying that Joe is a notable fan of virtuoso.
I like virtuoso. I think virtuoso is a fun card. I think virtuoso is slightly overcosted, considering that you are already paying for not playing Penny Shaver. I think it should cost 3. But that's. I'm allowed my little opinions because I don't have to actually design cards. So I'm sure they found in testing that if you make it cost 3, it breaks the entire game. Runners win on turn 1 if it costs 3.
So Virtuoso came in, and the Archives run is hitting a card out of HQ, and that is a big deal.
Okay, and if that's a big deal. Oh, they've hit a big deal out of HQ.
And that's a too big to fail, right? Yeah, they've hit a big deal out of HQ.
Yeah.
Saw it, trashed it.
How did they afford to get into HQ, Dave? I missed that for a second.
They put down Virtuoso and went through Archives.
Ah, I see.
Some people, Jessica, have been talking about how sensible the court would be to ice up Archives. And some people feel that vindicated by this turn of events.
I will say I don't like the kind of Trumpian lilt to your rhetoric.
That's possibly the cruelest thing you've ever said to me.
Saying, why doesn't it ice up Archives?
Oh. I've never felt more like a septuagenarian demagogue with increasing dementia
and legal woes.
I love how he says that. Some people are saying, by which he means I've no memory of who said this. It probably was just me thinking it to myself, but let's draw a veil over that.
I mean, what he always means is I wish people would say lock it up, it being Archives.
Yeah. I see what you did there. That is an Archives mark again, isn't it?
It is. Well, yeah. I mean, it's always Archives.
Yeah.
The dice, much like the elections, are rigged.
Yeah.
So, what do you think the market's like for like highly politicized Netrunner commentary?
I have a feeling in the past 8 hours we have flooded it quite substantially.
I feel like we're better off than if it was highly politicized in the other direction. I think
That's true.
we're okay with like the stance
that's
of,
true.
oh, hello, sailor.
Oh,
A pinhole threading into archives, the very place that you said
Yeah.
should.
and that's what's being killed there. Not the Zato grid.
That's an odd choice. It looks like they killed the Tucana.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, I think these are all Hail Mary plays at this point, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Does pinhole work with Virtuoso? You get
I don't think it does.
no,
And
it's
in any case, I think they'd already done a
oh
run
yeah,
of
it's the
archives
first
at
time
this
each
point.
turn, isn't it? Yeah. I suspect it does work when it is the first time each turn of your turn. Yeah, they're both an if successful, and there's no. You don't.
But I think they're both replacement effects. I think they're both replacement effects.
No.
Okay. Because I know it doesn't work with Info Bounty. You can't Info Bounty and Virtuoso.
Yeah. Yeah, pinhole threading is if successful instead of breaching the attacked server. But Virtuoso is successful running your mark if it's HQ. Otherwise, breach HQ when the run ends. I can't tell whether you're bowled into silence by the power of my persuasive argument, or you're just letting me hang myself.
I'm trying to remember a card interaction that I knew like a year ago and now don't.
Okay.
There are two things that are non-bow. One of them's Info Bounty, and I thought the other one was pinhole threading. But I genuinely don't remember anymore. I think it might be security testing. That's actually the other non-bow.
Info Bounty and security testing, yeah, they're similar and they're non-bows with each other.
Yeah, you can't do both because
Yeah.
one of them's breach and the other one isn't. It's a complicated game. It makes it difficult to get people into it because it is like it's a complicated game. It just is. So
that is why we love it. I contend.
I think you're right. Okay, that's not what I expected to happen. This is an archer that's been pressed.
Wow.
On R&D. Okay, so what does that cost? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for Carmen to break all of it, which they can do with 1 real credit and Bad Pub and Sesva. And maybe you let the corp go into subroutine fire.
I can only assume that Oliver has not very many cards in HQ, and one of them's an agenda, and they're very keen to stop that getting sniped out by Virtuoso.
Yeah.
I think I might need to step away from the stream for a while, Jessica. So I originally said I could stick around till 8 o'clock, but my partner has to go into work to shadow someone.
Sure.
So I think I need to put my kids to bed.
Okay. So are you saying good night? And I'll
not necessarily. I will leave the stream on, and I'll see how long it takes to do that.
Okay.
If I possibly can, I'll come back and join you because I would like to see the end of the tournament.
Finale, yeah. I'll do my best to commentate in your absence. I genuinely think it will be much more difficult to do so. I always feel like a weirdo talking to myself.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to leave you in the lurch.
You should. Your children deserve parenting. I'm not gonna. No, Dave.
I would like to set
Neglect
the
them,
example to my
stay.
children that staying all day for far too long, doing nerdy things is actually a noble pursuit, and they should follow it. I'm not going to rant anymore, but blather anymore because I should go. But if on the off chance I don't come back, this has been an absolute blast, and like
absolutely
huge props to everyone who's been involved in making it happen, and like massively well done to all the contestants. But hopefully I will catch you before the end. Bye.
Bye. Okay, let's see if I can not just trail off and say nothing. I'll pretend I'm a radio presenter. Have we just seen? Oh my gosh, we've just bumped into a gank that I think must have been on top of R&D, and of course we're putting that onto the archer that's on the outside of R&D. I don't know for sure if that ganked was placed in the root of R&D or if it was just on top. If it was on top, it's a heck of a pull from the top of the deck. The archer has fired, and we fired it to kill Carmen and Unity. So Joe was behind before, and I feel like that is probably the death knell for this runner, and this runner's place in the competition as well. Now, with 7 minutes left on the clock, I would probably play it out. You never know if you've still got accesses, and Joe still does have accesses with Virtuoso, and as we discussed before, archives being bizarrely left open this late in the game. They still have a chance of winning. You could do over 3 turns. You could steal 3 agendas from HQ, rolling archives as your mark every time. Maybe they've got more copies of their breakers in their stack. That wouldn't be unusual. 2 obs are quite normal in Crim decks at the moment. But I certainly wouldn't be feeling good in Joe's position. This is without a doubt a huge scoring window. And there's a red cap. Red cap scored, bringing Oliver up to 4 points. And they put something else in the right, possibly another agenda. We could just see them push out and score agenda after agenda at this point. The Tucana, of course, got killed with pinhole threading a little while ago, so they're not building up their board state while they do that. But to be honest, I think that asking for a better board state than this on the corp side would just be greedy. Absolutely greedy. And if I'm Joe, I'm going to be drawing, trying to find copies of those breakers. Maybe running archives if it's my mark this turn. Maybe looking for boomerangs. There's another unity. We've got another unity down. But we are going to need to find... we're going to need to find a Carmen if we want to hit either of these centrals. Or maybe we just chance it. Maybe we chance it on the remote. But no, that's not what happened. And Rashida is fired, which can't be good. It helps the Corp find those final agendas they need to close this game out. We're on 4 points now for Oliver. Arguably, they don't need any more to win. They could just let it go to time, but where's the fun in that? Let's find those agendas. Let's score those agendas. Let's win the old-fashioned way. I do think it's interesting that we've seen both these games very nearly go to time, even though they're single-sided and we actually have more time on the clock. I wonder how much of that is... Okay, install, double advance, red cap, 6 points. Now, HQ is the mark. You can't be feeling good in Joe's shoes. You just can't. I don't see how you win from here. I just don't see how you do it. they did their wake implant run, and it couldn't have hurt them more to lose those 2 programs. Just checking chat. If anyone, by the way, even more so now that Dave is gone, if anyone hears me saying anything like blatantly incorrect, I would absolutely love you to correct me. I will make it so that I can see if anyone says anything in chat. I can do streaming. I know how. There we go. I've made it so I can see the chat easily whilst also looking at the stream. These are going to be the final few turns of this game, one way or another. I wouldn't be surprised if Oliver has the win in hand. And it's hard to see what Joe can do here. Yeah, they've got Unity. But Unity doesn't get you... Okay, I could see a line. If... maybe it's the line that... Okay. Yeah, they went with the line where they ran HQ and just walked through the trebuchet, let it fire. Oh no, sorry, they used the boomerang to get through the trebuchet, and then Oliver used his border control to end that run. And there it is, hostile takeover for the win within time. 2 minutes left on the clock. Oliver will, if I've understood this format right, go on to the actual final. Joe sadly goes home with a carriage clock and many happy memories of the day. I don't think the price was not actually a carriage clock. It's wonderful, wonderful Netrunner merch. Alex and Oliver to fight in the semi-final. I'm hearing. Do we know who our finalists are? I guess we don't until the semi-finals happen, do we? It's been a long day. Ben is currently in first place. Well earned. It's not yet he confirms it has indeed been a long day. Do we know, are we going straight onto... So whoever wins the semi-final plays Ben, I assume. Is that correct? Let's see, if I had Dave here, we could speculate without knowing. No, I can only speculate on my own. Maybe that's what happens now. Who can say? Presumably not yet, he can say, and hopefully will momentarily. What's just been said to me? It flashed up too quickly for me to read it. So Oliver's to Corp and Alex is to run in the semi-final. It's been I think we've seen some amazing games today. Real good stuff. Like memorable games. I've been surprised by the composition of the meta, but in a way that I like. I was last meta, I actually won CO, and I never shut the hell up about it. I won a Nottingham CO, which admittedly didn't have a lot of people at it, with Essa and the outfit. So to see so much of those 2 IDs today is heartwarming. It makes me wonder if I should maybe take them to Worlds, even though I'm out of practice with them and a little bit bored by them. And would I rather take something that's fun? Like maybe I should practice my outfit deck, because I seem to be terrible with Corp. And practice an outfit deck and take Arissana, because Arissana is fun. I want to have fun, and I deserve to have fun. Girls just want to have fun, and this is one of the cases where it's what I want. It's what I really want. Okay. Excited for this semi-final. Alex versus Oliver. This looks to be Essa versus the outfit. Perhaps unsurprising to see the 2 most represented IDs Not Yeti asks. Not Yeti asks, can I do a riff about something unrelated? And I think I've proven a number of times today that I can do a riff about something unrelated. What's the show that I just finished watching? I finished watching my favoritist show ever, Succession, a few months ago. So, like, if you're into like a mixture of corporate intrigue and like generational trauma and like comedy about generational trauma, I really strongly recommend that show. It's got a lot in common with Netrunner because they both have the core message that corporations kind of suck quite often. And I'm doing actually genuinely, they're both like critical of tech capitalism in a way that's quite interesting. Like some of the kind of tech bro characters that Succession has are like fundamentally like well observed, well written, interesting. It's a show that keeps surprising you up until the end, and a show that like for a show that's fundamentally about a bunch of billionaires and who gets to inherit a multi-billion-dollar company, weirdly relatable. The stuff that people go through is very, very relatable. If you've if you come from a slightly odd family, you will recognize many of the dynamics that are going on. Not Yeti, why did you want me to talk about something unrelated? Have we reached our officially sanctioned quota for how much we're allowed to talk about Netrunner today? Or did you just want to enjoy my beautiful voice a little bit longer? And or have me not pontificate about my world selections? Oh, I think I worked it out. Is it because you're worried that I would keep asking you Netrunner related questions and you wanted to like disappear for 5 minutes and leave me completely alone? Which is fair. Like that is fair if that's what you. No, you're still here. Not Yet. He says that was them with their head on the table. What else have I watched that's good recently? I watched a show called Feel Good on Netflix, which is my sister's favorite show. I made her watch Succession, then she made me watch Feel Good, and Feel Good's also extremely good. Made me miss my days as a stand-up comedian a little bit. What else have I seen? I've seen the Barbie movie. I've seen the Barbie movie twice in cinemas and cried both times. It's an extremely good film. Not Yet. He says, tell us about the stand-up comedian arc. It's not like a particularly interesting story. I did it. I guess part of it's kind of interesting now I think about it. In the sort of late noughties, early 2010s, I was a stand-up comedian for a few years while I was also doing quite a lot of activism. And then I did a bit of activism that temporarily made me quite famous. And I realized I really didn't like being famous. I found it like fundamentally extremely alienating. And for that reason, amongst a few others, I decided to drop out of stand-up comedy because I realized it was very strange to kind of work towards that kind of infinite existential crisis within my life. And so I chose not to do that. I'm not saying, and if I hadn't done that, I would now be the most famous comedian who'd ever lived. I probably would have failed because that's what most comedians do. But I stopped trying because it was a thing that I decided I no longer wanted. But it was fun while it lasted. And there's a bit of me that kind of wants to get back at kind of the low level of it. Never become famous, never like get on TV ideally, but like do little shows in clubs. Right, we're now playing Netrunner. I should talk about Netrunner. So, it looks like we've had a too big to fail played, an ice on HQ, and something else, maybe a draw. Corroder coming down, click 1. Ferment coming down, click 2. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Marrow come down, click 3. No, a Ghost Tongue. I was close though. Bit of hardware that does some core damage. We've lost something from hand, but I just missed what it was. I think maybe a strike fund as they're going for the credits. Oh no, they were going for a core damage. Yeah, I can't quite see what that art is. Not yet. He's saying it's a finality. I did wonder if it was a finality. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad opening turn at all for us. Hostile Takeover scored out here. You'll be wishing that was the Marrow now if you're Essex. You'd be getting a little bit of nice incidental sabotage off of that. But you can't be too sad about having Ghost Tongue on the board turn 1. Drawing. No, Yeti tells me, interesting enough, that Marrow doesn't have the cybertext in physical play, and that no one ever remembers it. I don't know if that's literally true, that it literally doesn't have the text, but I can believe I've remembered it because hello. So I'm not sure which server we attacked there. Actually, I am. No, I am. We Raindrops Cutstone HQ. They didn't res HQ because they didn't want to give the card draw, and they paid for it. They lost an Atlas out of hand. I say he, as I was corrected earlier, say he, him. What do you mean he, him? Otherwise, it devalues the nature of non-binary identity as well as masculine and feminine identity if we just chuck around the word they, even if we're only doing it because we're feeling a little bit forgetful. Bankar down. So none of this ice means all of this ice can be walked through now, and you wouldn't be expecting more than, say, 3 subroutines on an outfit piece of ice, which, you don't want to lose to take 3 nat damage every turn, but if you're Essa, you for sure can. And we've got that second ice on HQ now to make sure that Essa can't just walk in there with a Chastushka. This is going to be a game of not yet. He says, say hi to Rosie. Hello, Rosie. Rosie is also the shortened version of my cat's name. My cat's name is Rosencats, but I call him Rosie. So I think this game is going to be largely about whether Essa can find probably their Fractor more than anything else, which actually I've already got out. So if they can find Buzzsaw now and a Chastushka and get into HQ, I would also be tempted to just look at the top of R&D every turn. Oh, there we go. There's a finality. So we've got the last card out of hand has... okay, so last card out of hand was trash. I didn't see what it was, sadly. And now we are going to see... Now we've sabotaged 2 of the top of R&D, and we're going to get 4 accesses. Okay. That's a steal. That's another steal. This could be the game. Not quite. So they're thinking about whether to trash something. He's thinking about whether to trash something here from R&D. And presumably, I would think also thinking about making that. I would say Alex has made a mistake here. There is a Spin Doctor unprotected on the board, and they're running around doing sabotage. That cannot be correct. You've got to be thinking that you want to go and take care of that Spin Doctor as soon as possible. I don't know why it's sitting there in a game with Essa. Like, maybe because we're in the semi-finals of a very long day. I'm worn out talking about Netrunner. These people have had to play it all day. It starts to get easy to make these almost schoolboy errors. That said, I'm criticizing a player who is currently 6-0 in the semi-final of a huge CO. And, whatever they're doing, it is working. Right. So the other thing you could do is you can force the shuffle and then play another finality next turn. That is a possibility. Sounds like I'm getting news hot off the presses now that inside the competition arena they have just ordered pizza. Not yet. Is there any word on what kind of pizza you've ordered? I'll be sure to report back as soon as we know that. Obviously, vital information. Dr. Nuka. Double Dr. Nuka. Netrunner players are overwhelmingly vegetarian. So apparently it has mushrooms, this pizza. Okay, there's a shibboleth coming down. We've talked about how this isn't the best breaker in the meta, but arguably it's good enough when you kind of quote unquote want to win early. Like, you don't want a game that's going long. You want the point between someone hitting threat 3 and someone hitting threat 7, i.e. the game ending, to be nice and short. It could even be a single turn. You could go and steal 6 points out of archives in a single run as Essa. Question is, a few questions. One, why are you leaving that Spin Doctor on the board? Go and take care of it, for goodness sake, sooner rather than later. You do need... It's good. It's just, even if you weren't Essa, you don't want to leave a Spin Doctor on the board if you can possibly avoid it. The longer it's on the board, the better the options they have for recursion with it. So go and take it out sooner rather than later. I cannot understand why people in the year of our Lord 2023 leave Spin Doctors on the board. It's just not sensible play. Okay. Trying to see this board from Oliver's point of view. You have no remotes. You have one ice in front of R&D. You have a Spin Doctor on the board. That's nice. I personally would be feeling scared about my hand, scared about the runner getting draw, scared about the fact there's a Bankar on the table. You have outs as Oliver. This is a deck that I think we know has got a big deal in it. And Trojan Horse. So you can create scoring windows or score out of hand when you need to. But you can't create a scoring window if you don't build a remote. And currently, Oliver is opting not to build a remote. Something installed unprotected in a remote. We're not sure what it is. Maybe bait. Maybe it is bait to get accesses so they can use Trojan Horse. I can't think of anything. If it's another Spin Doctor, I don't rate the play at all. I don't think you want the runner potentially coming and wiping out 2/3 of your Spin Doctors in a single turn. Sabotage, in some ways, is kind of uninteractive. Like, you don't actually need to have a successful run. You just need to do yourself some core damage. So yeah, there's functionally a limit on how often you can do it in the game. But you can have all of the ice you want on HQ. You cannot actually stop yourself getting sabotaged at least a bit. Botulus coming down. Presumably, Alex gearing up to try and get into HQ with, one would guess, a Chastushka. However, if I'm Oliver and I've drawn as many cards as I have so far this game, they're playing Katorga Breakout. I would assume on Archives, which will, I guess, pop that Spin Doctor. I'd be a little bit surprised. They're kind of thinking about it, which I find odd when, like, logically, if there are agendas in there, you'd need to shuffle them back. Maybe there's something in there they didn't want Alex to see, even though it wasn't an agenda. That is always a possibility. I think that's an underrated way to play this game. Rashida just left out on the board there. I don't know what the thinking is of not checking that card, or indeed of playing it naked. Again, I think this feels a little bit end of the day play. So you're 3 and 3 and a mandatory. Big old hand now, big old hands. You want a full hand versus a sabotage deck. Maybe you're feeling confident enough of your HQ that you don't mind it just being absolutely chock with agendas. But realistically, we're one Eka away from being able to get into any remote, any server that you want, right? We just need Eka to come down or some kind of sentry breaker, and then this Anarch can walk in to HQ, they can walk into R&D, they can walk in to a remote server, probably just once, but once could be enough, just once with the number of credits they've got, but once could be enough to win this game when they're already on 6 points. That finality earlier, such a powerful card because it can see 4 cards off the top, 2 of them are agendas. Suddenly you are inches away from winning. Sorry, I went absolutely blank for a moment there. Let me check chat. Chat, have you got any questions for us? Are you happy just watching? Okie dokie. Lovely folkies. So this is a Tikana. Something played on top of it. And a big deal played on top of that. Now, this could be huge. If this is an Atlas, and one could well expect it to be an Atlas. An Atlas with a counter would be huge at this point. It's not. It's an above the law, taking out that banker. And I think, not bringing us to even Stevens, but so sorry, I've been saying that Alex had 6 points. He's not. He's got 5, and that I think brings Oliver to 3 points. I'll be interested to see. I will be surprised if Alex doesn't take a click and a credit to go and kill this Tucana. Let me just remind myself of what the text on Trojan Horse says. But I think all you've got to do is access to trigger Trojan Horse. I think it's nasty like that. Trojan Horse. Come on, Netrunner DB. Don't let me down now. And this, my hour of need. Oh, there we go. It's been brought up. Grey Ops, play only if the runner access at least one card during his or her last turn. So yeah, it's kind of nasty. And so yeah, I would maybe worry that if I go and kill that Chicana, I'm going to get Trojan Horsed. I don't know. It's difficult. The alternative is I let my opponent build an oppressively large R&D that I can never, ever, ever get into. Or, can get into once and have that run killed with a border control. Like, that's a perfectly normal thing to happen in this kind of game. Oh, I thought that Above the Law killed that banker. It still seems to be on our table unless they've installed a new one. Sure gamble. I think a strike fund, is that? Another hostile. Bringing... I think that brings Oliver to 4. And crucially, I think it's their... Certainly, I thought their third, maybe their fourth bad pub. I don't know if anyone can confirm that. I think Oliver might have accidentally put that, unless I've misread that card, I think Oliver might have accidentally put that hostile takeover into their archives, which is not what you should do. Should go into the score area. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, potentially game losing. Thank you, not Yeti. Certainly the kind of thing I've done at this sort of point in the tournament. It's really exhausting. Cobrabubbles, sorry, is who fixed that. With his fabulous nails. Okay. Maybe the reason they did that is because they were planning to get that archer out, which now makes... See, I'll be honest, I don't know if I value that archer more than I value being at game point, being 1 audacity, 1 regulatory capture away from winning. I just don't think I value it that much. Especially not if it's on HQ, when what I want to do is score the agendas out of HQ. Like, they're not getting it anytime soon, at least not with regularity. I guess it's kind of tempo neutral when you want the bad publicity. Like, you take a bad publicity, you res an archer for almost free, you lose the agenda, you essentially spend a turn getting an archer and a bad publicity, which isn't a terrible deal. I just think I would usually prefer to be on 5 points with 1 more agenda to score out. Although if they're only on 3 now, I guess that's not a big difference between... It's a smaller difference between 3 and 4 than it is between 4 and 5, if that makes sense. Losing a Chastushka to the core damage. They can't be happy about that. I am flagging more than a little bit, I'll be honest. See if chat's got anything to say. Chat, can you save us? Chat. Not yet. He says same. In fact, I think what's probably not helping is I was like, oh, I'll make this. I can stream from my bed and I'll feel like a cool eagle or something. And now it's like gotten dark and I'm lying in bed and it makes my body think it's time for sleep. So I'm going to move myself downstairs, get some movement, blood flowing through my weary limbs. So if you'll excuse me one moment, I might be a little bit distracted from gameplay while I move around. Deeply, deeply professional of me, I know. Okay. I've got to say, I think I prefer this board state if I'm Oliver than if I'm Alex. I think I'm kind of happy about the ice I've got. I'm happy about the lack of reliable breakers my opponent's got. And I've got recourse if they start getting accesses. I've got things that I can do about those accesses. You know, I can Trojan horse away those vital breakers if I need to. And we've got a sandstone coming out. Yeah, red capture scored on the Chicana. Sandstone coming out on R&D. I think, yeah, we are very much in endgame now. 5 points all, but I think really it's Oliver's game. Oliver's going to lose. So hard to even get a single access of R&D at this point, especially when one of those inner ice could easily be a border control. Ika coming down, so we do now have the resources for that single access. And I think you have to go for it. But the question you ask is my single access better on HQ? No, we're going for the finality. We're going for the R&D access. And we've lost what looks like another finality. Drawing a card, as you can but are not forced to do by the Esser ability. So I venture to suggest that, they're doing this as well with Flynn Doctor still on the board. You hate to see it. So Sandstone doing into that damage because of Bankar, moving Ika to Trebuchet, spending a King's Ransom to break Ika. And then one of these, I'm guessing, will be a border control. They've had long enough, and they've had. If one of these wasn't a border control, I'd have been so surprised to not see them Tucana out a border control. There it is. There's the border control. So this finality will not hit. They can break the border control, obviously, and they should.
Hey gang, how's it going?
Hey, it's very, very close. It's going to come down to they've done a finality and hit a border control. They are, the border control is getting popped. Stop the finality run. they had two. It's kind of tragic. They had two finalities in hand. The other one got hit by the core damage, so they could have done this. They could have done this play twice, but obviously they can't now.
That's really rough.
Yeah, it's really rough. I can't see. So I think they're on Bad Pub, which is obviously the sweep spot. I will say HQ is kind of open now. It's only open for single access, but it's open.
Could you explain why, for those of us who've not been following?
Because there's only 2 credits in the corpse pool. You can't res anything big. So you have to get through an archer, but they do have Eca. It would be expensive to get through an archer, but Eca does it. Archer is 6.
Is it just Hoshiko?
2, 4, 5, 6. So 8. 8 to get through an archer, which is brutal. But you could do it. They've got exactly the credits they need to do it. But they're still doing it with this Spin Doctor on the board. I'm getting so frustrated by this save. They're just screen with the Spin Doctor on the board. Why? Why though?
I think this for the same reason that our commentary isn't as good as it was at.
Our commentary is better than it's ever been. I refuse to hear this slander.
That's a hard thing to hear when I've been absent from our commentary for the last 40 minutes.
I said hour. I didn't say mine.
Yeah.
It's only hours when you're here.
It's implied. 0 cards in hand.
Which means that they're not going to win next turn, which is good. Unless they, pull a regulatory capture off the top.
Yeah. Not yet, he says. Oliver's praying for a top deck.
Yeah. I still think it's Oliver's game to lose.
How many bad pub?
4. I think their turn was just click for 3, which is frankly correct. And this turn looks like it's just going to be drawing on the runner side. There's some discussion, it looks like, because Alex possibly forgot to say what their bank card trigger was before they just started drawing, which obviously is kind of huge because you've just gotten a load of information. Alex has been denied his bank card trigger for this turn by the judge, which I think is valid. I think that you can't choose it now. And
because your cards might change what servers it's better for you to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, the Spin Doctor has popped.
Finally, it's going to drive me nuts, that Spin Doctor.
How many have we seen? Is that the first Spin Doctor we've seen removed from the game?
Actually, it doesn't look like it, 'cause it looks like there's other RFG cards underneath it, right?
I think there was an agenda that has just been put on top of that was that removed for an Archer res?
Yes, that was removed from Archer res, but it looks like there's another card there too, and we don't have 2 Archers on the board.
Okay.
I could be misreading it, but I think that's right. Yeah, they went and checked archives. The Spin Doctor got hit, and a Mavirus went off and reset the Sandstone, which is obviously also a shame, but maybe not a huge deal if you've got Bankar out anyway, and you're probably going to Bankar for it.
Yeah.
If I'm Alex at this point, what am I doing at this point? I want to be able to break that trebuchet, which is expensive. I think it's 5, so it's actually not that expensive. Because I've got 4 bad pub. I want to finality, so I think all my finalities have been bin, so I'm probably looking for breakout to either get back a Chestusia or a finality. I think I'm drawing a lot if I'm Alex right now. Mind you, I'm drawing a lot if I'm Oliver as well. So I want the winning agenda. If I can find the winning agenda, I win. It's one of the things to know about that agenda.
Key feature of the winning agenda.
Yeah. I mean, it's not always the case about the winning agenda. Sometimes you find the winning agenda, it sits in your hand for a while, and then you lose.
Yeah.
But in this case, the winning agenda you could just score it from hand. Okay, Alex has done phase 1 and gotten some money. Boomeranging the trebuchet.
Very nice.
And now doing
Oliver somewhat nervously checking that unres dice on HQ.
On R&D, yeah.
Oh no, the R&D just now, but before the HQ.
Oh yeah.
And we are 3 minutes 40 seconds from the from time. Am I right in thinking that if this is a draw, both players register this as a loss? And would that actually mean that Ben would win by default?
I do not know. Not yet. What is the answer to that incredible question? Oh, brutal. Magnet has taken out the Eco.
Oh, that's rough. That is rough.
Do we have a way through it? Yes, we do. We can break it with Shibboleth. Some discussion over Eco versus Magnet, but I think that Magnet does kill Eco.
I think so as well. I'm not aware of that being a controversy.
I think the argument you could make if you were doing some real sharp end play is you could say, you didn't offer me an action before you res that ice. Which is a slightly angle shooty thing that you can do in almost all net situations where you're like, where you're doing something a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
There's often something that your opponent could have done if they perfectly anticipated what you were going to do. So, in my opinion, wait 10 seconds. Admittedly, that's hard to do, and there's 2 minutes on the clock, but wait 5-10 seconds, and you can't reason. Otherwise, I feel like you're prompting them to try and think of all of the possible things that it could be, and that doesn't seem fair on you.
Yeah.
You know?
There's been a consultation about with Cobra about a draw.
Okay, that looks to be a running hot that just got played. I kind of don't believe in that running hot because you've just seen the top card of R&D, so that that card is safe to sabotage, right?
Sorry, who's seen the top card of R&D?
Alex just
Alex
ran on R&D, right? And saw the top card. So you're only getting one valuable sabotage off that running hot, is my point.
Right. Also 3 clicks?
Also 3 clicks, sure. But I might wait a turn when I
think the value of 3 clicks when there's 30 seconds on the clock is higher than when there's 0 seconds on the clock.
Fair. You make a fair point. Although I'm confused, what did they do with those 3 clicks? Like, they seem to play running hot and then do nothing.
I'm confused as well.
We're about to hit time.
Yep.
Alex will get a turn, and then we end. Alex can maybe get an access from here. Higher seed wins.
Okay, that makes sense.
Which I think makes more sense.
That's Alex.
So in this case, that's Alex. So unless Oliver has the win in hand, which they could do,
Mm-hmm. Very careful cutting of a deck here.
Yeah, I think when it's got very few cards in it, it's kind of hard to cut it properly. So, does Oliver have the win in hand? That's the question.
If he does, he's making us wait to see.
Yeah.
That's not the assured, swift movements of a man who knows that he's got the win in hand.
No, in fact, that looked a little bit like someone who just took 3 credits and
discarded 2 cards.
And discarded 2 cards. Oh boy, howdy! That's
Banhal stays on R&D.
Banhal stays on R&D. I don't know if Alex knows that they've won, so they may end up really overthinking this turn.
I mean, to be fair, the timer we're looking at has run down. We don't know for certain that time's been called at the table, so maybe both of them think that are not aware of how close to the clock they're running, or maybe are more aware than we are, and it's actually a little way off yet. It does seem that under a minute left. Says
under a minute left. Okay, so it's still all to play for.
Yeah. So it's a sandstone that's on the second most outermost ice.
Yep.
On D. Outermost ice, sandstone, trebuchet with a boomerang on it, and magnet with an eco on it. Time's been
called, and I suspect it's. What's going on here?
Money's being spent. Resing border control.
On resing, nasty.
So Alex has got 15 credits.
Yeah. The issue is, Alex. Okay, if all you care about is an access off the top, you can actually walk through trebuchet. This is a classic example. Oh no, you can't. Still use the trebuchet to kill your shibboleth, and then you can't break magnet. Ignore that.
Yeah.
If that.
There's a boomerang on the trebuchet.
Not yet. You were saying a boomerang is on the trebuchet, but this run is going to get border controlled.
Yeah.
So I was saying they can just walk
next
trebuchet.
One the trebuchet has got to be contended with without a boomerang.
Yeah. And they can do, because they've got way more money than the corp, right? They could just outspend them on the trace.
Okay. Chastushka and
a fermenter that's worthless at this point in the game, a Chastushka that could have been worth something. I guess you can't get through the. Yeah, you can't get through that archer. I was saying I didn't value that archer compared to the 1 point you had to give up to get it. Although, to be fair, if Oliver had 1 more point, they'd be about to win rather than about to lose.
Yes. Yeah, presuming that Alex hadn't used the lack of archers to steal another point or more's worth of agendas.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that was the border control pop we just saw.
Yeah.
Boomerang's going back into
It
the
shouldn't
stack.
do. That wasn't a successful run. It shouldn't be going back in the stack.
It depends when the oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it shouldn't do. Hopefully. Oh,
someone's noticed. Yeah,
someone's noticed. Maybe not yet. It's let them know.
I mean, I've said before and I'll say again, it's very easy for me to sit here miles and miles and miles away and go, that's another misplay. When you've been playing Netrunner for 7 or 8 hours. Of course you make these sorts of plays.
Yeah. We're in the happy position of not having to make most of the plays, and therefore we notice occasionally when someone does something we wouldn't have. The times that we would have done something wrong that Alex
that's a running hop.
Happily not recorded. Okay. I refer to my earlier comments about how good it is to have 3 extra clicks at this stage of the game. It's good.
Absolutely.
It's good. That's a nuker.
Not how I necessarily want to spend those clicks.
Is there some Banhar play that we're not anticipating? Banhar on the arch. Oh!
There we go.
Another boomerang. Boom, as they say.
Boom indeed.
Okay, so an R&D run.
An R&D run, breaking the sandstone, honestly. Expensively, but honestly. Mm-hmm. Doing the same for Shibboleth when we get to it. Seeing the top card, and you would assume, oh, hello. There's the 3rd Spin Doctor.
Okay. Pulling cards out of R&D.
Yep.
And then shuffling cards back in. I assume that's a mathematically good play. My brain can't tell me one way or another just right now. It would depend on the average agenda density in R&D, right?
So you are removing cards from R&D and replacing them with cards from archives, right?
Yeah.
The agenda density of R&D is higher than that of archives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, that makes sense. 9 cards left in R&D. Okay, yeah, that. And lots of agendas. Yeah. I mean, we're probably at the stage where we can count agenda points in the deck, right? So there's
probably
5 each that they've got. We can see. We obviously don't know how many are HQ. Outfit is probably 20 agenda or 21 agenda deck, right?
Yeah. There are certainly situations where you take out 2 non-agendas and replace them with 2 non-agendas with that Spin Doctor play. But you don't know that till you flip the Spin Doctor.
Yeah.
And some of the time you take agendas out of the deck and replace them with non-agendas.
Yeah.
Now,
I missed that. There was a handshake, so I think they've agreed that Alex's turn is over. Time, yeah. Alex's turn is over, and as the highest seeded player moves on from the draw to playing the final with Ben, I assume, unless something very radical happened when I was away.
Nothing that I heard of.
Okay, good. Yeah, in round 2 of the cut. Yes, Ben won against Alex, so they will now have their rematch. It will be interesting to see. So their previous match, Ben was playing Runner and Alex was playing Corp. So presumably Ben will play Cork and Alex will play runner now, but Alex just played runner. I don't know how this works.
I don't know how that works either.
Let's find out together. So this is absolutely the final of the
This is it. They're not
East
allowed
Anglia
to
champs.
do any more than that. They have to let us go after this.
We will finally find out who is going to be the King of East Anglia for the next year. Remains to be seen how many rosettes they're currently wearing.
No. I lied. If Alex wins, there's not right. I don't mean to be a bitch, but
yeah. To fill in for anyone listening, but not in the chat. If Alex wins, this will be another round because Ben has 2 lives left.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Interesting. Yeah. Not yet. Can you clarify how they decide which sides these 2 players are playing? Does Alex play runner twice, or Ben play runner twice with a break in between?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Ben has his corp out, so it looks like Alex is playing runner twice. I can see the pizza box over there. While I was not on the stream, I was getting regular updates about the pizza situation. I hear it contained mushrooms.
That's what I've heard as well. That's the word on the street.
Good.
Did you get to hear much of my solo commentary, Dave?
I know I wasn't listening at all. Sadly, I saw not yet his comments in the chat, and I imagined to myself what you might be saying in response, but I didn't hear anything you were saying. I left my headphones on the desk. Macau Torres asked who won. At the moment, we are looking at the 2 finalists. So nobody's won yet. We're in the cuts. It's a double elimination format. Ben on the left of the screen playing Ob has 2 lives left. Alex on the right of the screen playing Essa has 1 life left. Ben was the highest placed player at the end of the Swiss. So I think it's not unreasonable to say he's probably the favourite, given that he won their last matchup and I think won all of his games in the Swiss except for an intentional draw in round 4.
Amazing.
So actually an unbeaten record today. Really strong showing. A bit remains to be seen. While I think everybody's had a long day, it would be amazing to see an underdog win in this at this late stage of the tournament.
It would, and by all means, if you would like to side with Alex and I'll side with Ben, like that's fine. But I want to get some dinner.
I mean, joking aside, do you want to nip off for a few minutes? I did leave you soloing a bit earlier on.
Yeah, I'll be honest. If I could nip off for 5 minutes and at least put something in the oven for myself.
Yeah, do that.
I'll be literally 5 minutes.
No problem at all. Yeah, I realised about 5 minutes before I had to go that I had completely failed to tell anyone that I had to leave at 7 o'clock. So poor Marbles got absolutely left in the lurch, as did everyone else. And I could only plead that the day was so all-consuming and diverting. I assumed that there would be a quiet moment where I would mention that I needed to go a bit earlier than I planned, and turned out not to be the case. But anyway, glad that I was able to pop back again. Yeah, so Hyperman Not Yeti in the chat is giving us the lineup. Ben is the reigning champ, Bookie's favourite. I shudder to imagine the sums that the Norwich Meta have placed on this this match. And Alex is the underdog from Norwich. So is Ben not from Norwich? Can we get some like hyper regional rivalry tension in this match? Is it Norwich versus Cambridge? Yeah, Ben is Cambridge. Okay, I don't know how many international viewers we have, but I feel I should first of all clarify that East Anglia is the flat bulbous bit on the east of Great Britain in the south, and Cambridge and Norwich are probably 30 miles apart, 40 miles apart, something like that. Not a huge distance. Nonetheless, for the purposes of maximising the excitement at this time of the day, this is a, for all intents and purposes, a derby grudge match. Both players, I'm sure, just out of shot, have a team of fervent ultras from their respective towns, stroke cities, cheering them on, and the game's begun. We've seen ice on R&D, ice on HQ, and I didn't quite catch what the third action was. Not yet. It says the room is deadly silent, but it is tense. Yeah, so that it's less cheering and more sort of scowling at each other. Oh, there we go. It was an install of a remote. Oh no, we're back on the Corp second second turn. Alex played Kuroda and Nuka and a Strike Fan by the looks of things, and we've had a score. I think that's an above the law. Tikana card I will no longer forget. I think like the work that this card has done today has been quite substantial. We've really seen it. Oh, there's a hostile takeover. My bad. Yeah, it's the older art for hostile takeover that I'm less familiar with. Sandstone resed in front of the Tucana. Is that a Sandstone? There's a bad publicity out. The bad publicity is out for the hostile takeover, of course. Yeah, so there's the Sandstone being resed, I believe. Okay, and Nuke is being used. Cards are being drawn. The Eca's down. Just cutting Ben's deck there. And Marrow's down. And that, I don't recognise that card that just got hit there. Was that a Raindrops? Yes, that was a Raindrops, and Not Yet is saying that the sabotage text on Marrow is very good against Ob. I believe you, Not Yet. Is there a reason that you're saying it's particularly good against Ob, the Marrow text? Am I missing a subtlety of the interaction there? Oh, is that because you might well be milling R&D and therefore Ob will have targets disappearing that it's relying on for its strategy? Perhaps. Yeah, they hurt themselves as they go. Yeah. Certainly even without that interaction, you're glad to get I find a arrow down when you're playing Esther, because it just means you've got a little bit more wiggle room with your getting your early core damage in and getting some early sabotage and just slowing down the corpse tempo. Okay, a little bit of thinking time here. Okay, Alex plays a fermenter. Oh, what's that token that's just gone down on the sandstone? Was that a run on the sandstone to put a bounce off it and put a virus counter on it? Is that what just happened? Yeah, that's what happened. He's broken it and trashing the Takana and trashing the Rashida.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. I've just put some food in the oven that will be ready in about 20-25 minutes.
Cool.
Which... Oh, this game doesn't have a time. This game goes on forever. Well, hopefully not. This game goes good.
It goes until somebody wins.
Yeah.
We should point out it's very hard for a game of Netrunner to go on forever because the Corp runner can deck out, the Corp can stack out. I'm also hearing in the chat that Cobrabubbles is enforcing a 35-minute timer. So while you were out, Jessica, we've established that this is a Norwich versus Cambridge grudge match. No quarter spared. The winner will be, the winner will be King of East Anglia. The loser will,
just be in East Anglia, which is arguably a fate worse than death.
the loser will be reintegrated with East Anglia through decomposition. It's going to get pretty brutal.
I believe I've offended Not Yeti. Not Yeti says, I invite you both into my competition, and now this slander. I would argue it is not slander for a number of reasons. It's not directed against an individual person for a start, and I also said that it is arguably a fate worse than death. Not that it is a fate worse than death. I'm merely making a statement that you can argue that it is a fate worse than death. You might well lose that argument. I do not think you would successfully bring a charge of slander against me in a British court.
The prosecution rests for the defence. I would love to join this competition in person another time.
Yeah,
it looks really fun, and I'm sure that reports of Norwich Ultras and their terrible revenge are overstated.
No, I've been to Norwich once and I had a lovely time. I've probably been more than once. I think it's the sort of place you end up in kind of by accident a fair bit. But I went on purpose one time. I went on purpose one time and went to a lovely little rave on a beach, and that was really nice.
That sounds cool.
A few raves that I've really enjoyed because it was possible to get away from how oppressive the music can be at a rave and just kind of go and be by the sea instead and stuff. And so that suited me.
This is why outdoor raves are the best raves, because you can just once you've when you're feeling a little bit overstimulated, you can have a nice quiet walk in the countryside and then return to
being massive,
grinding your teeth and punching the air. I've also had nice times in Norwich at a time when I didn't really know the place, and it's quite hard to go there by accident, don't you think? Because it's not very much on the way to anywhere except for Great Yarmouth.
I suppose you're right. Yeah, I suppose I probably haven't been there by accident. I feel like with the amount that we go camping together to sort of random places, I feel like one of those would have been Norwich. I just won't have noticed.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Netrunner. Netrunner is a game that we are currently commentating on.
Yeah.
Ben has built a nice big fat remote server and put something inside it. Ben also has 11 credits. Alex is not looking so hot on 2 credits, but does have 2 tokens on a fermenter. If they can shy away from running into a virus for a turn or 2, that'll give them a nice little chunk of cash. They have no ghost tongue. They do have a banker. They could run HQ. They could probably run HQ. That might be border control on HQ. It might be border control on R&D. But their like core cards are theoretically playable. Their kind of Chastushkas, their finalities, they are theoretically playable at this point with that banker. So
that's
we'll
an
see what
extract going down. I mean, in Alex's position, I'd be looking to poke those centrals, well, all of those, and like whittle down those 11 credits. Depending on what I had in my hand, I wouldn't be terribly sad to see Ben res border control and fire it off, to be honest with you.
So it looks to me like they've bankcard this remote and are now boomeranging it.
Yeah, I can't see bankcard counter down there, but that would seem to
It's
seem
the
to be what's
logical
happening.
thing to be done, right? They're on 1 credit.
There's the border control.
There's the border control. Such an important card in the meta. It will be interesting to see what the game looks like when it's gone. It's defined its era.
It's hard to imagine it won't get a near print.
Yeah. What I find interesting about it as well, for a card that's so ubiquitous, you don't hear people say it's overpowered.
Yeah.
It's like Enigma in that fashion. People agree it creates interesting board states and not broken board states.
And as you've said about Adrian Sace before, it works once.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of fair.
Yeah.
Anything that works exactly once is fair. And it's not like there's no counter to it. Hush exists now.
Yeah. And there are lots of fun plays with them.
Okay, Alex had more credits than
secret 5 credits. That's certainly one of the tips that I would suggest to all new Netrunner players is to have a secret 5 credits.
Yeah.
If you can. Much better than having not a secret 5 credits.
A lot of people will tell you that it's unsportsmanly to hide your credit total from your opponent. Those people are cowards.
Yeah. They don't have what it takes to succeed in today's high octane Netrunner environment. The border control's been popped.
Yeah, it's been popped. Before the second dice was rezzed, interestingly enough. And we'll go get something else, maybe a magnet. I would think possibly a magnet. I'd put a magnet here, maybe, or maybe something.
So the magnet's going. Sandstone? Is that sandstone?
Another sandstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, this kind of trickle of envelopment into border control, into sandstone, of just like kind of annoying, good enough for now barriers is like, it's so strong. It's so strong if you know the sequencing.
So that border control pop, that I think the only reason that you would do that is because the boomerang is sufficient to deal with whatever unresed ice there is there, and the runner's going to then get through the sandstone, and there is an agenda or an extremely vital tech piece in that server.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's full chain of inference.
Yeah, and maybe you're just as happy popping the border control now rather than making the runner touch the inner sandstone. Maybe the inner ice is something that has like a cool on res effect that you don't want to do yet. Like magnet would be a perfect example, actually, of something that has a cool on res effect that you don't want to res yet because it's got no targets. They're taking all
magnet,
of the
magnet would deal with the boomerang, right?
Boomerang isn't a program. Boomerang is a piece of hardware.
Oh, yep. That'll be it then.
Yeah.
Magnet is a good candidate for that on most dice then. And we are getting to see what that was in the server. It was an agenda.
What agenda was it?
Is that an ASIF? It's got. I don't understand why it's face up, but still in the server with a single counter on it.
I think it's an ASIF, and Ben is considering what they want to trash.
He's triple advanced and is deciding what to trash. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, okay. The token, it's a bit hard to see, but I think there are 3 tokens on it now that we've been told it's triple advanced. They're stacked on top of each other.
Presumably that in a sandstone is the best thing to trash on this board today.
I guess so.
And go and get what is the question?
Yeah, again, it's interesting that the unres dice with the boomerang wasn't trashed. So because that would trash the boomerang, wouldn't it? The boomerang would no longer come back.
Yeah, that is another good option. The other option, it's just as stranded if you never res that ice, and then sometimes they will trash the boomerang for you to install another boomerang, and then you can res it. Right?
Yeah.
It's a long play, and I've definitely sunk credits and time into it before to no avail, but it's there.
So is Aziev is 2 points? Is that right?
2 points, and you do some meat damage, I believe.
Yeah.
Taking a botulus and something it looked like a running hop, but I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just figuring out what happened. It is not yet he popped up. It's a regolith. It's the Altart regolith that's currently naked in the server over there.
Yeah, I'd definitely rather be Ben here, especially if I've got a regolith to like take some money off of, and my opponent's on 1 credit.
Yeah, 1 credit is a bad place to be. So we've got Croyder and Ika down.
Yep.
I feel like we know that Carmen is the killer in this deck.
Ika is the killer in this deck.
Ika is a killer, so Shibboleth. Yeah, thank you.
Which I may have said rude things about a couple of times during. What was it?
I would have to listen. I would have to listen back, but there was. I hear there's the Shibboleth. There was a moment when Shibboleth got dunked on pretty hard.
I believe I might have called it an unguarded statement, the sort of thing that would be considered a gaffe if a politician said it. Like Shib does go hard in this deck. Shib is a really decent include in a deck where you want it to be good early, and if the game's going too late, then
yeah, it does sound like an Arkham card. So it is very on brand for us.
So you know what a Shibboleth is?
I do. Yes, it's a word or turn of phrase that it's the way it's pronounced, or more broadly, its actual usage identifies a particular group.
Yeah, it's biblical, I believe. It was a word
I think so.
Israelites used to identify one another. and their enemies would keep going shibboleth or shibboleth, and they'd be no, that's not how you say it. Shibboleth. What's the flavor text on it? But it's got good flavor text.
Mercury. It is really good flavor text. Mercury saying, "Corporately, I'm just another is it Nico, and that's their undoing." Something along those lines.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how the title of that card matches the flavor, and I would be interested to hear somebody tell me why that matches.
Nico knows how to comport themselves like a Nico. Yeah?
Mercury
Nico knows how to behave like a member of the in-group because Mercury was a member of that in-group.
Gotcha, yeah. Because it's I mean the common usage of shibboleth is behaviors and beliefs as well.
Yeah.
I like to use it mostly for beliefs. I think that's really I think the idea that like social groups I wouldn't ever use it in the context of like meaning ethnic groups, but I think social groups having like core shared beliefs that mark them out as members of the group, and are to some extent like necessary for the price of entry to that social group is a thing, a social phenomenon that we don't think about as much as we should.
I think that's definitely true, and I think that political correctness. Believe me, I'm about to say something I believe is left wing. Political correctness is like a form of shibboleth that is both a belief made, is a kind of a belief made praxis, and also like a very rarefied form of speech that kind of marks out the people who've been paying attention to how you should talk right now, and people who haven't really bothered to put any energy into it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, sorry.
That was a good digression. It's good to know we've still got it at 8:27 p.m. Where are we going in this game? What's happening?
I'm not really sure. I feel like there's been a lot of drawing and clicking for credits.
Maybe they've been talking about shibboleths as well.
Okay, here we go. Trustushka.
This is now shit's about to get real. Here we go.
The shibboleth about to get real. An enigma.
A tithe.
I misread the card. Indeed, a tithe.
You've no idea how many that this came out when you were off stream, and I went through pretty much every cheap piece of ice that there is in the game before I hit on the correct name for this. It's a tithe. Okay, yeah. There's net damage. 2 net damage. How did that happen?
Because
it's Bankard. Yeah.
Which, to be honest, is like quite. You probably would have taken one of those net damage anyway. Yeah. Right, you probably wouldn't have paid a bunch of money to walk through that. And this is Winchester, so this is going to cost some money, one way or another. 3 subroutines: Trace 4, Trace 3, and I believe the last one is Trace 2, End the Run because it's on HQ. You probably want to break it.
Trace 3, End the Run. It's confusing because that's the last one is the first one in the text.
Yeah.
Okay, the Eka's getting moved onto the Winchester.
Yep.
Money is being spent.
Yeah, I think they might end up spending every penny they have to get in here. And I don't think they're necessarily wrong to do so.
Yeah, I agree.
Winchester is the sort of piece of ice that saw absolutely no play in standard before rotation, because who cares if you track your program, right? It's almost certainly been breaker, so absolutely who cares. Whereas now, like, you have to break that subroutine. You can't lose one of your programs.
It's a better game for those breakers having gone. I'm just going to say it. So has the breaking happened?
The breaking happened.
Alex is down to 3.
Alex is down to 3.
And it's a raindrops. Yep.
Yeah, two came out of R&D. Are we just raindropsing straight into archives. That seems a little gluttonous in terms of the waste of that card. I would certainly prefer to get draw off it. Ben really teasing us here with his archives run. There's a virus, not unexpected, and absolutely no agendas in archives. Ben's got to be feeling pretty lucky about that. If I was Alex, I would be feeling quite frustrated, especially down on 4 credits with my opponent on 11 and 3 agenda points.
Yeah. So let's calculate how much it could cost to break Winchester. Strength 2 credits to give it +3 strength,
and then 2 more credits to break. So 4 credits, right? Because it breaks 2 subroutines for 1 credit.
2 for 1, and there's 3 routines, so that's 2 to break the subroutines. And what's the Winchester strength is?
Winchester strength is 4, so you need to spend 2 to boost.
Yeah. Okay, 2 to boost
and 2 to break.
Yep.
And there's a bad publicity because there's a hostile scored, right?
Yeah. So with 4 credits, you can click for a credit, and as long as you have a card in your hand, you can go through the Tithe and the Winchester for
a single access, which I don't think you want to do necessarily.
You don't want to make a big habit of it, no. Okay, border control going on the remote, which has that asset in it that you trash to do something cool. I forget what that asset is.
You trash to put advancement token on something.
Right, yeah.
And in the process, I think that you can go and get something else cool, but I can't remember exactly how this ob deck works.
Ob is great, isn't it? Because there are just so many cards that you wouldn't do very much else with other than use them in Ob.
The best piece of design I've seen NSGD. I am amazed it's not broken. I'm amazed it's neither broken nor particularly a problem child. Yeah. It's not a problem child in the way the Ag Infusion or something is. It seems to it can be a nightmare to play against, but that's because you are playing against someone who has taken the time and effort to learn an incredibly intricate and complicated deck, and you perhaps deserve to have a difficult time against that level of skill and effort.
Yeah, for sure. It's notable, isn't it? We're not out here every ban list saying,
"What about Ob?"
Yeah, Svedagor Excavator is once again paying the price for Ob's crimes.
I mean, because of all of the other brilliant ideas in which that excellent card.
Listen, if I want to make a precision design Svedagor Excavator deck, there's no reason on earth I shouldn't be allowed to. It's my right as an English person and adoptee East Anglian. So Alex, the plucky outsider from Norwich, has been eating cheese pizza.
Interesting.
Will this improve his game?
Stavka rest.
Well, Stavka will not improve anyone's game.
Now, I think you can, if you were willing to lose that Winchester right now, you could trash the Winchester to also trash. That's it, right? That would be game. But maybe you don't want to lose the Winchester. But it's very hard to give up the chance for a... Oh, there we go, though. That also does it.
Half run?
Yeah, half run does it.
Yeah.
It's the Stavka Hafron combo that
We have been talking about it. We talked about that deck for a long time, and we did say at the end of it, we didn't think we'd seen all of the tricks that it had up its sleeve.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, is Stavka Hafron a trick up sleeve. Targeting the boomerang.
Yeah, I think there was a
It
boomerang on that
says-
sandstone that didn't get used.
Right. So that's why the sandstone went. Yeah. Jessica, could you talk us through the Stavka Hafron combination?
So when Hafron is rezzed, you can pick a card and say that that card isn't usable for the remainder of the run. If when you res Stavka, you can trash a card. So you can use Stavka, trash a card with Ob. When that card is trashed, you can go and get a Hafron and res it and say you can't use your Sentry Breaker to break Stavka. And then that's it. Like get fucked. You have to eat a Stavka.
Yeah.
But that said,
what 2 programs were trashed then? So it looks like we've moved past that run.
I'm very confused.
The runner seems to have quite a lot of board state. He used Eka to break it.
But why didn't... Sure. But why didn't Ben use Hafron to make it so that...
Oh, the Hafron was on the boomerang. Wow, okay.
Oh, was the boomerang... The boomerang was on Stavka. I missed that.
Right, okay, so...
Alex
Gotcha.
had 2 ways to break the Stavka.
2 ways to break the Stavka.
I missed
Okay,
that.
so this is not game over in the way that Stavka Hafron often is. So this play has meant that Alex has had to burn all of his credits.
So I still think you could have gone and you could have instead trashed that Winchester to kill Eka. And I think that would have been perhaps very, very valuable to do.
What does the board state look like after that? You do have a Stavka and no Sentry.
Yeah, a Stavka that no one can get through, and presumably more sentries in the deck that you can go and find.
Yes. Yeah, finding things in your deck is not a problem that Ob tends to have, is it?
No.
So there's an Azef.
It's an Azef board. Not looking great for Alex at this point. As I said before, as the runner, you do have a little bit more control over when you steal agendas than as Corp. But with the Corp at 5 points and 6.5 minutes on the clock, I'm not feeling too excited about my prospects.
No. Botulus and something else. Botulus would be a really nice thing to have right now if you're Alex. He is playing the faction with the best economy in the game. But when we've seen this deck on stream so far today, it hasn't seemed super rich at any point. I don't think I've ever looked across and muttered to myself about the disgusting options that Anarch has for economy.
I think that Hoshiko does more for economy than people give credit for. I think the Anarch economy is kind of fine if you're
not Hoshiko.
If you're not getting like a credit and a card draw every turn, so also if you're not like playing a really effective loop, like doing an effective Essa is expensive. You're doing some kind of sabotage every turn.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Admittedly, you've got Ghost Tongue, and Ghost Tongue's good, but unless you are then going to play like a huge heap of events, which is, a version of this deck, then it doesn't necessarily give you what you need.
Have we just seen a Spin Doctor getting popped? Is that what's happening here?
I mean, there's a million reasons that they could be shuffling the deck.
I thought I saw 2 cards being pulled off the face downs and archives and put to one side and then shuffled into the deck, but I might be incorrect about that. Bubbles was call time early. Interesting.
I think because the venue is closing.
Maybe people need to be out by 9 o'clock.
I don't think you can feel too hard done by if you're Alex in this situation.
It's hard to imagine those extra 4 minutes turning things around on 1 credit and no agenda points.
Yeah. It's what, 2 or maybe 3 more turns. Yeah,
finality would be a way that could happen.
Yeah, but not one that feels like super fair, right? I don't know if I'd finality at this point in the game otherwise. So if you're just doing it because of the clock, it always feels a bit cheesy. I will also say I feel like Essa is, to some extent, a bit of a skill check. Did you put your border controls in the right place? Do you know what cards you should sabotage and what cards you shouldn't? Do you know when to pop spin doctor? And all of these things are genuine skills. Like a person who plays this game in a median amount of the time won't necessarily have those skills. And Essa can take that person apart. A skilled player takes a lot of the sting out of Essa. A lot of it.
That's an interesting observation. I can't fault you on that. I mean, I was going to say I feel that Z is ID that needs to have a really good early game. Much like we were saying before about Sable, to have a chance later on. If you can get in a lot of early hits with sabotage on cards that the Corp was hoping to use to get themselves set up, they can stay rocky and jammed up Bankara and R&D for long enough that you're in with a chance. Z is not one of the runners that builds into a massive late game powerhouse that's going to just run over everything. Much more about disruption and early game aggression, successful aggression.
And it's about weathering the storm fundamentally as the Corp. If you can weather that storm and get into the mid game, maybe not the late game, but the mid game, then you have probably done it.
There's concession.
That's concession.
Yeah.
What a day of Netrunner.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, Ben did not drop a game all day, which is a fantastic result. It's a really cool, really interesting game, and it's a game with a fair amount of variance as well.
Yeah.
If you don't draw the right cards, you are going to lose the game.
100%.
Yeah. And so, being able to ride out that variance with 100% success rate is really, really incredible achievement. Looks like they're going to have to swap sides. I think Alex is sitting behind the winners playmat, and Ben is sitting behind the second place playmat. Both of them really, really lovely pieces with amazing art. And I'm sure there'll be lots of sad faces in the crowd that Cambridge has triumphed over Norwich, and we have our King of East Anglia. But yeah, well done to everybody.
Yeah, some really, really good games today.
Yeah.
Kind of reinvigorated my love for this game. I've been a little bit down on it recently, and it just reminded me what a beautiful. They call it the beautiful game. No other game has that moniker.
No one would dream of calling daft actual physical sport. Yeah, would be obscene.
It reminded me how much I love watching and indeed playing this game. So I think we should say goodnight to our viewers, Dave.
Yeah.
I think we should wind up. I think, like, I'm sure everyone at home has been watching for as long as we've been presenting and must also be tired, having not taken a break of any kind. Oh, isn't that sweet?
That's really nice, actually. Maybe he really is king of East Anglia. Ben has graciously given the orca to Alex, which is the mark of a true king, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, and the kind of real good sportsmanship and like just loveliness.
Yeah. The community is just so positive and nourishing. It's a brilliant game with loads of really cool, brilliant people playing it, and yeah, it's awesome to be a part of. I'm very happy to have spent my Saturday doing this.
Yeah.
I'm just asking Not Yeti if he wants. Hey, all right, actually, yeah, faring up relatively well.
Yeah, feeling pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, we're just about to say our good nights to the lovely folks at home who've watched us and listened to our increasingly nonsensical rantings.
It did get increasingly nonsensical, but it is good. In the interest of time, should I go and do a list of thank yous and shout outs?
Please do.
Please. Yeah, that would be great.
Thank you to Marcin, who helped us with the tech stuff and get the streaming stuff ready. Massive thank you to Alex, one of our local players, who wrote all of the stream overlays and all of the code to get the cards working and stuff in like a week. It's fantastic. And yeah, thank you to the two of you for spending how many hours in are we? 11 hours?
11 hours.
11 hours.
Oh, it was 10 hours. Yeah, because we started at close to 11. So yeah. And then biggest thank you of all to Cobrabubbles, who did all of the hard work judging and not TOing, but judging, and was fantastic. He won the most boat races, but Bart was king of the boat race in the end. And then congratulations to our top four. Ben was fantastic. They're starting to pack up in the room I'm in, so I'm going to run because we've got to get out of this venue in the next 10 minutes.
Thank you also to you. You've been an absolute star. It's really, really amazing job that everyone's done.
It's been a killer event.
Yeah, knocked out of the park. Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having us.
Hopefully.
Absolute pleasure. Yeah, it's been great. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Thank you.